Crossing right digital night, shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust, through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks, solitude and neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light, through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light, through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Hi dudes, welcome back. I'll do that for the fucking YouTube VOD, so it's not some blurry ass fucking picture every goddamn time. Not that everyone watches VODs on YouTube, but it's up there if I decide to make clips out of them. Maybe. Welcome back everybody to another episode. Here we are again, more memes, fun, more fun. Oh god. Radar confirms UFO sighting. That's a big deal. Right? Is that not evidence? Doesn't mean it's alien, I guess, but people don't care about UFOs. Fuck them. There's a poll that was out recently that I think Nancy Mace did. I was going to talk about that. Satanism and Ufology. Spicy memes. Maybe they should care about UFOs. Maybe the UFOs are demons. Maybe aliens are demons. Right? People change their mind pretty quick on that, wouldn't they? Be pretty important then, wouldn't it? Fuck. Welcome everybody. Yeah, Shadows, Digi, Golf, Blip, Ambo. Everyone else who may tune in later or watch the VOD, because I know people still do watch these fucking VODs. So thank you, actually. In the meantime, I'm going to pull something up. Oh, here it is here. Golf, thank you, sir, for making this. This is wonderful. This is Jim Russell bingo. Oh my heavens. This is wonderful. This is pretty much everything I talk about in a cycle. We got Bob Lazar, we got Greer Slot, we got Giant's brother, we got Betty and Barney Hill, we got Hulk Hogan, Simulation Theory, Colt Slop, we got Psionics, and Bad Atlantis Man. That pretty much hits everything on its head, I think. That's perfect. That sums up the entire stream, actually. Hulk Hogan, I don't know how Hulk Hogan got involved. I was managing a business before I got laid off, and I don't know if I really want to disclose this or not, but anyway, I'm working with some people that, you know, they're trades guys. And I always come out to them and be like, brothers. Like, I just fucking meme on them. And we started saying brother. We got one of the guys for his birthday a fucking cake with Hulk Hogan on it. I don't know how it got in my fucking brain, but it's in my brain now. Now it's in everyone else's brain. So yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you, man. We'll keep this bingo open, actually. I guess we'll have to do something if we complete the bingo, like we just give away some fucking subs or something. I don't know what the fuck. We'll have to do something fun like that. I was gonna do a call-in too, fucking segment, but then the guy who was gonna call in ended up leaving because Digi got in a fight with him. Probably for the best. Anyway, I did see that guy golf that you sent him. I watched him stop. I probably will hit him up, actually. I was going to today. I forgot to do it. I was out again today. But it's great. There's other like kind of smaller content creators who talk about this schizo shit on Twitch that we can collab with and have conversations with and shit. The problem is like there's really nobody at all, even people that are kind of more popular. And it's the thing in like these social media spaces. I mean, you don't want to collaborate with somebody with like no followers, and you also don't want to like collab. It's a tier list. Like someone who has like 100,000 is going to collab with me because it's like the whole idea is you kind of mesh your audiences, and so you got to find people at your own level, right? Unless I just start punching up at some of these bigger streamers, start fucking making clips, razzing them. It's pretty much how a lot of these people blew up anyway, wasn't it? What was in, what's his fucking name again? Hassan. He was on Destiny stream or some shit, I think, wasn't he? I think Asmon just kind of built his own fucking meme, but there's a couple content creators on here, like all the classic WoW guys, like they all kind of started hanging around Asmon and shit, and you know, it's fuck, it is what it is. I don't really want to start off on that front though. I just want to keep memeing. This is big. This big news here, Canada. This is not good. Yeah, what the fuck are we doing? Yeah. What's his profile picture? Okay. White House official pushes to axe Canada from Five Eyes intelligence group. That's not good. Not good at all. They're really pushing for this. They're really trying to amalgamate us as a 51st state. I mean, there's honestly nothing we're going to be able to do about it, except just bend over and take whatever Papa Trump has to dish out. Yeah, I'm sure that some people are internally right now freaking out about this, so not good. Punch up at Alex Jones. I could send Alex a bunch of stuff and maybe try and get on his show, right? Proclaim I'm an expert in something. Nibiru expert. Oh my god, what a way to just commit fucking career suicide, right? Instantaneously. Oh god, yeah. Even an hour and a half commute, big sad. Well, brother, hopefully we keep you entertained at least. Welcome. Yeah, this is not good. This is yeah. I mean, like, what are we contributing to this? Honestly, though, you have to ask that. I don't know. I mean, how involved is CSIS? Did we really make a difference here? Just fodder to the flames, maybe. Hard to say exactly. Anyway, I just saw that. I saw it. Someone posted that too, and I was like, yeah, fuck. Just more memes here. Yeah, I mean, recently we had there's a big layoff in the biggest city, St. John, where I'm from. I don't live there now, but there was a layoff. Irving Oil, or Irving JDI would be the branch of it, is laying off a bunch of people at a refinery, and it's to do with it's to do at a paper mill actually. It's to do with energy prices here. New Brunswick are ridiculously high through MB Power, and they were subsidized, and the new government came in and cut that out. And the consequence is that they're laying off about 50% of their employees. And it's worrying because there are other facilities that feed that facility that then will probably subsequently cut work as well. And they supposedly were talking about maybe just relocating things to the United States. And, you know, it comes back to policies that the new government in New Brunswick put in place. Me and Galen TV were talking about this at the gym today. Now, I don't think the energy price hike is strictly to do with like climate change nonsense, but there's definitely there's a portion of it that's to do with policies aiming to reel in carbon emissions, and also I think what they're trying to hopefully like reel in some of these corporations, specifically Irving in this instance, right? It's very scary that I've got to look into it more. I meant to do it. I was kind of beginning to look into it before the stream started a little bit, but we were just talking about climate change and shit, and like how these policies are actually impacting people now. They're losing their jobs. They're affecting inflation. Like they're raising food prices, like what they were trying to do in Denmark. No, it wasn't Denmark. It was the Netherlands. They were trying to fucking take the nitrogen into the fertilizer for climate change, which would have fucked food production. And it's like, man, that's what all the farmers are protesting, people that don't know, which is insane. And to do that in the name of climate change when we don't know 100% what the fuck's going on here. Nobody does, right? And that's a huge issue. And to make those decisions, it's insanity. Anyway, the Four Eyes Alliance doesn't have the same kind of ring to it. Yeah, it sounds kind of bad, doesn't it? Sounds kind of like dorky, huh? Like fucking. I mean, there's really only one set of eyes there that matters, and I think everyone knows whose eyeballs it is, and the biggest dick out of the group, which happens to be Uncle Sam. So yeah, I mean, it seems like they are hell bent on just cutting Canada out of the fucking picture altogether. Which, I mean, I'm not a super patriotic guy. You know, I mean, I like where I live. It's very peaceful, but there's definitely been a lot of issues. And at the end of the day, the way I look at it is I'm a human being on planet Earth. People drew lines a while ago. I don't really give a fuck. If Skinny Bob and the aliens could take us up, I mean, I wouldn't give. I call myself a Canadian. Fuck no. Fuck shit. Some people say that's a privileged way to look at things. You know, if you came from some like shithole country, you'd be like, oh, well, you'd take more pride in. I don't fucking care, man. I mean, there's good people here. I like the people. The people, right, are good, but ultimately, like, the line that's drawn in the name, I don't know. We're all North American, too. United States, Canada, fuck. I mean, is there a whole lot of difference? I mean, aside from, like, the gun rights and whatnot, and gun laws, not a whole fucking lot, really. All pretty similar. That's how I look at it. So if they cross that border with fucking tanks, this isn't going to be a fucking situation like happened over in the fucking Far East. It's going to be, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me sing the Star-Spangled Banner for you, sir, right now. Fuck me. Cartel IED killed U.S. citizen. That's not good. Texas rancher killed by cartel IED near southern border. Shocking act of violence highlights a growing threat posed by the cartel. I think a lot of those boys are going to be hanging their hats up and fucking off into the sunset here soon, because, man, you just would not want to fuck with. They're just going to be carpet bombing the entire fucking forest here down in all the forests in Mexico, just trying to get rid of these fucking people, man. Like, holy fucking Christ. Yeah. Sicario's about to be real, man. Well, literally. I saw this too. There was a debacle yesterday that happened, was in the U.S. Department of Housing building where somebody did some AI video generation of Trump sucking on Elon's toes, which was wonderful. Apple says it is addressing the issue as iPhone's voice-to-text feature periodically shows Trump when user says racist. Jesus Christ. People are playing games, man. People are playing fucking games. What the fuck is going on? A lot of hate. A lot of hate out there. Holy Christ. I mean, like, listen. I get that people don't like the guy. I can understand why you wouldn't like his character. But at the same time, like, what's the alternative? What was the alternative for people? Honestly. I mean, at the very least, they're highlighting all of this corruption that's been going on, which is unbelievable. Now, would that have happened with the other? No, it wouldn't. Fuck no. Absolutely not. None of that would have happened. It's still concerning, some of the rhetoric coming out, obviously. Elon, I think, is an inherently concerning guy to some degree, but ultimately, it's like this just pure hatred, and they're just blinded by it. But then you ask these people what happened with USA, and they have no fucking idea. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, what ship are you fucking... Who do you think's on this fucking ship? right? People are just below deck with their head in the fucking toilet. Like, where do you think the ship's going? Where do you think the ship's headed to? Like, come up and breathe in the fresh air and see where it's going, right? And we'll understand why we elected, I didn't, but people elected this fucking madman to sail the ship, because it's headed for the fucking cliff. Yeah. Crazy, man. It's literally an undergoing revolution right now. It is, man. Yeah, right now Trump has a very high approval rating. I would imagine he would, man, because of what's been coming out. I mean, anyway. And again, like, you know, I'm not like a fan of the guy's character. Like, I never have been. But it's like living in reality, right? And there needed to be a serious shakeup, and nobody else is going to do that but him and his team. So I hope over the next year, shit gets really stirred up. The problem is they're just going to be fucking idiots that don't want to think about any of this stuff. And also, we got to think, too, that there's other interests involved here who are being exposed that are trying to undermine credibility and faith in him and his system. So, I mean, that's something you have to be called. I think a lot of people know that, right? I mean, they're poking a bunch of different fucking bears, right? And so it's not surprising you're going to see this kind of stuff happen. Genuine psyops, like what happened with the Russiagate thing that happened back in 2016. I mean, it's all horse shit. I mean, everyone knew that. I mean, meanwhile, Hillary Clinton has given money to fucking leaders of the KKK and has a fucking body count like nobody else. All these suspicious deaths. Like, I'm like, come the fuck on, guys. Like, give me a fucking break. They're all corrupt as fuck. Like, yeah, weak men making hard times. Fourth turning incoming. What's the Hopi prophecy? The end of the fourth world or some shit? Yeah. So the hating is coming from the far left. I would imagine, man. I mean, yeah, I can see that, but I don't understand them. I guess is the point I'm getting at ultimately, where as a very liberal person, I don't get where they're coming from. I think they're just being childishly naive, honestly. But I'm not really involved in these political arguments and discussions a lot. And I'm not really in tune with what's been going on politically. I've become more in tune since I've been streaming about it, I guess. But anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat, right? Where, you know, I think I'm a pretty liberal guy. I'm very kind of centrist type person, though, where I just want what's objectively the best. And obviously, we get to that through discussion and experimentation. You know, I think a lot of people, like the majority of people are in that boat. I don't like very dogmatic voices, and I don't like the games that are being played too by other content creators on Twitch and other streaming services where they're instantly labeling people as like Trump tards or mega heads, and I'm like, no. Like, this isn't a game. This is real life. Like, it's complicated, it's nuanced, it's craziness. It's like a cult. Like, and I know of other content creators that are like that, and it's just disgusting behavior. But anyway, here's an example of what the fuck's going on. I mean, this has just been reality for a long time. And I don't think this is a right or left issue. I think this has been going on across the board, right? And he's got Democrats on the arm here, but I mean, we got to be real. It's across the political spectrum, there's corruption. There always has been, right? So U.S. aid from the American people, the Democrats, the NGOs, the kickback, fucking dark money laundering, fucking right there. That's how she's fucking done. That's how the deals are all done. Yeah. In California used to fall in the ocean. Well, they got a fucking actual psychopath running that place. Like, who the fuck voted for that guy, man? Gavin Newsom. Holy shit. There's some people that you look at and you just can tell that they're evil. Like, there's just a look on that motherfucker's face that he's evil. I mean, you know, you can see it right in you can see it in their eyes. I'm trying to think of a couple other examples, but there have been other examples out there in the past where you can just tell they have bad intentions. And like, who voted for that fucking guy? Like, holy shit, man. Just a dickhead on top of it. I mean, everyone knows that already. Like, fucking cheated on one of his campaign managers, was fucking his campaign manager's wife. During the lockdowns, just telling people to go home, get into the restaurants. Meanwhile, he's going to the restaurants with his friends. Like, just fucking piece of shit. How is he still running that place? Like, Margaret Thatcher, it's another one. Fuck Christ, yeah. Oh my God, man. It's fucking craziness. It's just all fucking craziness. Like, and this is the other thing too, right? Like, I mean, obviously it just, this pendulum swings, right? But there's corruption across the board. Obviously, there's been a lot of Democrats involved with the last administration that were more recently implicated in this bullshit, but it's across the board, man. Like, the whole thing is fucking rotted through. Hence why you had a populist candidate like Trump come up who really wasn't involved with either party initially. He pandered to one to win, but I mean, you know, the guy supported a lot of Democrats back in the, he supported Hillary Clinton, he supported a lot of people back in the 90s, in the 80s. Anyway, is this what you just posted, Harry? Yeah, okay. For those who keep asking, this is likely how it all plays out. King Trump to be replaced by King John F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, we're going down the fucking rabbit hole here. Kingdom of the West, North America, Australia, Pacific Islands, Greenland, and Iceland. North America, oh wow, he's taking everything, huh? We're all going to be fucking, well, it's going to be called Kingdom of the West. The Spanish King, Kingdom of Europa, Western and Northern Europe, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, Portugal. King Xi, oh, he takes everything, oh Christ. And then we got King Putin. King MBS, Kingdom of the Sun and Crescent, Middle East. And we got King South and Mainland Islands, and we got Brazilian King. Holy shit, huh? This is this guy's theory. Jesus Christ. Things are gonna get weird, yeah. Oh my god, man, yeah. Stuck behind school buses too, god damn it, brother. Yeah. This is, I mean, people that don't know the whole John F. Kennedy Jr. thing, I've gone over that before, but the QAnon people think that he's still alive, that he didn't die in a plane crash, that he's been involved with Trump and shit, and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. He hasn't made his face known, so Peach, welcome. Is this the future? Or listen, if we go back to kind of like quasi-medieval times, and like we got wizards and shit and fucking rogues and warriors, and we bring back all those fantasy archetypes, I'd be down, you know, let's go back in time a little bit, right? Start building castles again. We'll use AI, modern technology. Stone's cooler anyway. Fuck these like wooden stick houses. Let's go back to stone. We don't need insulation. People did need insulation for, like, you got blankets and shit. Anyway, fuck me. Snooze the ads there. It's always great to visit and catch up with one of the 21st century's greatest, most courageous, most consequential American whistleblowers. That looks like a very nice lunch, lads. My heavens. Times must be good. I mean, wow, that looks like a Michelin star level lunch. Very interesting. I don't know, but Ed Snowden, I watched the movie. Obviously his leaks and whatnot. It was interesting. Who the fuck knows, man? I mean, I like Glenn Greenwald. I like Glenn. Glenn seems like a decent guy, but I don't know. Ultimately, some people are like hot and cold with him. I don't know. Who knows? My dad's side has a castle in Ireland. We may have a shot at Cannon at it after all. Cromwell took it over, but we haven't. Oh my heavens. Yeah, I don't, well, there isn't, I'm not going to mention my last name, but yeah, there is a castle my people were involved with too. Yeah, but I don't have any claim to it. King Donald will use CRISPR to resurrect giants, brother. That'll be his personal guard. He'll have the giants as his guard, tall, red-haired. They'll still be cannibals too. So like if shit goes down, they'll just eat people, and that'll freak everybody the fuck out that like King Donald's surrounded by giant cannibals. That would be a great fucking, wouldn't that be great? Secret Service? Holy shit. Just give them clubs and shit, right? New age cameras, like lasers on them. This is the future. We're going to take like a step back. It's like in all those fantasy movies, like sci-fi movies, like back, like in the 60s and 70s. But some of them are like weird, like it would almost be like you go take a step back, but into the future, right? You realize like castles are better again than houses. And you're like, yeah, why the fuck did we stop doing that? They were effectively like communes when you think about it, but there was somebody, there was somebody who was a king in the castle that, you know, had absolute rule, and yeah, that's concerning, but whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this stuff too. I mean, so before I say anything about this, what I don't like sometimes is when, because obviously there's a group of people that are pushing for this, but it's a small minority of people. And I've had tons of friends who are part of the gay community over the years that are wonderful people. And it doesn't worry me where you've got a very small subsect that are engaging in extreme rhetoric. And then what's happening is you're having a backlash against everybody part of the gay community. And this just hurts everybody in the end when this small subsect of idiots take things this far. So this is insane. Wisconsin budget recommendation. Word previously used, wife or husband, changed to spouse. Word previously used, mother, changed to inseminated person. Word previously used, paternity, changed to patronage. Word previously used, father, changed to natural parent. And word previously used, man, woman, changed to person. Oh, man. I don't have time for this shit. I just don't have time for this shit. A lot of people don't, right? And that's the thing. And I don't know. I've seen this going on more and more and more and more in this language police shit. And it's just, man, we just gotta, there's more important shit going on right now, honestly. At least for me, there is. And anyway, it shit just drives me fucking crazy, man. Yeah. Last link for a while, don't want to spam, but apparently Ukraine war is over. Oh, that's pretty big news, though. Anyway, this is obviously a small group of fucking idiots. And, you know, there's been a lot of shit on X, and I don't like the idea that we're headed back to this time of I'm not a huge fan of organized religion, right? Not at all. And that's what sometimes comes part and parcel with some of these more conservative voices is they're more fundamentally religious, and those belief systems are extremely dogmatic. And I don't like how they treat the gay community. I don't like how they treat anyone, actually. I just don't think it's really good. I think it's very archaic metaphysics and philosophies. And I'm slightly concerned. You know, it's the problem though, right? With the pendulum swing, and also both extremes. You get extremes on both ends, and the majority of people are sitting in the middle like, what the fuck is going on? Like, that's kind of how I feel lately. It's like, what the fuck is going on? A peace deal has been reached between Russia and Ukraine. Is flying to the USA to sign the deal made with President Trump. Is this a peace deal, or is this a mineral deal? Or is it a different thing? Because he just signed a deal, mineral deal recently. Oh, it's a legit peace deal. Okay, the United States will earn 50% of the future revenue from Ukraine's mineral wealth as repayment for the United States tax dollars spent on the war. Fair enough, there's a fuckload. No membership to NATO. Ukraine was never going to join NATO. That has always been in line in the sand for Russia and what started the war in the first place, yes. Okay. No boots in the ground. Zelensky tried to backdoor NATO membership by placing U.S. or European troops on the ground in Ukraine. Instead, there will be a demilitarized zone. Ukraine concedes territory. Exactly how much is yet unknown, but Ukraine was never going to get all this territory back anymore. Then were they going to join NATO? I haven't seen any concessions released by Russia yet, so ready for more Putin puppet hoaxes. But the reality is Ukraine has never had a chance against Russia. No, they didn't. And, you know, again, my opinion on this objectively isn't worth a whole lot. It's a lot of fucking, you know, you have to have some more experts in here on geopolitics, but I'm personally not a fan of Putin either. I mean, the guy is not, ultimately his focus is on Russia and the Russian people. And I have heard from people before that are involved in things like intelligence that he is not someone that is our friend, and they actively are engaged in things like disinformation, and they're involved in organized crime all over the world, and they usually stir shit by going through these crime syndicates, and that's how they function. So I mean, it's the illusion that he's everybody's buddy, but so long as they just kind of draw a line in the sand here, this is what we want, because what we don't want is thermonuclear fucking war, and then everybody dies. And we also don't want any more death in Ukraine, I think, right? Like, I've talked to a couple people that have come from Ukraine who fled and are refugee status here in Canada, who are now living here now. And it's just horrible. It's a horrible fucking situation. And anyway, you just want to stop the killing. You want to stop the death, right? You want to stop all the young people dying. I mean, again, I think there's been both sides trying to argue for this. There's been sides trying to argue that they should continue fighting. all of those people should be subjected for 5 hours straight to watch all of these young people dying in 4chan. I mean, we can really get a taste from what war is like. I've been watching that as this has progressed, the drone warfare. It's horrifying watching, a group of young guys have their heads blown off by a drone bomb, have their legs blown up, and then watch them just slowly bleed to death. It's terrible shit, right? And it's, again, we should be playing that on the news every fucking night. And then maybe people will be more involved to try and find a solution. Biden didn't call Putin for 3 years. I mean, they just wanted this to keep fucking going on. There was money flowing through, right? It's corruption involved. So at the very least, thank Christ, they're actually making a deal to stop this. Hopefully things calm down. So Hendrix, what's up? Welcome, man. Yeah. I think that's just what needed to happen. And I think, I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to everybody in Ukraine, but I think a lot of people just wanted a solution. They wanted something. They wanted it to stop, right? So, but, a lot of people have fled too. And I don't imagine they're going to be going back either. But anyway, it's just peace. We can try and just have peace. The illusion of peace, at least for now, but at the very least, stop killing all these young people, right? Yeah. Yeah. A bad deal makes for a fragile peace. You think this is a bad deal, Blip? I mean, they got to make some kind of a deal at least. At least they're going to make a deal to stop the killing right now. Because, Biden started this war, Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace deal, likely millions denied, hundreds of billions of dollars as a result. For Ukraine, of course. Oh, will be, yeah. Well, yeah. It's been a bad deal. Yeah, you're right, though. It's been a bad deal for Ukraine the entire time along, right? They were positioned in a very precarious place, and I think it was the West pushing Russia, poking them. They've been poking them for a long time. There's a bunch of psychotic people, undoubtedly, that want a world war for whatever fucking reason. Well, there's a lot of good reasons. Money. Power, right? I mean, that's what happens. We're in a very precarious place financially, right? The global economy. I mean, look in the West, the U.S. I mean, going into a war would be very lucrative. I mean, now the problem is where it would end up. It would just be thermonuclear war, and that wouldn't be. But just the insanity of it all, right? Yeah. Anyway. I'm glad that they're doing this, but fuck. Anyway, yeah. I think I may have saw this. I thought it was the mineral deal, though, but the mineral deal was a part of a broader peace deal. That's good, though. Yeah. Just fucking tell us about aliens, for Christ's sake, so we can just get the fuck off the planet. Is that what we need? I don't know why the fuck I clicked on this. I have no idea who this is. We are on the event horizon to singularity. Guy just put Galactic Federation. What the fuck? Is that him? The AI fucking image. Spiritual, just a seed from Sterope. I love the Pleiadians. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay, no. I know this is, never mind. Family of Time. This is the Pleiadian channelers. All right, never mind. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm not ready to go there right yet. Not yet. Give me a minute. I saw this. This was posted a little while ago. Oh, this was kind of interesting. This is like more conspiracy shit from 4chan, but I thought I was going to go over this. Yeah. Why not just have an annual Hunger Games, winter moves, border 1 kilometer, peace forever? Peach, that's where this is all headed. After the big collapse, that's what's going to happen when the elite completely take control, right? It's going to play out. It's literally going to be the New World Hunger Games. Except it's just going to be a hopeless situation. And they'll probably just start eating people. An anonymous person from FEMA warned the ISS was experiencing catastrophic failure, resulting in an uncontrollable deorbit. We talked about this recently. So, yeah, fuck, when was this, just on Sunday, maybe? The BB's saying it's a mineral deal, not a peace deal. That's what I thought too, Blip. I thought I saw that it was a mineral deal, not a peace deal. Maybe this is like breaking news. I don't know. I'll have to watch as it progresses. But so I'm reading this. I'm not on 4chan, but I saw people post it back in, December. FEMA anon here, posting this before the higher-ups lock everything down. Shit's going sideways with the ISS. We got a briefing this morning. Major structural crack detected. Not some hairline bullshit. We're talking catastrophic failure levels. They're scrambling, but it's too late. They tried to patch it a few months ago, but it's worse than they thought. Chain reaction started last night. No official word yet, but deorbit is happening. Uncontrollable. NASA and Roscosmos are freaking out. They're going to spin it like they planned this, but I'm telling you now, this is an emergency. 5 kilometer per month is the current deorbit rate. Jesus Christ. So I remember covering this. And I saw that Elon had stated recently, it's time to begin preparations for deorbiting the space station. It has served its purpose. There is very little incremental utility. Let's go to Mars. Is she falling apart? I mean, how would they bring that down? I guess they could do the math maybe, and there'd be probably a threshold, and once it crosses the threshold, it would begin to actually just drop. And so maybe you could do the math and figure out where it will land. Trump Tower, maybe. People are going to be another conspiracy. Yeah. You remember talking about this? Yeah. So that's quite the coincidence. 4chan, really? Yeah, brother. Yeah, there's shit that's showed up on there before. This is... Fuck, people never been to 4chan before. It's an anonymous site. This guy's posting anonymously. He's a FEMA anon. Yeah, this is where all the breaking news really starts, right? On the shithole site. IS is going down. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Watching for human skin-wearing aliens. What was that one about again, Harry? What was that one about? It was a dream the guy had, right? Why? What the fuck did he say? Wasn't there like an attack on the U.S. or some shit if the ISS deorbited? I thought I saw someone post about that too recently. They do small deorbit burns and then like gravity take its course. Yeah, the only acceptable place, land on Trump Tower, and Trump collects a big insurance check. take her right out. Yeah, just take the top off her. Yeah. I wish I weren't in a call, muted over here, but this ISS shit is interesting. I think NASA's hiding something. There's a leak. They won't own it. Shit going down. Yeah, though this is what this is. Well, you can't hear me, did you? But yeah. Let's see. See, read the screen. Yeah, see. See, someone talked about this from FEMA. See, this is the thing. It's all leaky, right? And where the leaks usually show up, where the cracks usually form, is on old 4chan. So yes, it's a fucking cesspool. But hey, everybody still goes. But yeah, crazy shit, huh? Hopefully that story is, for people that don't know, just a rundown of it, if I recall correctly. Oh, here it is right here. There was an old green tech story about a guy who said he saw into the future, and then when the ISS goes down, World War III happens, and then giant storms with huge cube spaceships appear, and aliens then kill people and wear their skin to walk among us and eat us. Holy fuck, that sounds interesting. Wow. Oh yeah, hopefully there's no correlation. Man, I was thinking about that thing too, Hendrik, you're talking about the Pope prophecy. I think I saved some of this stuff here from last night, but I may have accidentally closed it. I meant to talk about it again. But there's another one too, though. Well, that's what I was trying to think about. There was the Pope prophecy. Oh, there was the Trump prophecy from, I think, Baba Vanga. Or so someone talked about the 45th president being the last president in history. And there was another seer that talked. But there's all this shit, right? And again, it all just feeds the memes. But you do start to wonder. You're like, I talk about things like precognition and consciousness, and maybe there's some ability that people have where they can actually get a preview of shit in the future. I mean, Edgar Cayce, he didn't have a very good track record, whatever it was really, but he, read through some of his predictions and whatnot about like the Sphinx. He also had some earth change type predictions going on. And you do just wonder, you're like, fuck, I mean, could this shit really happen? People seeing things into the future, seeing a glimpse, getting a glimpse of it. Who knows? We don't know. We just hope that vision isn't one of the ones that plays out, I guess. The aliens come down and start. I would have a hard time believing that because, I mean, we look around in ufology and it's just all these anecdotes of people being interacted with for thousands of years. And why all of a sudden would they just allow some crazy group to show up and start eating everybody? Right? I mean, didn't he in his story have something about 9/11 too? He made all these claims that like when he was a kid, he was like drawing, probably like around our age, like millennial, like in his mid 30s. And he was like drawing like pictures of like planes hitting towers. And then when it happened, he went back and said, oh my God, I predicted it. And this whole I'm the prophet, I saw the future fucking posts, they're pretty common on the X board. It's like people having these visions and I'm the chosen one and the government's after me. I'm convinced the government's listening to all my phone calls. It's like, oh, okay, you're important. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's definitely a LARP. It's a good LARP. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, well, we think it's a LARP. We hope it's a LARP, right? We hope it's a LARP. Anyway, interesting. We'll have to just wait and see what happens with this. Yeah. Your starseed. Fuck, there. That's another popular one, isn't it? Bones, yeah. Got seeded by the Pleiadians. I'm an alien. I'm special. I wasn't just mildly autistic at school and hung out in the corner all day. And I'm just trying to cope now as an adult. It wasn't that at all. I wasn't just awkward as fuck. And, you know, I get it. I was kind of like out to lunch too. Not like literally, but I never really hung around. I had like a small group of friends and we just would isolate ourselves in the music room. Like I hated the whole like popular crowd of people. And, you know, it wasn't like I was... Because I grew up with those people I went to school with, and actually, my group of people that I grew up with were actually pretty good. At least I thought they were. I was still friends with them, but I just didn't like hanging out with them. I didn't really like going to parties a lot. I'd rather be out with the boys in the woods, going for a walk, fucking, you know, smoking a joint, talking about aliens and stuff, and talking about metaphysical things and music, and that was always my vibe. But, you know, so I get it. I get it, but people get bitter about it too. They don't embrace being weird. And then they channel it into some crazy fucking story of, you know, I'm from the Pleiades. It's like, brother, you had a mental break probably. But you know what? I don't know that he isn't though either. Maybe originally his spirit is from there and he's just speaking his truth. And that's why I'm always careful not to be too judgmental. But maybe their form of welfare is to massively transport all their poor and hungry onto a planet all juiced up and let them let their farm animals farm themselves until our population is big enough to harvest. That could be it. I mean, maybe we taste good. I've heard people say that, which is a dark thing, who was a firefighter. And he talked about how, unfortunately, there was a person that didn't make it out of a house and that it just smelled like barbecue. Like a pig. It smelled like pork. The fat cooking. It was disturbing. Like it almost smelled good. It was like you're like barbecuing. Which is fucked, right? Like, when you think about it, really. But like, because we're pretty close to pigs. Although supposedly people taste like veal. Which is a very disturbing thing. But there was some guy, I remember, I don't know where I read this from, but I saw it somewhere, but he was a reporter and he was doing a documentary or book on like cannibals and stuff and cannibalism, and he desperately wanted to just try human meat. And so there was a cyclist who got into an accident and died, and he was friends with somebody at the morgue, and they said, listen, like, we'll hook you up with like his leg. And they gave him a chunk of this guy's fucking meat. You imagine this is like your fucking buddy or something, your family member, and you're like, where the fuck's most of his leg? Like, oh, he gave it to some guy, and then we cut a steak off it, cooked it up, ate it, and he said it was just the most disturbing thing he's ever done, obviously. But then it tasted kind of like veal. Fucking, I would literally just, if it ever got to that point, I'd just jump off a fucking bridge. I wouldn't be eating people. I just wouldn't, I honestly wouldn't do it. Even bugs, even if it got to the point I had to eat bugs, it's like we're off to the next adventure right now. If I can't have a fucking ribeye steak and salmon and I can't live my best life, right? Like if we're not popping Dom P here, like we're off to the next place where we can do that. It's the opposite end of the spectrum. Yeah, the Greys apparently eat people by turning them into goo and absorbing them through their skin like a plant. Hope that guy likes Prion's disease. Yeah, I think he said a little taste. Probably wasn't enough, but yeah. Is that what the Greys do? Yeah. The Japanese cannibals say a gamey pork. The Japanese cannibals? Is this a guy? Golf. I saw there was a guy floating around on Twitter they just released recently in Baltimore, I think. He killed a guy with like a hammer and then ate his brains and his eyeballs. And I was like, brother, hopefully you cooked that all the way through. Like, oh, it's a guy. Oh, really? It's like gamey pork. It's just one of those things that it's always been such a faux pas. You just don't do that, you know. Famous Japanese cannibal that they never really charged. He is a free man. And he got away with it too. What, he'd kill someone and eat them? And he's just hanging around? Like, what the fuck, man? Started some demented fucking anime. Holy fuck. God damn. I might have to look this up. killed a girl in France. Oh, okay. Japanese cannibal. Issei Sagawa. There's a movie about it. Japanese lust murderer, cannibal, and necrophiliac. Oh, what a wonderful guy. Known for killing Renee Hertzfeld in Paris in 1981. He murdered her, then mutilated, cannibalized, and performed necrophilia on her corpse over several days. He was judged to be legally insane and ordered to be indefinitely held in a mental institution. After a few years, he was deported to Japan, where a psychologist, Metsusuwa Hospital, examined him and unanimously concluded that he was sane. He therefore had to be released from the hospital in 1986. Now, like, where are the samurais at? Where are the samurais at? Or the ninjas? Like, not to be fucking, like, racist, but why is that guy walking around? At least take his legs or some shit. Be like, yeah, whoa, you like fucking around people's dead bodies. Oh, well, let's just take your legs off and cook them up and feed them to the pigs. You know, why the fuck would they do this? He cooked and ate her ass. Yeah, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of guy that you just, I gotta be careful what I say on Twitch, I guess, certain words. This is the kind of guy you send off to the next adventure. Like, to not send someone like this off to the next adventure is just an act of cowardice. Literally. He became a minor celebrity in Japan and made a living through the public's interest in his crime. What is it, like suicidal empathy? There's something, people have been talking about this recently, but holy Christ. I had not heard about this. That's actually, born to wealthy parents. Sounds like the kind of guy that would fucking, yeah. I've heard people eat ass, but it's not that far. No, that's too far though, isn't it? That's literal fucking, that's literally, yeah. Interesting. Anyway, what a great guy. Yeah, like what did your parents do? Man, I'm not even gonna get into it, but like, you know, it's like, you know, it'd be worth a 25-year stay, I think, if you were like that girl's father to deal with that guy, right? Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's crazy. It's crazy though, isn't it? It's fucking nuts. Oh, anyway. What do you want the Declassification Transparency Task Force to expose first? This is one of the things I have in the title here, which I kind of understand, honestly. There's three things. There's UAPs, JFK, which both scored around 7%, and then Epstein with almost 60,000 votes. 85% want Epstein out first. And, you know, I get that, because ultimately what people are really concerned with right now is corruption. They're concerned that things are corrupted. They're concerned that there's been like perversion, and there have been people in the public eye who have been compromised and blackmailed. Like all of those celebrities that get called up periodically to vote or do ads, you know, shitting on XYZ political candidates. Or you're like, oh, like it's funny. I haven't seen him since that Marvel movie. What's he doing on this political ad? You know, fucking, he's got dirt on him. Oh fuck. It's like some of the musicians too that came out against Trump and shit, and they're all buddies before, and then all of a sudden they want to come out against him, and then you hear the rumors that they were on the island, and you're like, oh, I'm starting to understand what's going on here now. I mean, Don was on the goddamn plane though, so fuck, he was on the old Lolita, what, 2 or 3 times, I think. Whatever the fuck happened there, I mean. Anyway, interesting. Locking comments, too many violations. Oh my god, it's fucking Reddit mods. Yep, so people have been asking for the Epstein list. There's still nothing going on. We went over that the other day, that they were supposedly deleting, the FBI, rumor, they were deleting evidence that maybe pertained to the list and people that were on the list and people associated with the investigation. But it's in the UFO section because obviously people were like, UFOs scored lower than JFK, which is fucking crazy to me, honestly. Like I would put UFOs at the top still, because I would put it above the Epstein list because of where that's all going to trickle down to, where you're going to get down to who was behind Epstein at some point, I think, soon after the UAP stuff gets kicked wide open. So yeah, I always thought it'd be sweet if the government engaged with the people directly. Never did I expect Twitter to be that platform. Yeah, man. I mean, again, it's say what you want about Elon, and you say a lot, but it's like kind of the Wild West again, right? But, and you know, some of that's uncomfortable, but at the end of the day, it's free speech, and I think people are flocking back to the platform. And I'd never used Twitter before, ever, until after he bought it. And the reason why was because he was going to open up streaming to it. And I said, oh, I just begun streaming. I was like, fuck, there you go, a multi-stream to it. And I was for a while here, but it was no engagement. I'm not active enough on it. Like, I don't really fucking post or create content on Twitter. So it wasn't really working. But anyway, I use it for all the news. Really, that's the good thing I've been using it for. It's wonderful for finding information and up to date with the stuff that's going on and news stories. As you can see, strictly all of my tabs, I get all the stuff to talk about on here is literally just off Twitter. So it's pretty good. Like my feed too. I mean, obviously the algorithms determine this, but it gets more right leaning, which is like whatever. But the UAP stuff kind of balances it out, I think. But the UAP stuff has been very kind of right leaning too. So yeah, Skitz will tweet you with you, Jim. Oh fuck, but should we do it, man? Just start doing Skitz will post every day, just updates. Like you could do updates every 30 minutes about what I'm doing. That's what Twitter used to be about, which is why I stayed off of it. I didn't really give a fuck, right? It was a way that people would interface with celebrities, right? Or people would be able to like tweet at, X, Y, and Z, whoever your favorite celebrity is. I'm like, oh my God, he fucking liked my comment. I just talked to him. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, I just never gave a fuck about all that shit, man. I always kind of looked at it as bread and circus. I just thought it was just all fucking... No offense to people who like sports, but, our resident sport expert, Mr. Galen TV, knows this full well, but the sport scene's like really bad where it's like, man, some people, all they know is sports. Like, that's all they know about. Like, all they know is sports statistics. Like Jesus Christ. Like, holy fuck. That's another big distraction. But, and, I understand people love the games, one thing. I grew up with a guy who was a hockey player, and his dad was a hockey player. Oscar Glory, thank you for the follow. And he was obsessed with hockey, and I didn't give a fuck about hockey, but we were just buddies. Like, we just got along really well. He grew up across the street from me. And he was really good. Like, he was kind of well known around here, and his dad was a well-known guy. And actually, I probably should say his name or even because I might dox him, but I think I mentioned it before stupidly, but anyway, they're fairly well known within like the hockey circles in Hockey Canada, and I just never gave a shit about it. And I had a hard time understanding it, but I like different kind of games. Like I liked not really athletic games. I liked motorsports, but I liked fucking games on the internet, brother. Monster Hunter, fucking shit like that. World of Warcraft. Yeah. Wasp got in and stung me. What the fuck? Still you got wasps down there? You guys are down in that warm weather. Everything's fucking dead up here, brother. And I love it. I'm allergic to bees and wasps and shit. I've had the allergy since I was a young lad, since I was a baby boy. And oh my God. So one thing I love about cold weather, like fall is my favorite season because all that shit dies. All the wasps, the hornets, they all just fucking die. Mosquitoes, they all die. And I love it. Holy shit. That's in Fahrenheit. I work in Celsius here. What's that in Celsius? Like 10 degrees or some shit. It's 6 degrees here. It's been warm, actually. It's been cold as fuck, man. Like my face, people were noticing my cheeks were red. It's because I walk Edgar every morning, and holy fuck. Like I was literally, I was getting frostbite on my face. This is so fucking cold, but you got you twice. I've never been stung. Hopefully I'm never stung, but I've avoided it, which is miraculous. I just run like a bitch. As soon as I hear that buzzing, like I'm just gone. It doesn't matter if it's a fucking beetle or if it's just a fucking horsefly, I'm just gone. I'll be there and then I'm gone. And he'd be like, who was that? Like it's the Steven Seagal run too. It's not a manually run. I just fucking run. Arms flailing. Fucking bussy out. I was going to read this the other day and I meant to read it. And I guess maybe I'll read it now. I thought this was interesting. It pertains to kind of the next thing that's going to come up here with the radar thing. So, yeah. Some UFOs may be hidden from our national leaders. Our ballistic missile defense people were very concerned. Matthew Phelan. An unassuming loophole might be giving the U.S. government and its private contractors free rein to withhold evidence of UAP traveling well above our skies in outer space. That's the argument made by former Capitol Hill policy advisor and attorney Dylan Guthrie, published this January in the Harvard National Security Journal. a publication run by Harvard Law School. Guthrie spent 3 years as a legislative assistant to Senator John Kerry, covering national security issues, and later worked directly for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He describes his UFO loophole as a kind of definitional gap. That is something else there. Congress has redefined what were formerly called UFOs to first UAPs. And then the following year to, UAP to then UAP. Okay, anyways. Aerial phenomena versus anomalous phenomena. As Americans have been learning a lot lately in the age of Elon Musk's Doge, the devil is in the details when it comes to the nation's large and complex federal bureaucracies, and in antiquated mid-century sci-fi concept like unidentified flying objects, packed a lot of assumptions into one short acronym. That's a reality lawmakers determined would hinder good faith efforts to seriously investigate more credible cases of UAP reported by U.S. military personnel in recent years. It was Jay Stratton who put that new acronym forward. The Navy pilots who witnessed the notorious 2015 Go-Fast UFO, for example, really see, he still used UFO, interestingly enough, really see something that was aerodynamically flying, or was it just floating like a balloon? Was it, or any other strange airborne sighting truly a hard physical object? Or were their cases all something more amorphous and temporary, like the plasmified air ball lightning? No. Anyway, as a term, UAP has offered a more broad, empirically conservative bucket for some of these still as yet unexplained events, categorizing them in a way that is not just more palatable to scientists and government officials, it has also made it harder for secretive U.S. defense and intelligence agencies to dodge the new annual reporting requirements now mandated by Congress as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, or that's the idea in theory. A careful study of the NDAA's most recent definition for UAP, as Guthrie noted in his new article, indicates that the data of any unidentified spaceborne only objects may be exempt. Under the current statutory definition, there are three kinds of UAP. The first are airborne objects or phenomena that are not immediately identifiable, blah, blah, blah. We fucking know all this. Where the fuck's the juicy part of it? Like, where's the loophole at, brother? Maybe he might be getting to this, actually. Okay, just under one strict reading of that definition, Guthrie said there is no spaceborne only UAP. Any U.S. Army, U.S. intelligence agency or branch of the military, in other words, that tracked a spacecraft circling but respecting Earth's border would be free to legally withhold that incredible hard data from Congress. And dozens of very recent cases like this may very well exist. Last November, the Defense Department's official UAP investigators with its all-domain anomaly resolution office disclosed that no less than 49 of last year's 757 cases in their annual unclassified report involved strange sightings of UAP in outer space. Arrow's 2024 report emphasized, however, that none of these space domain reports originated from space-based sensors or assets. Rather, all of these reports originated from military or commercial pilots or ground observers. But Chris Mellon, formerly a minority staff director for the Senate Intelligence Committee, and a deputy assistant secretary of defense for intelligence under President Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, believes that this lack of sensor data is likely a failure of reporting. Interesting. Why is it that none of America's unparalleled space surveillance systems captured and reported what these pilots observed? Mellon asked in an essay for the technology news website The Debrief this month. Did these systems actually fail to capture any data, or is this another case? The former Pentagon official continued, in which the information is simply not being shared with Arrow or Congress. The pilots and ground observers are mistaken. Cross-referencing these systems could help confirm that as well. Mellon, a longtime advocate for transparency in UAP, recounted his own past government service experience supervising one of these systems. Interesting. Many years ago, I asked a colleague visiting the Mao Geodis site to inquire if the system had recorded anything unusual in the night skies lately. He recalled, sure enough, just a month or so earlier, the system recorded what appeared to be 4 to 5 bright objects traveling parallel to the horizon. The GeoDSS personnel reportedly were baffled. These gleaming objects appeared to be at once too slow and consistent in their trajectory to be meteors, but too fast, hot, and high up in space to be any known aircraft. Site personnel had no idea what the objects were, and in those days had no incentive to acknowledge or report the data. Really? So it was the stigma. Where's all the data and evidence if they're real? Well, you fucking dinguses. It's called the government created a PSYOP and convinced the general public that they shouldn't talk about it, so we don't have a lot. That incident occurred in the 1990s when the GeoDSS system was far less capable than it is today. Okay. So he's saying essentially there should be, if there are no requirements to report any on spaceborne only UAP, then there are no requirements by elements of the defense and intelligence communities to report on these objects using these especially sensitive space collection sensors. Interesting. Well, there. So I mean, another hole as to maybe what's going on here. Oh, it goes even deeper. Holy Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. We go about the tic tac. We don't need a whole TLDR and the full fucking thing. I've gone over that here ad nauseum, but yeah, stovepipes. Those stovepipes, the ability of a particular agency to just say, "Oh, we don't feel the need to further act on this matter." Yeah, because essentially there's nothing there, but there is stuff there. It's just stuff that hasn't been recorded because, well, we don't want to get into that. And again, there's other instances that have happened in the past where intelligence communities, people in intelligence communities, the CIA, for instance, would literally go into the FAA offices and confiscate data that could prove this phenomenon potentially. That happened with that incident. I think it was off the coast of Alaska. It was a Japanese plane pilot that reported seeing this monstrously huge UFO, like the size of multiple aircraft carriers. It was huge. And anyway, he got grounded. Sorry. And after it happened, one of the FAA officials testified at the 2001 press club hearing that Stephen Greer put together that the CIA came in and confiscated everything in regards, all the data in regards to the radar data, confiscated the tapes, everything. But he was able to get one of the tapes out, actually. But essentially, he was told that this never happened, forget about it. And again, it's a real conspiracy that's been ongoing, where the government's just been trying to keep this out of the conversation of the general public. So, yeah. So they're just more games, right? Just more games to try and psyop the people and listen to the people debunking this, saying there's no data. Yeah, they're right. Meanwhile, we're taking all the data or we're ignoring the data. Fucking Christ. Dickheads. Anyway, well, in regards to this, Ross Coulthard, world's first passive radar signal confirms visual UFO sighting. I keep clicking that, sorry. What's this now? Oh. That's something else I can talk about later, maybe. Brother, is this in German? Is there any way to translate this? Here we go. Oh, it did it. Thank God, okay. It's just this thing, yeah. Worldwide private passive radar systems are increasingly being used in UFO research. In Germany, members of the Society for the Investigation of UFO Phenomena also operate such systems. For the first time, one of these systems has successfully and independently confirmed a UFO sighting in real time, an unprecedented milestone in research. Interesting. What could it mean? The witness, an employee of the federal police in Offenburg, was returning home from a night shift and parked in front of her house. Upon exiting her car, she heard a loud noise coming from the southern sky, which she described as the dragging of a metal chain over asphalt. Looking up, she saw a very bright white wave-like formation in the clear sky. In front of the wave-like structure, she observed a bright, vertically aligned double dot. The sound stopped, and at the same time, the phenomenon disappeared. She estimated the sighting lasted no more than 5 seconds. Interesting. Well, here we go. At the same time, the witness's husband was preparing breakfast in the kitchen and heard the loud noise from the open balcony door. He described it differently, saying it sounded like many small beads falling onto a tiled floor. He did not step outside, but found the unusual noise noteworthy for that early hour. The witness was able to specify the exact time of the incident because she glanced at her Apple Watch, which displayed the time in large digital numbers. She lives approximately 1,000 meters from GEP investigator Jose Garcia, whom she knows personally, informed about the event shortly afterward. Unfortunately, Garcia was in the shower at the time of the event and did not hear anything, nor did his wife, who was still asleep. For professional reasons, the witnesses wished to remain anonymous. However, she emphasized that she's never seen anything like this before. Interesting. That must have been one of those trained to sting cool dude wasps. Got in through the car and then got it in the window as well, brother. Fucking gotcha. Interesting. So this is the fucking thing here. Okay. That's extremely strange. Wow. Makes sense of that. Discussion and assessment. A detailed interview with the credible eyewitnesses by Joseph Garcia provided no further insights. Investigations into an independent source for the perceived noise yielded no results. The phenomenon was visible for only a very brief time, leaving the witness with no opportunity to observe additional details. Joseph Garcia is GEP's expert on passive radar, a valuable tool in the technical UFO research. We previously reported on the technology and its application in UFO research. Both Garcia and GEP operates a station that continuously monitors part of the sky using passive radar. Since unusual luminous phenomena appeared within the coverage area of Garcia's passive radar station, it made sense to check the recorded signals from the time of the sighting. Indeed, the passive radar had captured a signal that closely matched the witness's sketched. We can therefore assume that the luminous phenomena observed by the witness was the cause of the passive radar signal. This event is unprecedented worldwide. To our knowledge, this is the first time a UFO UAP sighting has been confirmed using passive radar. Interesting. A flying snake, brother. Brother Pamble, that's literally it. Yeah. Did you hear about this? Did this make the news in Germany? Maybe not. The radar recording also provides additional insights. The screenshot shows a time span of approximately 50 seconds. The interval between the left side timestamps is roughly 6 seconds. The time is recorded in UTC, so 2 hours must be added to the match Central European summertime. So this is back up months too. The witness heard the sound, looked up, and saw the unusual light phenomena. It is unclear whether the luminous phenomena was already in the sky when she noticed it. Interesting. And so there it shows up on radar here. Intriguing, yeah. Yeah, I know the election stuff. Rabbit, what's up, man? Yeah, I heard the election stuff there. Yeah. It went hard right. Unsurprisingly, as of some of the news stories of late of people getting their door kicked down for sharing memes. Interesting. The witness heard the sound, looked up. We saw that. The signal also indicates that the phenomenon was visible in the sky for only slightly less time than the witness estimated. Likely just over 2 seconds instead of the estimated 5. Now that's interesting. Since phenomena was detected by passive radar, it must have been a tangible luminous object rather than an immaterial pure light phenomena, comparable to an aircraft, helicopter, or meteoroid. Intriguing. How do we assess it? Can we identify anomalous characteristics to justify classifying this as a UFO? I believe so. The sound characteristics, okay. The visual appearance obviously was very fucking strange. It confirmed that no conventional aircraft were present in the area at the time. The brief duration. So lightning or similar natural phenomena can also be ruled out as a passive radar does not detect lightning. Conclusion, this is a truly extraordinary case featuring multiple anomalous characteristics and confirmation by passive radar. This confirmation is unprecedented and to my knowledge has never been reported anywhere in the world. Debate over whether to classify this as a problematic UFO or good UFO is certainly possible. I don't know if that's the thing. I consider a classification as good UFO to be justified. Oh, as in like it is a proper UFO. Okay, yeah. Hard right. Yeah, interesting. Very intriguing. Again, more people are employing these systems now. They're more, available commercially, so people are able to buy them and set them up at their fucking house. It's like Buddy down the States, the inventor, who's looking to get this all set up, and so he's going to start a fucking business and try and get this shit thrown around people's homes. I'm going to talk about this later. Just bring it up so I don't forget it. Anyway, cool. Very cool. Very strange looking object. That's what it looks like again. People that don't zoom in on it, people can see. Oh, actually, yeah, then there's some radar too. So you can see that this is what she described the object looking like. And then there's what it looked like on radar. So pretty crazy. So that's pretty crazy. That's some hard data that she saw something weird in the sky, and then there it literally picked it up on radar what it fucking looked like. The question is, what is it? Yeah, man, the media wants hard, right, put me in charge. I'm not even right, but I'd show them what it is. Holy fuck. You gotta be careful. Be careful with that rhetoric in that particular place, right? God damn. But yeah. What could it be? I've never seen a UFO look like this. It could have been some other kind of, I'm trying to think what the fuck could have done it. It just looks Very strange. It could have been some kind of military drill, maybe. I don't know what the fuck that would be. Yeah, fuck, go figure, right? You know, they allowed themselves to be caught, though. Zugenskizzy. Is that what is known as? The Zugenskizzy? That's a good name for it. I don't know what the fuck that even translates to, the Zugenskizzy, but I like that. Just skizzing across the fucking sky, bud. Yeah. Compulsory goose snapping in public law. Fuck, brother. Fuck yeah. God damn it. Anyway, I gotta zoom out again, or I'll zoomed in. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, yeah. Witness sketch. Oh, is that what Zugenskizzy means? Witness sketch. Oh, I think that's still a good name for it. It looks all skizzed. Like it's just all fucking, look, especially the radar thing is like, that's all fucking, that's completely skizzed. Right? Fuck me. Speaking of this, I brought this up yesterday. We're still anticipating that these gentlemen who are engaged in doing this shit right now, i.e. they got a van loaded up with fucking thousands upon thousands of dollars of equipment, sensitive equipment. They're trying to get hard data on these luminous objects that have been showing up off the coast of Long Island for years. So here's 2002 with Flare.
Object is very low.
So these Tedesco brothers, so they've been seeing these things for a while, and you can see some air traffic in the background there, but they've ruled out that they're planes. They've ruled out, I believe, that they're conventional drones as well because of how they're behaving. They're proper UAPs. And so they got on to this thing now that they're running where they're trying to collect hard data. Now, what happened recently, again, for people who don't know, is supposedly they captured one of these things in the infrared. It wasn't visible, but as it was approaching them, both of the brothers lost their footing. Their legs turned to jelly and they fell to the ground. And they were unable to get up as the thing passed over towards them. So what was implied was that this thing affected them somehow. Which, I mean, is fucking crazy. Like, boys, we need that fucking footage. So, mother of God. What's he saying here?
Law Enforcement Marine Bureau, she checked in with Coast Guard. Yep. She checked in with many of the other agencies. Nobody would take responsibility for these objects.
I see. And I noticed that there was a light flashing what seemed to be from...
Oh, this is from Matt's Good Trouble show here. But this is from 2022. So this is, I think, when they're first encountering these things. I believe. Maybe this is a new item. Maybe this is a new episode. I might have to look that up. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is... I didn't know this was posted. Oh, so this is him talking. Oh, we might have to watch that in a bit. Okay. Anyway, I don't think they've shown any footage of it, but... No, this isn't the footage. No, this is from 2002. Yeah, this is from 2022. This is a flare footage they got, but this is, I don't think this isn't the event.
You see that the object just below it is an orb, and the object above that we believe to be this. That's these drone-like objects that appear to be, they're flashing there, and the same can be said with these two objects here.
So I mean, this has been going on for a while. The drone stuff's interesting. I mean, you know, I don't fucking know. I mean, people had heard that the Lakenheath one was an actual man-made drone. Like, it was advanced tech. You know, it was probably China or Russia or somebody's what they presumed. Now, this other stuff's more weird, whatever the fuck it is. And this is probably what some of the more woo people are talking
was there any indication that any of these drones were operated by any of our government or any known entity or?
No, that was the issue with the spectrum analyzers. We couldn't get, we expected to see some kind of a remote transmission around it, that would give its commands and that sort of thing, some intelligence of, directionality and so forth, some control signals, but we saw nothing. We saw nothing other than what looked like pilot signals. The other thing I wanted to talk about is we did do a deep dive on that. We had an investigator with us Donalina Arno, she once worked as a private investigator. She actually checked in with the DHS. She checked in with the
Oh,
Law
really,
Enforcement
man? You
Marine
do still
Bureau.
see
She
shit.
checked in with Coast Guard.
Yep.
She checked in with many of the other agencies. Nobody would take responsibility for these objects.
I see. And I noticed that there was a light flashing what seemed to be from whoever's taking this footage. What
Yes.
was the objective of shining the light?
All right. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to hit back. We've seen in the past where if we hit it with a torch, a visible torch, or an infrared torch, move that light, that emitter, in front of the objects or against the objects to see if they're reflecting light back. Yeah, we also want to see. We also want to see if the structure. We want to see if the structure. We also want to determine the range, because we know what the range of the torch is. We know what the range of the IR emitter is. And they're like, there was one is 1,300 meters, the other one is a little bit more. So we know how far they can penetrate output before you get a reflection. So we were looking for that, and of course we got it. We were reflecting light back from these objects. The objects that didn't give us any visible signature, when we hit it with a visible torch, we could see a reflection coming back from that object. So if the object went dark, we were able to illuminate it to some extent. And see it. And if you like,
interesting.
If you take enough time to look at this video, this is typical. We were seeing there looks like two types of objects out there. Two distinct patterns. Two distinct objects. There's the drone-like objects where you see the flash patterns, and you see this looks like searchlights. They look like the surveilling or looking at these orbs. These objects that appear to be orbs or a single source of light. And they're spherical. Right. And we'd be tracking these orbs with night vision cameras, night vision goggles. So we could see them, and we could see with the motion of the orbs, if they would move in a certain direction, it seemed like these drone-like objects would basically follow the same course.
What's really interesting about this, and this is like a schizo take on it. So this is from 2022. So what they're seeing is what looks like drones flying around with more anomalous objects, some of which are not reflecting back any infrared light. And the drones are flying after and around these orbs. There was a woman, and we went over this here back in when everybody was coming in for the drone memes back in November and December. There was a video that a remote viewer did, hence the schizo fucking tag here. Prefacing this with the schizo tag, and her name is Bertie Jaworski. Her name, I think, original name is Prue Calabrese, who used to run Transdimensional Systems, which was a remote viewing think tank back in the late 90s and early 2000s. So she's one of these kind of OG remote viewers, like public sector remote viewers, and so she's well known among people in the remote viewing community. I kind of know of her through a guy named John Vivanco, but anyway. She remote viewed the drones that were going on over New Jersey, and she found supposedly that the group involved was complicated, that there was drones, there was a government element involved, but what they were involved in were the orbs, which were these other balls of light, and the orbs weren't human. And so her remote viewing was about how the government, to some degree, is trying to engage with this other phenomenon. Now, I didn't know it went that far back to 2022. I know they had been seeing them off the coast. I didn't know it went back a couple of years. That and then the conclusions of all that went way down the fucking, way out in the swamp. That they had got a message from them, and they were worried about some kind of solar event on the planet. And I was like, holy fuck, we're going a little bit too far out in the woods here in the swamp to me even. But anyway, she did this. Now, she didn't do it fucking blind, though. Is the other problem when you look into this stuff. And anyway, but this is interesting. I heard these anecdotes, but it was so hard to differentiate between like incoming traffic, air traffic. And there was a lot of misidentifications, but supposedly people in the area were seeing this as well. They were seeing this other phenomena accompanied with the drones. And it does make you wonder what was going on, because it was some kind of U.S. military operation with the drones. Like, what were they fucking doing? And maybe it was to try to engage or study or track this other phenomena going on in tandem with it. And I guess these guys are saying that. They've mentioned this before, that it's complicated. Like, it wasn't just people's drones flying around. There was another element to it that was weird. And I see that they are interviewing Buddy there, who was the sheriff. Where the fuck did it go here? That also encountered this somewhere else. Where is the picture of him here? He's got fucking Ross on here too, for Christ's sake. Maybe, yeah, he's down there. Chris Grooms is on here. Where he's the sheriff out somewhere. I think it was in the western side of the country, wasn't it? But that they had also encountered this orb that flew over their town. And that I think it was accompanied by drones again. So you wonder if the U.S. military intelligence agencies aren't deploying advanced drone tech to try and engage now with UAP phenomena behind the scenes. And they're just not saying anything. That's interesting. We'll have to watch through this in a little bit here. I'm curious about this. I mean, it's long as fuck. I wonder. I'll try and sift through it and see if we can't find some spicier bits. But I didn't know he even released a new video about this. It's kind of a big deal, honestly. That's quite the roundtable he's got going on. Interesting. Yeah, this is the only source I'm seeing for it. Not sure if legit. Oh, yeah, that's what I saw too. Yeah, I didn't really see anything else. Yeah, the whole thing of that. Anyway, I'll come back to this in a minute. We'll go on to more schizo topic. This is just, I just thought this, I don't know who the fuck this is. I just thought this was a fucking meme before we get into Satanism and Ufology. Seymour Cray, founder of the early supercomputer company, dug tunnels by hand for fun under his Wisconsin home. He said elves visited him underground, whispering suggestions to complex computing problems. Sounds like Seymour was playing around with some other substances. This is something he made here, I guess. The Cray supercomputer. Intriguing. Keeblers? I mean, good fucking bread, I don't know. Was it Papa Smurf? Like, I don't know. There is a mystical mental state that comes with sustained primitive work. Splitting wood works for me. Does it? That doesn't do it for me. I believe every word of this. This guy just replies, there are portals. Holy fucking Christ. Like, yes, boys. Yes. Yes. Okay. Man. I mean, yeah, there's fucking, there's claims of this. And actually, it's in Europe, usually, where they're found. But supposedly, there are incidents that have happened in the United States where people will see these little beings in their garden. Like in Ireland, it was fairly prolific, I think, for a while, where they would see these little beings, like stories of leprechauns or the Fae. In the UK, too, I think it was pretty common. I think through Europe as well, but that there would be these little people they would see occasionally. And who the fuck knows? Was it hallucinations that we're having? I mean, it's pretty prolific, the stories. It's kind of like the abduction phenomena and UFO sightings, where there's a lot of people, which I think, people started to correlate those things and were like, oh, well, that's obviously a hallucination. And one thing that Jacques Vallée did was, well, but maybe it's all connected back to aliens. And they're like, oh, it's like, yeah, that's what they're seeing, right? Hence why it correlates to more modern stories. So W.B. Yeats, who's that, Bones? Is that the guy? This is another guy who talks about this shit. So this guy, like, who is this guy? Is he still alive? Or this looks like an older computer. Yeah, okay. He died in 1996. He's an applied mathematician, computer scientist, and electrical engineer. What does ChatGPT say about this? Him and the elves. I mean, that's a hell of a fucking claim, honestly. Oh, that's something else related to something else. Seymour Cray, deep research. Oh, is this? Get a detailed insight on any topic. Oh, they allow me to test this now. How generous of them. Seymour Cray and the elves. Irish poet from the 1800s who wrote a lot about fairies and fae and stuff. Oh, really? Yeah, it was fairly prolific. Like the Tuatha Dé Nátan is the god pantheon there the Celts used to talk about in Ireland, and they had these fairy mounds and shit, and that supposedly they would run around these mounds and they're like portals to this other dimension. It all gets fucking crazy. Yeah, someone stole a gardening gnome from someone's yard and sent it around the world. Photos got sent to the gnome's owner. Fuck. Seymour Cray was a genius in supercomputing, but no literal elves were involved, just a bit of cheeky folklore from the computing world. Enthusiasts sometimes jest that his almost magical designs must have been aided by mythical helpers. No, but fucking stupid thing. No, but were there stories of him digging under his house and talking to elves? Some of these posts, man, on X, I wonder if these motherfuckers just wake up and make shit up. They're like, fuck, bro, I got a message about this guy today again. Fucking, this guy, he talked to the elves, bro. It's like, holy fucking Christ. The Stolen Child is one of his famous poems. I'll look it up. We'll read it. They're stealing kids. It's dark. Let's read this in the meantime while this reasons. Oh, man. It seems like the AI is getting worse and worse as it progresses. Like it's just getting more obnoxious. Yeah. There's a cheeky legend that when Cray got stumped on a design and a problem, he'd retreat to a tunnel dug under his house. And while he dug, elves would pop in to sort out his computer conundrums. Most accounts, including his Wikipedia page and tales spun by colleagues like John Ralwagan, suggest it's more myth than fact. The reality, contractors were doing the digging, and the elves were a humorous embellishment to underline his quirky genius. You don't know that. You don't know they're not real. They could be. I'm friends with them. Poets. Here it is. Let's read it. Yeah. Voiced text. It yeets, brother. I got it. The Stolen Child. Where dips the rocky highland of Sleuth Wood in the lake, there lies a leafy island where flappy herons wake. The drowsy water rats. There we've hid our fairy vats, full of berries and of reddest stolen cherries. Come away, O human child, to the waters in the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Where the wave of moonlight glosses the dim gray sands with light, far off by furthest Rosses, we foot it all the night. Weaving olden dances, mingling hands and mingling glances, till the moon has taken flight. To and fro we leap and chase the frothy bubbles, while the world is full of troubles and anxious in its sleep. Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with the fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Where the wandering water gushes from the hills above Glencar and pools among the rushes that scars could bathe the star, we seek for slumbering trout and whispering in their ears, give them unquiet dreams, leaning softly out from ferns that drop their tears. Over the young streams, come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand. Away with us he's going, the solemn-eyed. He'll hear no more the lowing of the calves on the warm hillside, or the kettle on the hob sing peace into his breast, or see the brown mice bob rounded and rounded the oatmeal chest. For he comes, the human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than he can understand. Beautiful. Wonderful. Fairies taking kids. What the fuck? This is like Epstein Island circuit, like 1800s kind of meme. As a prominent member of Nomenon, I can tell you that by fairy or elf, he means child trafficker. Yeah, I was going to say, like, are these fucking pedophiles of old here, the fae. This is Epstein Island fucking version 1.0. Yeah. One of the greatest poets in the English language, received the 1922-23 Nobel Prize for Literature. His works were greatly influenced by the heritage and politics of Ireland. A good Irish lad. My brethren. My people. Interesting, yeah. Just like the Pied Piper. Fucking Christ. Yeah, literally though, yeah. There's some dark stories in the past. Some dark shit that went on before people started realizing, this isn't good. These people are bad. Interesting, yeah. I used to like poetry back when I was like playing music and writing songs and stuff, but I love Tolkien stuff. I'm very fond of Tolkien's poetry, and but yeah. Anyway, this is pretty good though. It's kind of cool, yeah. Stories of fairies and the fae. I mean, like it's fairly prolific. This kind of bleeds into what I was about to talk about though, which is properly schizo stuff, I guess. Which is what I always talk about on here. Where are the fairy mounds here? Where's this thing sucks so fucking bad. I can't. It's so bad. Talk to me about the fairy mounds and legends of Ireland and probably all of the UK, the British Isles. Yes. These earthen structures known as fairy forts or rafts are the remnants of prehistoric dwellings dating back to as early as 600 BC, built as circular settlements. They now dot the Irish landscape, serving as quaint reminders of our ancestors' architectural prowess. But why let archaeology have all the fun? Local folklore elevates these humble mounds to the status of enchanted residences for the Cid, or good people, those mischievous fairies who, according to legend, moved underground to escape human encroachment. Disturbing these supposed abodes is said to invite all manner of misfortune, from personal calamities to financial ruin. Just ask the developers who dared to bulldoze a fairy fort and subsequently found their projects plagued by inexplicable setbacks. Even today, the influence of these legends is palpable. Farmers often leave these sites untouched, and construction projects have been rerouted to avoid the wrath of the fairies. It's a charming blend of respect for heritage and a dash of just in case. So whether you're a believer in the good people or just someone who appreciates a good story, the fairy mounds of Ireland offer a fascinating glimpse into a world where history and myth are inextricably intertwined. The good people. Did it sound like good people? I mean, it mimics to some degree, as I've heard over the years, poltergeist-like activity as well. Trickster kind of activity that happens if you fuck with them. And to some degree, some people have had visions, and it almost mimics the abduction phenomena as well, where they have encounters and shit, and they like have these altered states of consciousness and these dreams and these nightmares and shit. And anyway, it's crazy, and so is some of this probably. The 666-page book on the history of Satan that Jacques Vallée encouraged Diana Pasulka to read was likely a copy of Satan, edited by Father Bruno de Jesus Marie. Bruno de Jesus Marie was a Carmelite writer and a pioneer in the field of religious psychology. Interesting. Satan. There, always a winged deity, yeah. Interesting. A 666-page book as well. So why are we talking about this? Well, I saw this post actually. This is kind of related to this. Maybe we'll talk about that after. Imagine playing Donkey Kong at a dinner party with Jacques Vallée and Anton LaVey. Interesting, huh? This was a post. I thought there was another post about this. Anton Sandazar LaVey, with computer scientist and ufologist Jacques Vallée, and Amy Michel from The Secret Life of a Satanist by Blanche Barton, published by Feral House right here. Now, there was another story I thought I pulled up, but let's just look this up. Referencing what Danny was talking about with Donkey Kong and fucking Jacques Vallée, but just hanging out with these guys. Anton LaVey. There was an explanation. Where the fuck did I see this? Oh, right here. Sorry. Yeah, I knew there was an article that was posted about it. That time, Anton LaVey played Donkey Kong in Jacques Vallée's house. Sometimes the history of esoteric research produces some wonderful anecdotes. Take, for example, the following diary entry of UFO researcher legend Jacques Vallée. Regarding a dinner at his house with the notorious founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey. LaVey shot to fame in the late 1960s, gaining widespread media coverage and shocking mainstream Christianity with his founding and promotion of the Church of Satan. LaVey was as much a colorful celebrity as he was the Black Pope, though, and his and Vallee's paths first crossed in the esoteric milieu of California in 1970 when a young writer who was interviewing Vallee suggested a meeting with his friend LaVey. In Volume 2 of his Forbidden Science journal, Vallee describes his first encounter with the head of the Church of Satan. Setting off at a suitably late hour, he recounts they drove to 6114 California Street, a black house with permanently closed shutters, where LaVey made what can only be described as an appropriate entrance. A black tailless cat greeted us on the front steps. Someone opened a round spy hole, recognized art, and unlocked the heavy door. We met a pleasant, shapely blonde woman named Diane, LaVey's wife. With a flourish, she introduced us into a purple parlor full of books with a fireplace in one angle, a skeleton in a glass cabinet, a gravestone as a coffee table. We took our seats, avoiding the stately chasse percée, whatever the fuck that means. One of the high priests there was no sign until the mantelpiece pivoted away, startling us. A bald head adorned with a pointed black beard appeared at ground level, and a large man looking for all the world like Mephistopheles, climbed out, idly twisting a 5-pointed star. Wearing a green sweater, the jovial diabolist shook our hands and sat among us. While Diane served coffee, Anton assured us modestly, like a good pastor, that he sincerely believed in his religion, even if he did not trust his disciples farther than he could throw his massive Wurlitzer organ. Vallee visited Vallee many more times during the 1970s. Their talks at times interrupted by Christians who evidently thought they could save Anton's soul by throwing heavy objects against his house. Come 1982, though, and Vallee notes that the Black Pope seemed to have lost much of his charisma and power. At one dinner date, the odd esoteric pairings sound awfully normal as they commiserated about the state of our respective homes and discussed movies and computer games. Computer games were once again the topic at dinner in 1984 when LaVey asked Vallee for advice on a computer to use for word processing. During the evening, Vallee's daughter showed LaVey her Atari and how to play games on it, giving rise to one of the greatest phrases in any book. We enjoyed seeing the Black Pope playing Donkey Kong. Anton and Diane came to see us Tuesday. He had called me for advice. Diane is looking for a computer she could use for word processing. They had dinner at her house where my daughter demonstrated her Atari. Can you imagine? Jacques Vallee had the high priest of the Satanic Church over at his house talking with his daughter about Donkey Kong. Like, what in the fuck? She also instructed Anton on the use of video games, so we enjoyed seeing the Black Pope playing Donkey Kong. Here's the whole thing here. Okay. They seemed happy and relaxed, speaking eloquently of little-known films and favorite cars, talking about their early years. What the fuck, man? I mean, like, I'd never heard of this before. I'd never heard of this. Jock is such an interesting fucking guy. I mean, like, what in the fuck, man? That must not look too good on him back in the day, you know, especially for fundamentally religious people. He's already contending with like some metaphysical things like aliens and holy shit. Christopher King, he's a content creator on Twitter around UFOs. For those who are confused, Vallee goes into extensive detail on this relatively brief hanging out with LaVey and his compendium of 1970s journals, Forbidden Science 2. Basically, they both lived in San Francisco, had some mutual acquaintances, and at the time, Vallee was very interested in the long history of the occult in general. Broad strokes, Vallee found Anton to be insufficiently learned in the ways of actual magical occult history practice, but found him to be a surprisingly good piano player. After a few hangs, Jacques apparently got bored with him and moved on. We hung out with him for like fucking 10 years. What are you talking about? I think you are misrepresenting their acquaintance. Yeah. During their convention, Vallee observed that LaVey possessed a deep understanding of the psychological and symbolic aspects of the occult. LaVey viewed magic not as a supernatural force, but as a form of psychodrama, a tool to influence perception and achieve desired outcomes. This perspective resonated with Valet, who was exploring how certain UFO encounters might be explained through psychological and sociological factors. Oh my God! Now they're throwing it back and forth. It sounded like, you know, he's just being an edgelord and hung out with this fucking guy who was another complete fucking edgelord. There he is. Holy fuck, man. Oh God. Anyway, this book, this is the other thing here that I was talking about, which is fucking interesting. This book about Satan. Now, I have an interest in Satan, but it isn't necessarily in regards to like the occult, or it isn't really in regards to anything too esoteric. It's more in regards to catastrophism and potentially celestial origins for the idea of Satan or Lucifer or hell or the destroyers, other names known for similar kinds of beings. From other cultures. So, what is this about? It's called this. I'm just going to throw this into ChatGPT. I just kind of want to know what they're on about with this. Satan. Summarize the book. So again, he recommended this book to Diana Pasulka. He encouraged her to read it, which was very interesting. Now, Jacques is, for people that don't know, are familiar with ufology. He is one of the guys, he's regarded kind of as the father of ufology. Again, he and J. Allen Hynek were involved with the U.S. Air Force in doing Project Blue Book, which is initially supposed to be a way to kind of settle down the hysteria around UFOs. And they were involved in looking into cases, trying to go around, and honestly, the intention was to kind of find an explanation for it. And at the end of the day, it came out, and it put down the whole phenomena, really, and it's kind of started the psyop that there was nothing to this, and it's just swamp gas, right? It's a famous quote from them. And anyway, after the fact, him and Hynek kind of changed their tune, honestly, halfway through the investigation. And Hynek, in the end, became convinced with Jock that there was a real phenomena. And what convinced them was in dealing with a lot of the first-hand witnesses, people that were very reluctant to be talked to, and who were very adamant that, yeah, this absolutely, we had an encounter. Some of them were more metaphysical than others, but it ended up leading to the creation of MUFON through a couple different steps involved. But Hynek was involved initially, really, to some degree with MUFON. And then Jacques Vallée obviously has been ever since this very much intimately involved with the study of the phenomena and people who study phenomena and accounts and whatnot. And Jacques explored kind of the more metaphysical angles and the history and connected some dots that other people didn't really connect. And with Passport to Magonia, which kind of raised the question, well, should we go through some of these mythologies and maybe look at them a bit more seriously? That maybe some of these encounters people had in the past with these mythological creatures, entities, weren't just stories and fantasies like we thought they were. Maybe there were encounters with actual beings, and we were just too stupid. It was kind of, we didn't understand. We didn't have a framework. There was no context for to understand what they actually were. So, what is this book that he recommended to her? Satan the Tempter's Existence in the World and Nature. A delightful bedtime read if your idea of a lullaby involves theological debates and demonic escapades. This tome is a collection of over 30 essays because apparently one or two wouldn't suffice to cover the devil's extensive resume. The book is divided into 5 riveting sections. Satan's existence in nature. Here, scholars argue about the devil's existence as if the world's chaos wasn't evidence enough. The place of the devil's outside Christianity explores how other religions perceive evil because misery loves company. Possession and Diabolism discusses demonic possession, offering light reading for your next cozy evening by the fire. That's fucking AI, man. The Devil in Art and Literature, analyzing Satan's portrayal in art and literature, proving he's quite the muse. And Deicide examines the concept of killing a deity, a topic as heavy as it sounds. Highlights include temptation tactics, insights into how Satan leads us astray because forewarned is forearmed, saintly strategy. St. John of the Cross and St. Teresa of Avila share their tips on outsmarting the devil. pagan perspective is a look at how non-Christian traditions view evil because it's always good to get a second opinion. And artistic impressions, from Dante's literary devil to Dali's surrealist Satan, the book covers it all, showcasing the devil's versatility as a muse. In essence, this 576-page opus delves into the devil's role across history, religion, and culture. It's a must-read for those who find the intersections of theology and the occult utterly fascinating, or for anyone looking to spice up the coffee table discussions. How does this relate to the discussion at hand, I guess, with ufology? Well, interesting. I genuinely don't know. I wasn't really aware of the book. I know that what the fuck's her book called? Is it American Cosmic? It was Diana Pasolko's like big book. She mentioned because I've like kind of gone through it. There was an interaction she had with Jacques Vallée, where Jacques Vallée did hand her a book, and this must have been it, and told her I thought it was about angels, but maybe it was about devil, demons, I don't know. And told her to read it. He's quite the library. Jacques is quite the estate, I guess, and as he would is an early investor in Silicon Valley. So he had told her to read this, and I okay, interesting. I mean, it's all kind of like, I don't personally take a lot of this stuff. Even things like possessions. I mean, for me, always, for the most part, I kind of looked at it as more of a psychological phenomenon, probably. But there is always that possibility that there is something else going on, right? And again, if it's anything, I would probably chalk it up to maybe aliens. Really? That's usually what I would chalk things up to. If it's not some kind of psychological phenomenon, it's like, well, it could be aliens, right? Because maybe they're here, right? In places that we don't really understand, fucking around with people in ways we don't really know. And it crops up as something weird like possession. But interesting. So he thinks that there's maybe this actual force that's been kind of observed through time, through history, interacting with us. I kind of mean about this last night for people that were here a little bit, but I mean, this stuff exists in ufology, but it's more on the side that I don't think Jacques probably touches a lot with the 10-foot pole, which is like contactees and channelers and shit, who talk about this framework of reality that they've channeled from the aliens, that effectively we're in a simulation, and you put that on the fucking bingo card, simulation, and the aliens are leveled up, and the aliens are playing a game with us, and we don't understand the nature of the game they do, and that's why they're really interested in us. It's not necessarily, they're not really interested in the human species as much as they're interested in the players. That they're playing with other players in the game. That's what's really interesting them. And they're fucking around with the other players because there's an agenda they have that we don't understand, that completely pervades our understanding. It's beyond our understanding of reality. It's nothing to do with physical world, really, that they're interested in. It's more to do with the orientation of the player, and that there's some bigger game at play here we don't understand, which is interesting. Maybe there's something to that. There's other anecdotes you could point to from maybe more legitimate people that have had experiences that could you could maybe say maybe that's a thing going on. I mean, again, how complicated is all of this? Ultimately, it could be unbelievably complicated. And I think that's where some of people who've been looking into this go, where they end up back to this like spiritual place with it. And it's a weird thing for some people that are just newly studying this or aren't really aware of some of the other histories involved with it or the encounters people have had, where they're like, oh, like what is like spiritual stuff with the alien? But there's no spirituality in ufology. It's like, well, there is, because if you get to the point where you start looking at people's supposed encounters, even more grounded cases, they do, during the conversations with the aliens, talk very spiritually. And like, I would boil that down to like a simulation theory kind of meme, where they're really concerned with the player. You could say the soul is kind of a dirty word sometimes, but you could say they're concerned about the person's soul, really. They're concerned about people's souls ultimately, not really the bodies much. And that's what's going on with the good and the bad in ufology, and that's why they're interested in people's lives and guiding them, affecting them, some of them. And I think that's probably where people like Jacques maybe have also ended up, because it's kind of where you can get with it. It gets very metaphysical, and obviously he's not afraid to get metaphysical and woo. And he's very careful to like talk about this or imply some of this shit in public, because obviously he's a very respected voice. And I think some of this stuff, among people that are more grounded, kind of more materialist types who just want to stick to hard data, this throws them off. And I get it. It does, because it's not something that you can really quantify. But I think they're interesting anecdotes, right? Ultimately, what it could paint a framework here for us to orient ourselves in, potentially. And that's why some of this stuff's important. I mean, there may not be hard data points for it, but it can give us an idea, right? We could hypothesize around it. And then from there, we can maybe go forward and figure shit out. Ask the right questions, right? But that's kind of a more philosophical approach to it, which is what I'm doing here. So anyway, it's a book about, Satan. It's not a satanic book. Yeah, it's about Satan. Yeah, 666 pages. Anyway, intriguing. It's a side to ufology that some people don't get to, and I don't know. It's the woo, and again, it's interesting. But again, it is woo. But like religious studies would be considered woo then by that extension, right? And that's kind of what it gets into if you're getting to like a spiritual side of things, and you're getting into like a religious studies around ufology, and we just went over cults that cropped up, so it all kind of meshes together quite nicely, really. It's kind of spiritual study of ufology. But I would love to have a conversation with Jacques. I think it can be very fucking interesting, like in person, talk with him. I think it'd be very, I'm sure behind the scenes, behind a closed door, there'd be some very interesting conversations he might have if he was willing to open up. Because undoubtedly he's heard and seen some shit. I would imagine that he has spoken with many firsthand witnesses to these programs. He's maybe even been privy to documents. I mean, he may know shit that he probably has no interest in jeopardizing himself, but I would imagine he's one of these guys who would know top down what the fuck's going on. He's a hyper wealthy person. He was an early investor in Silicon Valley, so he's very resourceful. He's been embedded within the study of this for longer than literally anybody alive now. He's the big daddy of fucking UFO studies. And so anybody that has been involved in researching this, like behind the scenes for government, contractors, whatever, special access programs, if you were going to a bookstore or you typed in Google or asked anybody, okay, let's say you're a biologist and you get hired on by one of these programs, right? And they give you a little body that clearly isn't human to look at. And you're like, what the fuck? And you thought this stuff was all bullshit. Where's the first place you're going to end up with? Like, you're freaking out. You're like, okay, fuck, this is real. This is real. This is real. Like, how do I orient myself? You're going to run into two fucking people, right? If you're, a grounded, science-minded person who, has a background in academia, you're going to go to fucking Stan Friedman. You're going to go towards Jacques Vallée. So, and then at some point, you might send Jacques a little letter and say, hey, what the fuck is going on here? And I would imagine he probably has some of those stories, but he probably has no interest in talking about any of it publicly because the world's a dangerous place, and I'm sure being involved with government research before, he's well aware of the consequences of blabbing your blabbermouth. So I would love to talk with him, but I mean, I wouldn't expect, he'd probably be very hesitant just to talk to some Jim Bob like myself on the fucking internet, right? I don't hold any special letters beside my name or really big contributions into the field or anything, but I still have musings on this, and my own curiosity, of course. I would just love to know what he knows. I would love to know his honest perspective on things. It's unfiltered, unfettered, that we usually get when we hear him speak out in public. But yeah, what a fucking meme. What a life he's lived. What a fucking life he's lived, talking with fucking the Satanist. Anyway. And I'm not going to go down this fucking rabbit hole again, but I would love to hear his opinion on my own theory. And it's not really my theory, but it's the idea that this is obviously, they're like edgelords. That's kind of how I think I look at some of these people who are like Satanists, just edgelordery. I'm genuinely interested in the idea that its origins are rooted in celestial phenomena. And I think it's a really interesting bend, honestly. Fire and brimstone, hell on earth. That whole meme is something that happens periodically on the earth. And there's someone who remote viewed that, actually. It was John Vivanco, who was related to the lady that I was just talking about earlier, who remote viewed the orbs over New Jersey and the drones. And John's team, this happened in tandem with COVID, but John's team I think what happened is John's team remote viewed the virus and found that some global elite released the virus in anticipation for some unstoppable natural event. That they then remote viewed the unstoppable natural event and saw that it was due to some atmospheric disturbance that was due to some object out in space. Then they went and they remote viewed the Vatican Observatory in Arizona, who has they have a infrared attachment on their telescope that they've cleverly named with the acronym Lucifer. Now, infrared attachment, right? So they remote viewed what that was for and why they honestly named it Lucifer and what they were looking for. The Vatican was looking for this, not the guys who put together the fucking attachment on the telescope. The Vatican was looking for a celestial object, effectively another planet in our solar system, that they believed, and this is just, again, this is remote viewing, so you take it with a bucket of salt, right? And it's also remote viewing you can't really verify, so on top of everything else. But they believed, according to the remote viewing that the team did, right, at this observatory, the Vatican believed that this other planet in our solar system periodically causes fire and brimstone on Earth. And that's where the clever acronym came from. Now, it's written off as some kind of a joke, right? Because if you want to make it fit, you could make it kind of fit into Lucifer. And that was the idea. But the reason behind it, supposedly, was because they have a belief that Lucifer ultimately is also a celestial object. And that this planet that everybody's looking for does cause periodic catastrophes on Earth. And that they're desperately looking for it. And they're using the infrared because that's what spectrum of light you have to look for when things aren't visible, right? When there's no light reflecting off of it. So, which the government did back in 1983 and supposedly found something, right? But it was just a distant galaxy, don't worry. Right? Yeah. Birdie presented at the Psionic Summit. Yes, she did, Bones. I know. I meant to go through that and look at it. What did she talk about? Did you watch through the whole thing? I meant to go back. I watched through bits and pieces of it, but I didn't watch through her part. I keep meaning to, actually. I'll have to remind myself to listen to that tomorrow when I'm at the gym. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious. But anyway, that's where you get into woo with this again, and where you go into this endless rabbit hole of, where do all these ideas ultimately come from? And how much of it has been telephone gamed into like some entity, it's meddling in human affairs, where ultimately it does meddle in human affairs, but not directly, indirectly, and killing everybody. Yeah. I think exciting. Okay. Yeah. She came out of the woodwork recently. Someone outed her. She was posting anonymously because what happened, I guess, back in the day, when she was under her other name, her original name, Transdimensional Systems was tasked with remote viewing some sketchy stuff. And supposedly they were getting harassed by people in government who didn't want them around because they were concerned that they were looking into them. And anyway, I don't know what the whole fucking story is, but she changed her name, went into hiding, and no one's heard of her for a long time. But someone outed her recently, so she came out of the woodwork again under this new name. And anyway, there's a bunch of crazy shit. John Vivanco, I'm well aware of how woo some of all the stuff gets with these people, where John had told this story online where, she was having meetings with this alien and shit. Like, she would go into her bathroom and they'd smell this strange smell, and then she'd have a vision, and it wasn't face to face, but that they got involved with viewing some being, and then the being was showing up to them and giving them visions and shit, and the being was talking about how there's going to be this big event in the future and everyone's going to die, but don't worry, the being's going to protect them if he just does what he wants to. And it just sounds like a fucking cracks and bears settles into chat. It's a good time to settle into this. Anyway, and it just sounds like a fucking it sounds like just it's way out there, I'll go out into these waters, but sometimes it's even too deep for me. And that's why all these anecdotes are interesting, but I think there's a genuine argument for potentially this Satan being maybe, and again, this is just a Christian perspective on it. There's other beings that essentially take this form, and oh my God, his name's escaping me here. It's not Krishna. It's oh my God, what's the Hindu god of destruction there? It's in the Bhagavad Gita. Fuck, what's his name? Oppenheimer quoted him. The fuck is it? What's his name? He's at CERN. Hindu god. I am become death. Yeah, god of destruction. Shiva. Yeah, Shiva. This other kind of like destructive force, right? Which interestingly is associated with serpents and multiple serpents. You know, which is a theme, right? And the connection to that, for people that don't know, is that there's some astronomers back in the 60s, I think, maybe. But Victor Klube and Bill Napier had this book called Cosmic Serpent that Randall Carlson talked about. And it was very interesting. I skimmed through it, but it's essentially they had and this is fairly well regarded, but that ancient peoples usually tied serpents to comets, the celestial phenomena, and that they're also tied to bad omens and catastrophe, and that serpentine imagery was used, again, correlated with celestial phenomena and comets and whatnot. And then you tie that in with like Typhon, right? Which is this beast that I've talked about in the Mediterranean that Velikovsky talked about, which was this great comet that appeared, according to Pliny the Elder. And there's a strong connection there, honestly, between the two. And that there's a connection to an object appearing in tandem with catastrophes. Bad catastrophes. And so, anyway. And then you tie the woo in and all. It's all just a fucking meme, yeah. Shiva Kamini Soma Kendarkram. Is that actually the name, Brad? Is that the whole fucking name? Yeah. Having a hard time believing extraterrestrials aren't just foreign Elon Musk perpetuating some space colonization game. Stellaris at all. I'm become death. Oh, yeah. Could be, man. I mean, well, they probably literally are, though. That's the thing. Yeah. No, it's from the show The League. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. I'm not familiar. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't like... Yeah. Yeah. But, anywho, that's just a little connection there to this, and that's just my interest in this, which is unrelated to anything like too metaphysical or esoteric, which Jocks is more kind of an esoteric metaphysical perspective and obsession with it. But yeah, it's not something that I'm particularly on board with. I mean, it's interesting, right? I mean, I'm more interested in another explanation, which I guess you could get woo one way or the other, but with a more modern psychic phenomenon like remote viewing. But it's something that a lot of them, they've tons of them have talked about this too. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole right now, but it's not uncommon that people have seen something like this. But anyway, fun times. I got some videos up here I was going to go over, actually. This guy, yeah. I didn't watch this clip it from the fucking show, but because there's so much of it. But Jesse claimed he's being tracked by the UFO deep state. Oh my fuck. Joe Rogan talks about Bob Lazar. This is the mystery drone video that just got released. That's kind of unrelated. We're maybe go over this later. But anyway, there's a bunch of shit I was going to kind of watch here while I eat my dinner. I just got to go throw it into a fucking bowl because it's another like salad, cold salad. But let me go do that, guys, and I'll be literally right back. Oh, fuck, man. This fucking Saw dudes. Kill what's up? Fuck, let's get into this, I guess. What am I gonna watch? I don't know. This seems kind of fucking crazy. Where the fuck did this go? Here. I mean, it's like a video of a video of a video of a... Anyway. Jesse Michaels responded. Oh, my heavens. Clickbaiting everybody, even him. Holy shit, brother. Being tracked by UFO deep state. Fuck, man. Yeah. Videos of reacting to reality. Holy fucking Christ, yeah.
If there's ever been a video that explained how I feel about this community or some of the things that I've gone through, this is the one. I can't stress enough how much what Jesse Michaels is about to say to you that I completely understand. Like, I totally know where Jesse is coming from. Now, you may be saying, Patrick, what are you talking about? You'll see. So let's get this going, and then I'll explain.
And then what do you make of all like the infighting of all these people? Like Elizondo versus Greer versus like you have Elizondo calling Greer a terrorist, I think.
Right.
And like, you know, and simultaneously these guys are all writing books, going on all these podcasts. Sure. It's just like, what?
It's weird. And at times I see, you know, all the infighting, and I'm like, I'm like tired. Like I just want like more of like a normal life. And like, why am I like covering this stuff? Like, it's just so ridiculous.
It's so easy to get fatigued by it.
It is. I think like the meta psyop would be like, you get distracted by this internal drama.
God, I couldn't agree more with what Jesse's saying. All of the infighting.
Yeah, we did catch
between,
that part, did you?
The UFO celebrities, if you will, and
tracking them.
All the drama that happens, you know, on Twitter and Reddit and even on YouTube and in Discord servers, you know, online drama. It's tiring. It's absolutely exhausting, and the fatigue is real, especially for someone like myself, Jesse, Danny there too, who are in this all the time as content creators, right? This is my full-time job. Vetted is, you know, my thing. And I spent a lot of time looking into this topic, all my time, and it can get exhausting when you're trying to just sift through the drama and the noise, right? I'm 45 years old. I don't have time for that stuff, right? Which is why I limit my engagement online for that very reason, because you can easily get sucked in, and, you know, and plus I'm just not good at commenting clever comebacks. Yeah, that's just not my thing. I'm not good with that.
Not a fucking memer, brother. Am I on a list? No, I'm too small to be on a list. If we ever blow the stream up, I'm definitely gonna be on a fucking list pretty quick, though. Maybe a CSIS list. I think it's in a watch list. Yeah, I could see that. It's pretty terrifying that they could do that, but yeah. So many people on watch lists they aren't even aware of, related to people who work in government. You're on a list. Look into what politically exposed people are. Oh, really? All of it? Fuck. Why I talk about Justin on here, how much of a cuck he is? It instantly puts me on a fucking list.
So, but regardless, all the infighting and drama it's exhausting.
Or whatever. And like a rule that I really try to adhere to is I don't go after anybody ad hominem. There's like a map that I have of UFOs. And like, I should say this for the sake of your audience and my audience. There are people I've interviewed that I suspect have ulterior motives. I don't call out those ulterior motives because I'm in enough danger seeking truth. And I don't want to, like, I don't want people like specifically coming after me because I'm like fucking with them.
Right.
Not only that, but there are people with ulterior motives where, like we said earlier, there are elements of truth to what they say, and like a lot of what they people can tell the truth in limited ways and have ulterior motives. That's what people don't understand. So you can sift out valuable stuff. So I think the best way is, you know, just be open, friendly, cool with everybody. You know, I'm cool with, you know, the two guys you just mentioned. I guess Greer I haven't met yet, but like I would be cool with him. You know, I just try to have like an open, honest, fun conversation, and then glean out what I think is true, and honestly ask rhetorical, if there's any untruths. You ask rhetorical questions.
Hold on. No. You gotta draw some lines in the sand somewhere. Fuck that. Fuck Greer. Honestly, at this point, though, really. I know they're trying to all be buddies, and, you know, that I understand where he's coming from with that. Not spewing hate and negativity, but there's some of these guys that I think just need to be called the fuck out, and Greer's absolutely one of them. And he has been for a long time. So, yeah, I just can't stand him. Yeah. Yeah, fucking Christ. Yeah, we're all being monitored regularly. If a PEP signs up for digital service related financials, they have to disclose relations as part of a KYC. KFC? Kentucky Fried Chicken? It's all border controls to prevent terrorism. Could you imagine if you knew things for sure and no one listened, but you knew? Be me, former doctor, chasing UFOs my whole life. No one listens. Need to prove the truth. Know your customer. Holy fuck. Getting fried, bud. We're getting fried. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely a need to call out some of these people in these spaces and stop humoring them for content, because that's what obviously some people are doing. Like Danny's saying that Danny obviously does this for a living. He's got 1 million fucking subscribers. He's probably living quite well. He remains kind of agnostic to some of these people because it's gonna get views and clicks and whatnot. And Steven was just on his show, but you know, I don't know. I just would not do that personally. I think there are people that absolutely should be. I'm not blacklist anybody, but just call out the bullshit, right? And stop. Like, it's like people don't want to. They're always trying to like just walk down this middle line. With some things, like I don't fucking talk about some shit on here. Obviously, it's too controversial, and I don't want to get involved with some of these discussions. But in ufology, absolutely. I think this should be absolutely fucking called out. I don't know. That's I meme here a lot, but I mean, I try to. And I'm very familiar with Greer, and I just, you know, some of these people I just don't think have great intentions. But anyway, it's just my personal take on it.
That like show on the face of it that like there's something kind of going on here, but like you don't have to call it out directly, because it's just, you're just going to end up in some fucking food fight on Twitter, and it's going to waste your time.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get close to the truth that way.
Right.
You're going to get distracted by like getting into it.
You know, I think some people may have an issue with what Jesse just said there, but as a creator myself, I can totally understand where he's coming from. And to be honest, I can't say that I disagree. Now, some people may have a problem. Patrick, you know, Jesse, how can you put people on your channel you don't even trust? You're putting them on videos, you're putting them out there, and, you know, they have ulterior motives, and you're just going to put them on and you know. Well, hang on a second. First of all, he's saying that he thinks they have ulterior motive. And at the end of the day, you don't know for sure, but you know, there's a gut feeling, right? So you're not sure if you're right or wrong, and you do the interview and put out the information, and people can decide for themselves, right? People can decide for themselves. People are a lot smarter than we give them credit for, right? You watching right now, you listening, you're a lot smarter than you get credit for, right? People want to baby you and baby, you know, how they feed you information, right? And give you information. Like, you can't watch a podcast and decide for yourself if that person is legit or not, right? Why should the podcaster decide before you even get a chance to hear it? Right? Because I'm not a big believer in platform, you know, why are you platforming this guy? Why are you talking about this guy? Don't give him any air. Don't do that. What are you talking about? Put the information out. Let people decide for themselves. If that's a video you're not interested in watching, then don't watch it. But why try to convince the podcaster or YouTuber not to cover it just because you don't want to see it? Just don't watch the video.
No, brother. They're proven fucking grifters. They don't have good intentions. They've shown time and time again for people that have followed these communities for a long time that they're shitheads. Fuck them. That's the problem. Talk my mouth full. That's the issue. And ultimately, I mean, Danny's milking Steven under the table. It's like that meme we saw at the start, right? With the NGOs and the fucking government money. Instead of like money being exchanged on the table, like Danny's fucking milking Steven, and Steven's milking Danny, and they're just like, that's what's going on, right? That's what's happening under the fucking table. And you know, they all profit from it. But the problem for me, and I hate using this fucking word, misinformation, but there's an element of misinformation and just general nonsense that comes into Steven's mouth so much that I just really don't know why people still really platform him. It's because at one time he was involved with legitimate people, but he's just such a fucking, like, what the word is? It's a narcissist. It's beyond that, though. There's something very off with them. I don't know why people keep putting him on. I think it's people that aren't familiar with his history and the horse shit. And it's just this cycle of Logan Paul, Danny Jones, the other fucking guy who's like Danny, always getting all fucking mixed up. Anyway, like they're new to all this. And they're not familiar with the grift of Steven. Anyway, yeah. You're going to mega Ike pill myself and say that it's not COVID, it's not 5G, it's aliens. Well, brother, I mean, I'm surprised he didn't take it that far, though. Well, but ultimately it is aliens, I think, for David, isn't it, Golf? Because the aliens are in charge of the royalty. They are royalty, and then they're deploying all the high-tech 5G shit, right? Yeah. It's Breakaway 7 on aliens. I don't know what his meme it was with the reptilians. I think the reptilians are supposedly supposed to be alien, though, yeah. You become an NPC repeating the same shit over and over. Go claim your daily from the UFO NPC and make sure you get your LARP points. He's just... I don't know. Anyway, at the end of the day, I watched the video with Danny Jones on here. So and I'm not saying that don't platform them, but I mean, maybe be a bit more critical of them. Like, people maybe don't want to be that confrontational. Steven, spends all this money to come down to wherever these guys' studios are. He gets in the studio, and halfway through, you just cut him off and start calling him out on his bullshit. Like, that takes a big set of balls. And, Steven's still a pretty big guy. I don't know if you want to do that to his face. He might just throw you in the fucking chokehold and, drag you to some black site with all the deep throats. And then from there, fuck knows what happens. So, anyway, I'll continue that fucking. Is there more to this? I think there is, isn't there? Yeah.
Right? It's that simple, in my opinion. Now, I relate to what Jesse's saying. I know for a fact, in my opinion, right? I shouldn't say I know for a fact, but I believe that people have lied to me on Vetted in interviews I've done, right? I'm pretty sure that has happened, maybe more times than I realize. And I know that people have ulterior motives coming on Vetted sometimes. But, at the end of the day, you don't know for sure, right? So you do the interview, and like Jesse's saying, you can glean information from it, right? Regardless. And I totally understand his approach, and I know some people are probably going to have a problem with him saying that, but I personally, as a content creator, I have zero problem with him saying that, and I can totally understand, right? It's like, well, maybe Patrick, he's putting up people that he doesn't even trust. Well, that's not entirely true. One, he didn't say that, right? But he has maybe an idea, right? But he also doesn't want to kick the hornet's nest. I totally get that too. You can't fight every battle. That's impossible. You'll never get anything done, right? And I always have an issue with people that, like, they fight a personal battle and then they're upset that other people aren't fighting the battle that they are, right? And then they shame them. Hey, why didn't you stick up for this person? Why didn't you do this? I did it. Wait a second. Calm down. Just do what you're doing, right? Why are you worried about what other people are doing? Just do what you're doing. If you think that's right, then fight for it. But why are you shaming other people for not fighting the same fight you're fighting? Maybe they're fighting other fights, or maybe they don't want to fight fights. Not everyone has to do the same thing. And we're all allowed to come at this the way that we want. Jesse's the one putting the money, the effort, the time into this. So he should decide how that goes. And I completely support that and respect it. And again, when I heard this, I just was like, damn, I get it. He's saying it out loud. I totally get what he's saying, right? I totally understand it. And maybe that's the thing. I can understand it.
We're just saying this over and over and over and over and over again. Where the fuck's the clip at, brother? Here.
Twitter and other places, and like that fucks with me because I'm like, I want to like come out and defend, anybody who's been harassed just for looking into this stuff.
Yeah.
And then and by the way, I've faced it too, and there's stuff I could tell you that would like I could tell you off air that's like it's fucking crazy as far as stuff that's come my way.
Really?
Yeah. So like that riles me up for sure, wanting to defend other people. But otherwise, man, it's just like it's a fool's errand trying to like get come after somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
And I can relate to what he's saying there. I find myself in the same position, looking online, seeing people being attacked, and you want to stick up, but it's like, again, you can't fight every fight.
Like you're it seems like you have like flown closer to the sun than anybody.
That's not good, man. Icarus does not. Oh no.
Like the people you know and the circles you run in. Like, I mean, I'm not even just talking about working for Peter Thiel, but like befriending Grush and, you know, talking to all these secret aerospace people and getting all this stuff. Like your brain, you probably got more of this puzzle put together than most people.
I thank you, man.
I mean, 100% you have more of the puzzle than most people that are like in the media doing podcasts. But like, even when it comes to behind the scenes shit.
Thank you for saying that. I don't know if that's a good spot to be in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if I'm one of these people, or if I'm one of these folks that are in charge of this stuff, I'm gonna be maybe trying to get to you and subvert you.
100%. I think I'm being fully tracked at all times. I think every conversation, every text, every interaction, and I think their insights.
It's a scary thing to consider, you know. Honestly,
it's the creepy video. That
this is so fucking we've seen this. This is the alien house elf. This is who's throwing all your dishes out of your fucking cupboard in the middle of the night if you get a poltergeist, right? Skinny Bob's cousin, fucking Skinny Jim, Skinny Rick. This Dobby, yeah. He's in the fucking woodwork. It's in the walls, for Christ's sake. Just wait until you leave the kitchen. You're gonna jump out and fucking ruin your kitchen. That's the family too. They interviewed them.
Video, we're here right now. Vivian Gomez owns the house where the video was shot, and
Vivian's doing dark rituals. She's summoning demons into her goddamn house.
Bobby, was that you in the video?
No.
Are you sure?
Could Bobby be Dobby?
Bobby, was that you in the video?
No, it's fucking alien, bud. Got her on video, fucking 4K. He said, "Oh, that must be a kid in the suit." No, 100% fucking alien. Yeah. Fuck me. Where's this fucking video at again? Here, I like Jesse a lot. Jesse, I think, is probably the one content creator really talking about this stuff right now that I actually really enjoy and look forward to his content. Honestly. So, anyway, this pretty crazy claim. I mean,
that I've probably come to that have been gleaned and like taken for, you know, profit or whatever. And, you know, that's kind of weird. But like, you got to just, kind of ignore it, put your blinders on, keep going. It used to get to me more, and now I just try to, you know, I think if you have pure intentions and you're just trying to seek truth, then I think things end well for you karmically, you know. But yeah, it's for sure it's a weird spot to be in. I think it is partially because like if somebody tells me something and then they say not to say it, like I respect relationships, like really, like I don't, if somebody, you know, is providing a, you know, as a source for something, like I don't fuck people over, so,
right?
Like and even for like, I think in the microeconomics of like podcasting journalist world, it's like some of these people would like push their grandma in front of a moving taxi for a tip, you know, for a story, and it's like I just don't do that shit. Like I you know, and then if that cuts against the truth, I'm just not going to air it. I'm not going to put it out, you know, but I'll kind of walk away and not touch the fine china and be like, I kind of know what you're up to, but like I don't really want to. You know?
I mean, there's a few things there, right? One, the fact that Jesse feels that he's being tracked, every message, everything is being looked at. I mean, that's a scary place to be, and I'm not, you know, I would be lying if I didn't say I've maybe thought that about, you know, me, but I'm not at the level Jesse's at and the connections he has and, you know, all of that.
Yeah, they're not doing that to you, brother, I don't think. Interesting, yeah, fuck. Crazy shit. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. People going to push their grandmother in front of a moving car for a tip? Yeah, who would do that? Steven would do that. For a couple flashlight sales, probably. What was this about now? Again, I kind of just want to hear the clip. That's what I want to hear. I haven't seen Joe's podcast in a little while, but he had Woody Harrelson on talking about Bob Lazar. Fuck was this?
Biggest one.
You think he's slipping though? You think he's slipping? Really? Yeah. Why would they track anything if they can just remote view it? Elf, that's a good point, actually. Wow, they just psychically see everything.
Ever did. Well, some of the Elon. Well, I think the biggest one we probably ever did was Bob Lazar.
Is that number one? Close. So the Bob Lazar one. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? Bob Lazar is the guy that in 1989 he did an interview with George Knapp in Las Vegas, and he said he was working back engineering UFOs for the government. And he has this crazy fucking story about working at Area S4, Site 4, and Area 51 in the Nevada desert. Was at that point in time the government would deny that Area 51 even existed. And he's like, no, I work out there, and I was working back engineering propulsion systems from crashed UFOs. And he was explaining how these things work and explaining how it's in some sort of a gravity propulsion device that works completely different than any propulsion device that we've ever devised, and that they're trying to back engineer them. They don't know how to do it, so they keep bringing in new propulsion experts. So he was a guy that had previously worked at Los Alamos Labs. And then he gets a job, and they're essentially throwing as much shit against the wall as possible, trying to see what sticks. Like, can you figure this out? And they're bringing in new people. And he was brought in apparently allegedly after an accident where they tried to cut into the reactor and it exploded and people died. And so they said, okay, well, that's not going to work. Let's try another method, bring in some other people. And he was one of the people they brought in. And when you have top secret clearance, what happens is they tap all your phones. They listen to you all the time. Well, he had this job where he couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. So he would get this phone call saying that he has to fly out to Area 51 at like 11 p.m. So he would go to the airport, fly out, and his wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. So she starts fucking her flight instructor. She's got some flight instructor. So because his wife was having an affair and they knew it from the phone calls, they thought that he was going to be emotionally unstable. So they removed him from the project. So he gets removed from the project and he says, well, I'm telling my friends. So he goes to tell his friends, like, this is what I was doing. I was working on these fucking UFOs. They have actual UFO. That's the one. That thing on the desk right there, that's the recreation of what he called the sport model that they worked on that has this flying saucer that's behind the antlers.
That's like the 3.
The classic.
It's like the Tesla 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
If you were to...
Yeah, the classic.
The peppy little...
The sport model.
Got it.
So he brings people out to watch. He said on Wednesday they have these flights and they test these things. I'll take you guys out to the desert. He took them out to the desert. He takes them a couple of times. Then he gets arrested. So he gets arrested and he says, they're going to fucking kill me. I have to go public. So he goes public and tells the whole story. And so he does these series of interviews with George Knapp, who's an investigative reporter in Las Vegas, and they become legendary. He's told the same story for now going on 40 years. And it's an insane
But he's
story.
still alive.
He's still alive. Yeah, he did my podcast. So he did the podcast, and I don't know what to think. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. It's hard to know, but he's told the same goddamn story for all these years, and he's obviously a brilliant guy.
So this is just Joe retells Bob's story, I guess. To
When you talk
Woody
to him,
Harrelson.
he's obviously very literate.
It's kind of funny because Woody is that guy from that movie in 2012 where he's the schizo guy eating the pickles, right? People have called me that guy. They said, Jim, you're that guy on Twitch. You're that guy from that movie 2012. He's living in his trailer with eating the pickles and shit. All I need now is a trailer. So, fucking Christ. Well, there you go.
Science, really understands what he's saying. And many of the things that he said from that particular interview have been corroborated by other people, including his knowledge of Los Alamos Labs. They tried to say he never worked there, but they found him on the employee roster, and he knows the building. He took people into the building. He took George Knapp in there. He knew the security guards. He knew where to go, showing everybody around the place. And
wow.
That's our biggest podcast ever because it's so fucking nuts. There's an incredible, Jeremy Corbell did an incredible documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. And it's all about his experiences there. And it's one of those things where you just, you don't know. But it's so weird.
Well, I mean, anyway. Okay, so that's literally it. Okay, well. I mean, for people that want to deeper dive into that, Bob knew all about Los Alamos because he was working there as a technician, not a physicist. So there's some inconsistencies to Bob's story, but, I'd probably still bet that the part about the UFO might be true, personally. But, yeah, anyway. Fun story. Woody Harrelson's father was rumored to be one of the 3 tramps rounded up shortly after Kennedy was shot in Dallas as a suspect killer of JFK. Later in the 1980s, he was convicted of murder and did say he was involved in killing JFK. What the fuck, actually? Holy shit. We haven't had much Corbell slop lately. Yeah, golf. That's a particular flavor of slop that I sometimes regurgitate. Yeah. Charles. Oh, really? Charles Harrelson? Let's do this. Harrelson, Dad, JFK. I'll probably bring it up. Shit. The Hunger Games. Dad was a murderer. American murderer and hitman. Father of Woody Harrelson. What the fuck? That's a hell of a dad. That's a hell of a papa to have. God damn. He worked as an encyclopedia salesman in California and as a professional gambler. 1960, he was convicted of armed robbery. He admitted that he'd been involved in dozens of murders beginning in the early 1960s. Holy shit. According to Woody, his father disappeared from the family home in Houston in 1968, leaving his wife, Diana, to raise Woody and his two brothers. He lost track of his father until 1981 when news broke of Harrelson's arrest for the murder of Judge Wood. God damn. My father is one of the most articulate, well-read, charming people I've ever known. Still, I'm just now gauging whether he merits my loyalty or friendship. I looked at him as someone who could be a friend more than someone who was a father. Goddamn. Matthew McConaughey claimed that he and Woody Harrelson, who have been longtime friends, could potentially be half-brothers, implying that Charles Harrelson could also be his father. According to McConaughey, his mother claimed to have known Woody's father around the time that McConaughey was conceived. And the two actors have discussed taking DNA tests to be certain. What the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway, he killed all these people. What about JFK? Does it mention this here? No, it doesn't mention that connection, but it's interesting, huh? Yeah. God damn it. God damn. Yeah. God damn it. You're going to be told, add JFK to his name. Yeah, god damn it. What happened with Malibu's comment? Did she? What did Malibu say? It may have been premature. Oh, yeah. I don't know what they said. This is about it here, yeah. Oh, that looked like an ad. Oh, roommate got stopped. Oh. Wrong paste. Oh, fuck. Don't click that. Uh-oh. Here he is here. Okay. Interesting. Was involved in the assassination of JFK. God damn. Claimed there were two gunmen behind the picket fence on the grassy knoll. He claimed that Harrelson, Rogers, and Chauncey Holt were one of the three tramps arrested in Dealey Plaza on the 22nd of November 1963. God damn. What a connection, huh? That's crazy. I didn't know about this. Wow. And then Woody went on to become a famous actor. Yeah, there he is. Here, Charles Harrelson at the Texas courthouse in 1982. God damn it. Very interesting, yeah. 10 minutes, yeah. No, they pasted this. I mean, you can't, but it's trash. New Malibu. Sorry, Facebook. Okay. Yeah, click link digiposting to get what you sent right here. Okay. This is a JFK assassination. Oh, this is all the stuff about Malibu. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just just a collection of all of the, is it? Oh, right here. Yeah. Aftermath. Who killed J.D. Tippit? There's a lot of, oh my God, there's so much that I'm not super familiar with all the conspiracies. I mean, I'm familiar with the idea that it wasn't just Lee Harvey Oswald, but there was other people involved. There was one about his driver. Wasn't there one about the driver actually shooting him in the head or something? Which I have a hard time believing that because his wife was right there, but who the fuck knows? Yeah. Another actor dude. Yeah, and Twistner, Bill Paxton, was photographed as a child in the crown as JFK. Limo passed by shortly before he was shot. Oh, really? Oh, him? The guy from... This guy? We just watched Twister not that long ago. Oh, really? Holy fuck. The crazy shit people have lived through, so the historical events. Yeah, the driver turned around with a gun and shot him is another dumb conspiracy. Yeah, I heard that one, which would be crazy. I can't see that, yeah. Interesting. Wow, holy fuck, huh? God damn. Well, it's news to me. I didn't know. I didn't realize Woody Harrelson was even on Joe's podcast recently, but Where the fuck is I love this shot of him. Where the fuck? Him in the movie. Where the fuck's a picture of him? Well, I don't know what the character name is. 2012. Is there really no fucking shot of him? Yeah. He was so good in this. This is just, it was fucking perfect. Like, holy fuck, this guy. Camping out in Yellowstone, waiting for it to blow up. Just living in a trailer, eating pickles and shit. I gotta rewatch that movie again sometime. Holy fuck, that's funny. I loved it. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. Search his name at JFK, probably find the photo. Oh fuck. Bill Paxton, JFK. JFK photo. Where he was in here somewhere, was he? You probably right there, sitting on his dad's shoulders, huh? God damn. Bill Paxton. Crazy. Man, to be a part of something like that, that'd be fucking terrifying when it happened, but yeah. God damn it. Yeah. The channel's very rich in content. You can see other playlists from there. Interesting, Melba. Okay. Yeah. It shows the pick of Paxton in the crowd right here. Yeah. Apollo 13 actor. Oh, he's dead? What the fuck? He died? I didn't realize he died. Fuck, he was young. I mean, 61's not that fucking old. Oh, right there. So sad to hear of his death. Oh, that's wow. Jesus, huh? Holy shit. Yeah, I loved him in Twister. We just rewatched that, but we went to see the other one with that fuckboy guy in it with a new Twister. And then we watched the other one before we went to go see it. And yeah. Okay. Oh, I had no idea that he died. Not one of those celebrities that I had no fucking clue was gone. Interesting. Wow. Yeah. Aliens and weird science too, right? What was it, Hendrix? The movie Alien? Is that what it is? It was some movie Alien? Fuck. God damn. Anyway. With the solve closest on it, yeah. Oh, the second Alien movie. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know if I must have seen that. God damn. Well. What a meme. Oh, okay. When they go to the planet nuke at the end. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Well. Interesting. Where the fuck? Oh, it was because Joe Rogan was talking to Woody Harrelson, right? Yeah. That's why we're talking about this. Yeah, anyway, yeah, the Bob Lazar thing. Joe's obsessed with Bob. I think rightly so, though. But I personally, after watching, I've seen a lot of Joe's podcast over the years. That was probably the highlight of it for me, too. Because I was always also obsessed with Bob growing up. And there was never really a great unfiltered interview that I could find with him. And that was a pretty unfiltered conversation at the beginning. And again, he was just stone-faced, just in on it still, right? And he started getting this headache halfway through the interview, though. And people thought that it was kind of suspicious that he didn't really want to talk about specific details, maybe. But he was getting a migraine while he was sitting having the conversation with them. But anyway, I mean, if all that shit happened to him, I mean, undoubtedly a very stressful part of his life. So I could see definitely why maybe that would affect him. So, goddamn, yeah. But yeah, fucking crazy. What's this? Lincoln and Kennedy each have 7 letters. Both presidents were elected to Congress in 46 and later to the presidency in 60. Both assassins, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald, were born in 39 and were known by their 3 names composed of 15 letters. Both ran from a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. The assassins were both Southerners. Sorry. Both of the president's successors were Democrats named Johnson with 6-letter first name and born in 08. Both Lincoln and Kennedy were particularly concerned with civil rights and made their views strongly known. Both presidents were shot in the head on a Friday in the presence of their wives. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy who told him not to go to Ford's Theater. Kennedy, sorry. Choking on my food I ate. Secretary named Evelyn Lincoln, and she warned him not to go to Dallas. Both Oswald and Booth were killed before they could be put on trial. If you don't think we're living in a simulation after reading that, then fucking I can't help you, because that's a trip, huh? Holy shit. I haven't heard that breakdown before, man. That's fucking crazy. If all true, I'm assuming that it is. Yeah. Didn't know it was Sunday again. Yeah. Yeah, goddamn. Yeah. Yeah. That's up there with Titanic and the book that was similar. That's pretty crazy when you think about it. I mean, God, all those correlations. It's really like there's some kind of a pattern happening, some kind of a simulation. Maybe it's those kinds of coincidences happen just to let people know we're living in a simulation. Fuck me. Those little reminders, those little tidbits are like, just remember how crazy things can get. Just let that slowly unwind you, pull you apart psychologically. Jesus Christ, yeah. Definitely whacked. Oh, really? Yeah. Pretty fucked, right? Man, and you just wonder, like, what's going on now. There's things that have happened in more recent times, like 9/11, that are very suspicious. And then we have something even more recent, which is called COVID, which is equally as suspicious, in my opinion. But, yeah, fun times. I think I was going to play this. I think I was going to play it after the Jacques Vallée meme, but the Communion movie Encounter is also a real phenomenon. Personally, I've seen bits and pieces of the film over the year, but never the whole thing. The part of the movie that the experiencer describes in this clip, however, has forever been stuck in my mind.
What that something was seemed to come out one night while Dan was watching TV.
A movie came on that had a scene in it where this little alien peeked around from behind a doorway.
Dan was watching the movie version of Communion.
I just burst into tears when I'd seen these piercing eyes staring out from behind that door. A very split second in my mind, I got more or less a flashback of what had happened back in 1976.
He was absolutely hysterical, crying. And I didn't understand what it was. I didn't understand why he was like this.
With no real answers from the mainstream medical community, Dan and Joyce had to wonder if the movie, Dan's illness, and the red light incident were all somehow related.
Drove them nuts, all it took. Mental breakdown seeing the alien. It's funny, I kind of brought that up too, because about the Strieber, we talked about this before. I saw this, and the Strieber cover with that alien has supposedly triggered many people running into it in bookstores. Because again, like most people in the general public don't really think about these things a lot from day to day. Like it's sometimes never even on their mind ever. There's other things they're more focused with. They're focused, they're honed in on their own life and their experience, and aliens and conspiracies and talks about this stuff never enter into their mind. And, you know, maybe they've had an experience they don't recall. They go to their Barnes and Noble, their local bookstore, and then they see that on the fucking shelves, like they haven't seen that face around really much at all. And this probably back when this book was released around that time period, it wasn't like we were all privy to like the alien emoji, seeing the gray alien face around on TV and movies. It wasn't as prevalent, so it would have been probably pretty jarring for some people. And supposedly, like, there's stories, there's anecdotes of people in bookstores like having freakouts after seeing it and shit, like having similar kinds of breakdowns that this gentleman had, where they recollected something maybe from their childhood, where they're like, oh my God, I haven't thought about this for 40 years. Oh my God, they got me. And then they spiral and all that other shit, you know? So, and I thought it was kind of fucking interesting, but yeah, this guy was kind of saying the same thing. I've seen bits and pieces of the film over the years, but never the whole thing. The part of the movie that the experience describes in this clip has forever stuck in my mind when they peek their head around the corner. Yeah. Because people, it's a terrifying thing for people to consider, where you're in your bed at night and then, you know, this head just pops around the corner that isn't fucking human. You're like, what are you doing in my house and who are you? What do you want with me? What are you going to do with me? And then from there, it's all they black out. So, oh, this is interesting. It's one of those weird things, you know. I mean, you got to think too, with the phenomena and with the abduction phenomena and with people who have supposedly had these incidents, the amount of people, I would imagine statistically, that have had experiences and actually go out and seek professional help and then allow their story to be shared is probably a tiny fraction of the entire group of experiencers, right? That's something you have to consider, where it's such an audacious thing to talk about that we would imagine, if there's some truth to it, that there's a much greater pool of people that have actually had experiences versus how many we have as actual anecdotes that have went and sought help for it. That I would imagine that there's, oh my God, there would be, I don't know what you multiply by. You would probably get maybe like 1% of experiencers will go and seek help, and maybe a further like fucking percentage, whatever it would be, like 30% would allow them their story to be told, right? And then you got to think, like, you do the math on that, how many people have probably had some kind of experience at some point in their life. I haven't, that I can recall, but that could be the other thing too, that these are just people recalling these experiences. Maybe we all have. It's a schizo thought though. Maybe we've all had experiences, we just don't fucking remember. Oh, it's a little clip. Okay, well, just play the clip so we can hear it.
Now, what I'm finding is that the archives process is a complete disaster, of which President Trump has rightfully appointed a new person to take that over. I did meet with the archives. They are going to have a website and a landing page where everyone can go directly. As soon as those documents are scanned, they will be looked and available on the National Archives. So that will be for the American people to see. We're not stonewalling or gatekeeping anything. That will be directly for you to look into. Now, what I'm finding is that the archives process.
Interesting. Well, interesting. Website will go live in a few days. Documents will be uploaded in real time. Very intriguing. Very intriguing. Is this more people liking this comment or? Okay. Oh, leaves it open. Should I? Yeah, maybe I did. I was talking to this guy on Twitter a little bit. We were talking about this the other day. Just yesterday. Kind of an aside, I guess. I'm just curious. You just responded to me, I guess. What I did, I've been in the meantime, like behind the scenes, I've been going through his ECDO hypothesis, which is this Earth crust displacement theory that that's not quite what it is, actually. I shouldn't say that, but it's I forget what the actual acronym stands for again. Earth crustal something form of displacement of the crust catastrophically. We went over this last night, right? Where big wave wash over Africa, kill everybody, washes over the whole globe, everyone gets fucking killed, whole deal, right? And I was going through the theory, and I noticed that what facilitated the core, because the whole crux of the theory revolves around the core of the Earth becoming affected in some way, and that then throws the whole system into chaos. And I said, well, okay, how does the core of the Earth, like what facilitates the movement of the core that then sets all this in motion, right? So I wanted to pick his brain a little bit. The hypothesis leaves the ultimate cause open, sun. It just cites that this is a natural cycle our core goes through. I just went on about my meme usually. I just shared that. I was curious if he's familiar with this, because people will talk about these stories of catastrophes and whatnot, and they may not be aware, or they may forget, that in many of them there is usually some kind of celestial phenomenon associated with them. Not necessarily implying, again, like Nibiru, we don't need to necessarily go there, but it might end up going somewhere like that. And anyway, I was just curious as to what he thought of that. So that was the case. I was curious, going through his theory, that it didn't seem like there was a cause that caused the actual core to move around, which then would set everything in motion and cause a catastrophe. Now, if we want to put quartz crystal in the fucking crack pipe, which is pretty much all I do here most of the time, there have been people that have said or put this idea forward, which I think is very much out there, that if you had a large planetary object come close enough to a smaller planetary object, and it wasn't captured necessarily by it gravitationally, but it had some effect on the planet gravitationally, potentially because of the nature of magnets and magnetism and whatnot, potentially the core of the planet that is in the receiving end, right? So the smaller planet may be affected by the other planet and whipped around. This is like pretty far out there. Velikovsky had talked about this too, not necessarily with the core, but it's like, it's to do with magnetism, not necessarily like electric universe theory, but There have been other people who suggest this too. They're more schizo. Anyway, I was thinking, oh, well, we've got a celestial object appearing during times of catastrophe, facilitating, these catastrophes in some way, which in the past I would think is just like a firestorm or something, trash in the tail or a comet stream debris, whatever, right? I've tried to argue that it looks like specifically there might be one in particular that's responsible for this in some way. And then this gentleman's putting forward this very elaborate theory, which is very interesting and is kind of capturing people's interest, even accredited people's interests. But what he's missing is something to facilitate the actual core being affected. And we're just going to hope to Christ that, first of all, he's wrong. And secondly, that this idea doesn't, correlate with it, that whatever was flying by and causing the catastrophes didn't affect the Earth in some way, the Earth's core. And then that would fit very nicely with his theory. And then it's not necessarily my theory, but that idea. And then if you put those two things together, this is where this is going a little bit. If you put these two things together, which independently don't have to be crazy, you would literally get Nibiru, cataclysm, conspiracy. And I just thought that was funny. So there is a theory that large chasm under the ice, when melted, the water doesn't rush down it and then splashes back out. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Well, brother. Intriguing. I don't know. Maybe I'll pick his brain again. Maybe I'll shoot him a message. I don't think we're on to something here, but just fucking hope that he's not and I'm not, and this is all just crazy talk. And go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Don't talk about these. Don't think about it. Just calm your minds. This is something else I thought too, which is interesting. I've talked to this guy before, actually. Do I follow him? I should follow him. No, I don't. What is he? He's a historian. Archaeologist, honorary member of the Archaeological Society. I thought that was interesting. I forgot to like his post as well. Obviously, the American Indians had contact with the Sumerians in the past, so he's been memeing about this on Twitter for some time. I ran into him because he was posting about this before. Of course, it came up in my feed, of course. And he posted this, right? So, now, I think this is Central American native peoples, we could say, so Mesoamerican or the Aztecs, I think, to be more specific, is where this relief is from, where they're pointing up to the sky that this object appeared, whatever it is, and I guess there may be a celestial interpretation of this object. Now, it does look fairly similar when you look at it, and I thought this too when I saw it, to the winged disc that appears all throughout Mesopotamia. Right? I can't. Going down I don't really want to go down this hole right now. We're probably not going to. But just, drawing some connections once more. He said obviously the American Indians had contact with Sumerians in the past. Well, and I just commented and I said, or they witnessed the same phenomena. This is just my comment. Or they witnessed the same phenomena and had the same teachers, was my response to his comment. And I think he liked it, and good, because the fishmen there, what's his name again? Goddamn, I forget his fucking name. Oannes is one of the names. They got different names in Mesopotamia, but Oannes is the fish guy there. He's the guy, fish guy. But anyway, so I just that's something that Graham's put out there before, and I think it's very interesting. And when you go through, different, because the object, this top one's an impression from a Mesopotamian cylinder seal that Zachariah Sitchin had found. He colored it in red, obviously, but the cross appearing in the sky during the day while the people are farming, and then the one on the bottom left, I believe, is Hopi. A symbol that's found throughout, the Southwest, and I believe that's a Hopi symbol. And on the one on the right is another Mesopotamian depiction for the cross, but you can see it's a little bit more pointed, and it looks like a fucking, literally like a comet there approaching. And I know where that one is from. I think I have that somewhere, that actual impression. So this would imply that they saw something during the day, right? And then you could maybe draw the correlation that if people in Mesopotamia saw this, people in the Southwest in the United States or North America would also see this, right? And so then that would point to this actually being a celestial phenomena, right? And then I just reiterated this. Here's another similar seal with the cross and the wings again, right? And then we got Inanna Ishtar with the crossed object again, with a circular, looking like a comet again. Up in the sky. So, good. Talk about it. Talk about this shit. Actually, I'll repost this thing. Not that I really have a lot of people that follow me, but just to kind of help the algorithm to kind of ask these questions. It said there's clearly a correlation. Well, brother, this isn't just the only one. There's tons of these. This object's all over the fucking planet. I mean, more interestingly, the object is found in Egypt too, and they've concluded that it is a sun disk. Oh, well, yeah, it's just the sun, but it isn't really, because some of these other cultures are depicting it, and there's other depictions they have for the sun. So, same like the Mesopotamians, it's not the sun. So, what is it? Is it related to cataclysms? I don't fucking know. Fuck, I hope not. But might be. I can't find it, but the theory that due to the rotation, Earth is actually donut-shaped at the top, which creates a large hole that goes down hundreds of miles, and they say it was frozen over, but due to the heating, the ice melted and caused the rising sea to fill it, and then shoot back out to causing tsunamis is part of the hollow Earth theory. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Interesting. So yeah. Yeah, I saw that recently. That, yeah, it's due to the spin. Yeah, the equator... There's more water there, so yeah. If like the Earth were stop spinning, you'd see things settle out a bit more. But the hollow Earth thing's pretty fucking out there. I don't buy it personally. That's Admiral Byrd, right? Was it his son or his grandson published his diary and elaborated on it to make some money, and instead of him just going down to the Antarctic and maybe going after Nazis, what fuck knows what they were doing down there. He flew down into a hole and talked with giants who were part of another civilization. So, which again, maybe like, oh my God, Jim, there's a correlation there. But no, but they talked about this shit quite a bit back in the day because they were finding their bodies all over the fucking place. And they were convinced back in the, mid 1800s to early 1900s that as a culture, people, right, in the US and probably consequently some areas around the world were convinced that we'd found the giants from the Bible, the Nephilim. Here they were. And then somebody came up with the brilliant idea to say, no, some assholes were trying to discredit the natives and this is all just white supremacy and the bodies weren't real. And now you're just like, oh my God, I'll slam my head off the corner of the fucking desk every time I hear that, but I try not to. Yeah. There's large caves, but not hollow earth type. I could see maybe large caves. We can go cave exploring in them, but anyway, yeah. Interestingly, I see Jimmy what is the location tribe of the image on the right? It looks Central American. Yeah, it's definitely like Aztec or something. I've seen it before. I've actually found, I think, the depiction before, but is this a real thing? I think it is. I think I've seen a couple other depictions of this object, but is it absolutely 100% the winged disc? Not necessarily. It looks fucking similar, right? It's even got red motif on it, which this is traditionally supposed to be red. And we're not going to go there again. I go there all the fucking time, but if I brings one of these guys on, I'd love that we can talk about this and try and have conversation and whatnot, and try and get to the bottom of this mystery of what's happening here. I'm not the guy to get to the bottom of it by myself, obviously. So I've seen this guy has some other theories about there are also pyramids near the real ancient Troy, not far from its capital city. I don't know how rooted this is in reality. I don't know. He's saying that he's looking at some of these there's ancient pyramids that are hidden around, and there very well could be. I was trying to understand some of his theories. I don't know, but I mean, who the fuck knows? It's very specific. He was studying river patterns and that there may have been things encoded in some of these cultures, but river patterns, there might be some of these pyramids hidden. And there's so many fucking theories that people have about shit that's hidden around, and I have no idea. That looks interesting. The shape of it is actually extremely interesting when you look at it from that angle. Sometimes it can appear to be interesting and in actual fact not be anything, but anyway, listen, with AI, this is the crazy thing about this with AI. The people are literally doing this now, but you could feed Google Earth into AI. And now that AI can analyze images, you could maybe run a program for Google, for this AI to go through Google Earth, the entirety of the planet, and search around in like jungled areas, forested areas and whatnot for structures that could be very old that had been grown over that we've mistaken for hills and shit. And you could probably get it to go through and give you a list of areas that are very suspicious or like outright have to be some kind of structure because they're looking at the structure mathematically. This is absolutely a constructed structure and it's been overgrown and we've mistaken it for a hill. And you'd be like, oh my fucking God. I mean, you gotta think what we could do with AI. I mean, its ability to do something like that, like going forward here the next probably decade, we could uncover a lot of shit that again, we were too stupid to figure out and we didn't have the resources to figure out either, right? It's a big thing, so. Yeah. Have you ever heard of this theory? Graham Hancock. Bad Atlantis man. A different view in the deluge and the moon. Ooh. Lower section. Trajectory of the moon. Alos Ealing. It's an interesting name. How Earth got its satellite, the moon, is a controversial and unsolved problem. The idea of the moon's origin was a result of impact of a Mars-sized planetesimal into the proto-Earth has been taught for decades. However, this theory is repeatedly challenged by some scientists. The present paper presents new arguments favoring a capture of the moon that rejects all models assuming a formation in the course of an impact. Moreover, the evidence found indicates a capturing at relatively recent times, at a time when humans already populated Earth. Regarding the timing and the capture of the moon in general, besides prehistoric reports, geological peculiarities of the Earth and the moon become proofing cornerstones of the model proposed. The capture of the moon caused a deluge, which thus turns out to have been a cosmic catastrophe which brought higher life on Earth close to extinction. Well, you know, if we were going through Buddy's ECDO theory there about how the entire Mediterranean left its basin and went over northern Africa, there's not a lot of things that will facilitate that amount of movement. Like even the shifting of the poles around or some jerking of the crust. I mean, Jesus Christ, like that's unbelievably aggressive. Unexplained geological structures. First of all, we don't look at the moon, but at Earth. Large-scale geology of Earth is currently interpreted within the framework of Wigner's plate tectonics. Some substructures and a number of peculiarities with plate tectonics cannot explain have been overlooked or faded out. Among the unexplained facts we come across with submarine canyons, which extend at the mouths of rivers as huge underwater channels, or which are cut into tectonic plates at the shelf brims of continents. Given the widths and depths of their dimensions, we can exclude that today's currents have washed or milled them. There are even deep-sea trenches that exist without relation to any structure at land or at the shelf. Within the category of submarine structures fall the following: the Aleutian Trench and the South Sandwich Trench. Both are long, curved, shaped deep-sea trenches situated at the shelf edge of a strait. Okay, oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, and this is there's a lot of holes right now that need to be filled. Don't clip that. In some of these geological theories that have prevailed, like gradualism, where they've just assumed everything's been very slow and there have been periods of catastrophic change. But in actual fact, I've not heard of this, but I've heard other anecdotes that that clearly point towards some catastrophes periodically, and they've just been really hesitant or just adverse to even having this conversation. And I don't know, people like Randall Carlson have talked about how maybe this was due to catastrophism's origin, which is in like biblical literalists thinking that, oh, the earth was made in a day and a night, the giants were here, and this is essentially what people are saying again now, but we're not talking about like a day and a night. The giants may have been here, but by giants we also mean people between 7 and 8 feet tall, which isn't crazy tall. So anyway, that might be why, and it's just one of those things that kind of got forgotten, and now they don't know why they're so hesitant to contend with it. Sorry, I don't know. In addition to the trench structures discussed above, exists a spaciously large weakening of the Earth's magnetic field known as the South Atlantic anomaly. At present, this anomaly is often discussed in the context of a possible pole change of the Earth's magnetic field. Different to this assumption, we believe and will argue in favor of an explanation which traces back Earth's fissured surface in this magnetic anomaly to the same event. Both states can be consistently explained as a concomitant, interesting word, phenomena of the capture of the moon. In our model, the anomaly reflects the path the pre-moon took during its close encounter with Earth. In the course of the overflight, energy dissipation decelerated the moon and led to the capture of the moon. Where did the moon come from, though? Energy dissipation acted devastatingly on both bodies. Earth changed in geology, geography, and fauna. Where did the moon come from, though? I mean, he must get to that, so, yeah. Or giants meant celebrities, larger than life compared to the gods. Or they were literally giants. We don't know. Actually, though, there's evidence they may have literally been giants. So that's the thing about the bodies and the stories, and they were just big people. But who knows, right? There's probably a mix of things together, though, right? The gods were big, right? They're bigger than people, right? They're larger than life, sure. There were also people who were bigger than us, who may have influenced the idea of it. Okay, right? Two things can be true, maybe. The primordial moon, the pre-moon, or alternatively the colliding planetesimal, must have come from somewhere. Yes. Let us narrow down the location of its formation, looking at its chemical composition. If we assign a primordial formation of the moon and the asteroid belt beyond Mars, we expect a body with the moon's density. Showing a density, blah, blah, blah. Mars already comes suspiciously close to the moon's density. From this point of view, the specific density of the Earth's moon fits perfectly to a thesis that placed its formation in the solar distance of the asteroid belt. Coming to a quantitative analysis, we discuss a process of capture, which results from an extremely strong interaction of the two heavenly bodies. For this analysis, the orbit of the premoon is assumed to have been elliptical with an aphelion. So what? Yeah, but something would have been disturbed to throw it into our orbit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah, this is probably pretty in-depth, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. Analysis contributions up to the deceleration of the premoon. There's an African culture that talks about, in the distant past, the moon arriving. I forget who they were, a tribe. But they're usually referenced. I've heard this theory before that it arrived like 10 to 12,000 years ago, and it's what ultimately caused the end of the last ice age. But I don't know. I mean, some people say that this would have been like an absolute fucking apocalypse, like beyond what we can even see during the Younger Dryas. But it bulges the Earth's body by 4 kilometers. Oh my heavens. Yeah, okay. Intriguing. How it would have happened is the problem, I guess, right? It's like Velikovsky back in the 50s proposing that the great comet that a lot of these cultures saw that coincided with catastrophe was Venus. And then when people asked Emmanuel, how did Venus leave the orbit of Jupiter? He's like, it just did. Some electrical discharge, something happened, and they were like, oh, okay. Like, it you know, shit does fly into the inner solar system, but it's not very often, I don't think, that you see planetary bodies or planetesimals, large bodies, just randomly flying around. Now, what would make more sense to me is if we had something large on a long orbit that brought it somewhat close into the inner solar system that could dislodge shit. That might fill the gap a bit. If there is such an object that we're looking for, although its orbit is in a very safe realm that doesn't bring it into the inner solar system at all. But I've been told by people who can do math that, Jim, that doesn't make any sense, and that it could come into the inner solar system. And I said, well, no, it doesn't. But then how do we explain all these stories? And then I guess they just don't go any further than that. So, I mean, if it came into the inner solar system, no, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. But then, have we ever observed a planetary object coming very close to another planetary object before? I mean, would there be some repulsion force involved? Would they actually crash into one another? Would it be able to actually be in a stable orbit? That's where the math really falls apart. It couldn't be too extreme, but maybe it could come just close enough that it creates a problem. Even in, some of the planets, geology, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I mean, that would have to come very close, but my whole mean before with trying to argue this was that it would come close enough to create a mess in the inner solar system by affecting the Kuiper belt or the asteroid belt, and that it would create it would disturb trash, and it undoubtedly has a lot of trash in its tail. And in disturbing that trash, and potentially some of the trash in its tail coming by, it would kind of sweep the solar system with shit, and then periodically things would get pelted, and then that would account for some of the stories, right? Typically firestorms and whatnot, but there are earthquakes and tidal waves that accompany this stuff too. But you could think comet impact, right? Could do that. So I didn't necessarily need to get into like a pole shift, but then I literally just see what we're on here right now. It says pole shift. The moving tectonic plates and the related geological transformations of Earth described above were neither the only nor the greatest upheavals that Earth suffered in the course of the moon's capture. The capture of the moon made the globe tilt, provoking a second cataclysm within the cataclysm. The shift of the poles by a tilting Earth axis can be analyzed by a physical assessment. As mentioned above, a more than 5-kilometer high water cylinder rolled against the coast of South America, 5-kilometer high. And in the toe of the moon, tectonic plates crashed against each other. These occurrences made the globe shaking and the axis tilting, a conjecture that we could confirm or disprove by physics. Graham featured this on his fucking site? Hold on. How fucking high is, how many feet is 5-kilometer tsunami? Oh, Christ Jesus. That's even bigger than the one we looked at last night. 16,000 feet. What the fucking 16,000 foot wave? You know what's actually kind of nuts though? Buddy's ECDO theory we're talking about yesterday that fucked Northern Africa. Where is it here? Hold on. I'll just go to notifications. Where's this fucking thing at? Where's your thing at, bud? Here. This. The wave height would have to have come up to something ridiculous like 14,000 feet for it to go across all of Northern Africa. And then here this guy's putting forward another theory that when the moon came in, and that there may be evidence, well, fuck the moon out here for just a second, but that he thinks there's evidence that there was a 16,000 foot wave that hit South America? Holy fuck. How high is the ionosphere? Oh, it wouldn't be that high. I mean, that's in the sky, though. Like, I mean, well, you got to think like 40,000 feet is where planes fly at, right? So, I mean, it's high, but I mean, it's in the fucking clouds. Like, that's in the clouds, right? I mean, yeah, it's in the fucking clouds. Yeah, that's low-level cloud starts for 6,500 feet. That's mid-level. High levels over 15. It's in the fucking clouds, yeah. That's a tsunami as high as the clouds. Man. Okay, what's his argument? I like where this is going. This sounds great. This is some fucking fear porn. Okay. The torque associated with the collision is calculated by the formula. I guess we're just going to trust that that's correct. Assuming the impact of the tsunami and the moving tectonic plate hits Southern American continent shelf, we can derive a statement about the primordial position of the poles from the moon's change of velocity. So, you know, something interesting about that, which just to freak us out more, maybe we could do this. We could say, weren't there fish bones and whale bones found in the Andes? Yeah, okay. Pondering ancient marine life in the Andes, are we? Indeed, fossils of marine creatures, including fish and whale bones, have been unearthed in these lofty mountains. For instance, Serra Balena site in Chile's Atacama Desert boasts over 40 fossilized whale skeletons, dating back to 6.5 to 9 million years ago. So we're safe there, maybe. Similarly, Puerto Rico's basin has yielded numerous marine fossils, such as those of the aquatic sloth. Any marine life up there that's more recent, like 12,000 years old? Maybe not. I had heard that, though. That's good. That settles my fears a little bit, yeah. Search in your article Andes. Oh, did they talk about the Andes Mountains? Yeah. No marine fossils as young as 12,000 years have been discovered. They date back millions of years, and the region was submerged, yes. Quite high up now, though, so. Assuming the impact of the tsunami and the moving tectonic plate hit the South American continent shelf and acted there, we can derive a statement about the primordial position of the poles. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, I mean, the 16,000 foot wave was an interesting meme. God damn. It talks about the equatorial bulge. He talks about the Andes in here, does he, Malibu? Okay. The Andes represent the most conspicuous bequest when the flood tore the Drake Strait and the Nazca Plate pressed itself onto the South American plate and lifted the Andes into the sky. This makes the Andes an unbelievably young mountain range. It sounds crazy, but the marine fauna of Lake Titicaca, oh my God, he said it. He said the word. Titicaca indicates that it was a former sea bay that was lifted to an altitude of more than 3,800 meters. The remains of a saltwater fauna, sea mollusks, and seahorses still live in the lake today. Lake water is moderately salty with about 1 gallon per liter, or whatever the fuck GL means. It is drinkable. Lake Titicaca drains into Lake Pupo. Are you fucking serious? I actually didn't know that. Lake Titicaca drains into Lake Pupo? Pupo? I think it's Poo-Poo. Is it not fucking pronounced Poo-Poo? Can we talk with this motherfucker? Hold on just a second here. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Don't tell me that is this actually a fucking thing? Allow. Yes, allow. Hello? 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 Oh, you fucking useless ass fucking thing. Turn off microphone.
Hi there. I just want to share how thrilled I am to...
No, you're not thrilled. I just want to hear it pronounce it. Do chat. No. Hello. Oh my fucking God. Okay, anyway, what a useless. It's still recording now. It's maybe if I stop. I wanted to hear the AI pronounce it. Fuck. God damn it. Anyway. Poopo. Pronounce. Poop. No. Poopo. Okay, it's pronounced poo-poo. We settled on it, yeah. It talks about Titicaca Lake in this issue. Oh, fuck yeah. Am I being messed with? Yeah. Is this an egg? Oh, not just a circle? Damn, yeah. Yeah, what does it all mean? All these connections, all these things. Anyway, I got sidetracked. Okay, so it drinks in Lake Titicaca, drinks in Lake Poo-Poo, both of which are largely dried up salt lakes. So he's essentially saying, yes, it's salt water. There's still fucking seahorses in there. It was lifted recently. All right. Okay. Well, interesting. Yeah. I mean, lifting in the Andes in the West was triggered a seesawing effect regarding the continental shift. I mean, this is some terrifying shit. When you really think about it for a second, who is this guy? Yeah. Like Poos. Yeah. Just written right in Spanish translate. Would that do it? Goddamn. This is Perry Reese map. He's talking about that shit. Okay. Fuck. I mean, I haven't heard this actually fleshed out, this theory. Wherever to present valid arguments for our thesis in the moon is a young companion to the Earth, traces all this geologically recent capture, characterizes the structure of the moon and exists on Earth as well, and the fact the combination of physical, geological, and astronomical facts lead to a congruent picture that explains the current state of the Earth-Moon system. Now, again, the only thing missing, I think, is how the moon became rogue and just ended up randomly flowing through the solar system. It took place somewhere between 40,000 and 30,000 years ago. Globally existing myths report a cataclysm of enormous scale. They do. Thereby, they report about disastrous concomitants accompanying the capture of the moon. Capture of the moon caused worse than a flood. It changed the geography of the world. Earth's surface was devastated, millions died, and life in total was brought to the brink of extinction. Fun. What a fun theory to think about. I guess in this instance, it's not going to happen again. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is he? Yeah. Interesting. Focus on ancient languages and history. He studied physics and astronomy. He studies with a doctorate in 1981 at the University of Bochum. His professional career, he worked for 35 years in the chemical industry. After 17 years as a laboratory and department head in central research, he managed global business units in some major chemical companies. Retirement 2016, he published various books using natural sciences to elucidate his different perspectives on prehistory. So an educated lad that, he nodded the great goddess. Look at this, Look at this. Okay. Oh, he's going into all of it. Havoc of the planetary system by the Red Sun. Holy, it's hard to keep up with all these fucking different theories, but thank you, Malibu. Very interesting. Yeah. I know about the Perry Reese map. The Perry Reese map, for people that didn't watch Graham's documentary, haven't heard of it before, supposedly talks about how Antarctica was ice-free at some point, I believe, right? That was the Perry Reese map. And how ancient peoples, and also it had an outline of it ice-free at a time before it was discovered. Yeah. He talks about it. Yeah, the Perry Reese map. Yeah. Perry Reese map here. Yes. Yeah. Even if it appears to be conspiracy nonsense, messages from a distant past, or just a moon, maybe a satellite of the Earth, only after man already populated the world. Interesting. Yeah. Yes. Western coastline of the Atlantic Ocean in the pre-flooded period. The coastlines of the Perry Reese map fit too well with the shelf edge of the South American plate to be coincidental. Was undoubtedly drawn using older, now lost templates, so source map material. Yeah. So it just adds an argument of a completely different nature to the above findings concerning geology and sea biology that, you know, there was somebody in the past who had mapped the world and it looked different. So, very interesting. Yeah. Quite a meme, honestly. But, yeah. I mean, this is a hell of a read to go through. I'll have to keep this up for later. Again, it's so hard to keep up with all these different ideas and theories that are floating around now. Now, I mean, the mainstream scientific approach to this, or people that are involved in these disciplines, I mean, it's so hard. Everybody has their own take on what the fuck happened, right? I mean, honestly, most people have their own take on like what they think happened, and you know, we kind of go with the consensus because it's been subjected to a lot of peer review. Now, the idea of the moon just appeared, I mean, they would probably contend that it would be more destructive, there'd be more evidence of this. I don't know. We miss stuff all the time. I have no clue, right? You'd have to, when it gets into some of this stuff, same with Buddy's ECDO theory, you'd have to have, like, for instance, geologists look at the outside of the pyramid. Because there are trained and untrained eyes, and you have to be careful. Same with me talking about cylinder seals and interpreting them. I mean, there are official interpretations of some of the imagery there by like art historians and other people in geology, anthropology, that, oh, that's just a sun disk. It's like, now, I mean, you can argue that ultimately, regardless of, you know, their credentials. I mean, you know, as long as you have some basic understanding of what's being talked about. I mean, well, what's your argument? If your argument's interpretation because you're an expert, it's like that's not a very good argument, right? Like give me the logic as to like why this is what you say it is. And it's like, oh, well, it looks like the sun. It's like, well, fuck, that's not a very good fucking argument then, is it? Because you don't know that. Like, how convicted are you in this interpretation? And then you go through those hoops and you find out that, well, we don't really fucking know. And you're like, okay, good to know. Right? And then you can go and you meme about fucking, well, maybe it was a comment or something. So, yeah. It was from the bad Atlantis man himself. Yeah. Buddy, someone's going to go die probably walking through their front door. But anyway, it's all right. They lived a long life whoever they were. Yeah. Well, what a fucking meme. Thank you for sharing this. Yeah, Malibu, I was not familiar. When was this posted? He just posted it in 2021. Okay, different view in a deluge of the moon. On Graham's site. Well, very intriguing. I wonder, I'm assuming he has a book or something, does he? Oh, it's in German though. Vergenesi Zitwan Vergenesi something. Oh, it's in German though. Fuck, I can't read it then. I'm glad that he took the time to write this into English so I can get an idea what his theories are about. But again, it's an endless rabbit hole with this shit. So, forgotten times, forgotten worlds. Thank you, Bambo. That's not what it means, okay? I wonder if he has an English translation. Oh, I think he does. Wait, don't tell me he only has... Brother, you better have this in English. I don't know if he does. I think French, Italian, German, I think that's English. Yes. Better not be Spanish. I'm assuming it's in English. Intriguing. Well, I mean, really, there's so many people to talk to about all these different things. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Well, I think I had other shit about this, but I mean, I don't know if we can probably talk about some of this other shit now because I've been talking about it. We might as well. Fuck it. We're already on this. We're on this path. It's too late. It's a little bit early, but whatever. I was following this, which is again, so for people that don't know or haven't heard about this, or like I meme about giants here, and you know, I got onto this like a decade ago almost now. Fuck, I thought it was only 5 years ago, but time's flown since COVID. After I kind of ran into, it was Hugh Newman, I think, initially that was talking about this. And he was on Ancient Aliens, but he's a pretty good independent researcher in his own right. And he was talking about, it must have been a book he was writing then, but it was about these stories about giant bodies found all over the United States. And I had kind of run into this before. I think Plato made mention to them at one point. And anyway, I went looking into it and found that, oh my God, like this is everywhere in ancient history. This is a meme in ancient history that there were giants, these lost tribes of giants. So many cultures talked about them. It blew my mind. And so ever since then, I've been kind of picking around, like picking up these tidbits whenever I can, right? Out of the woo or out of these ancient stories. And what does it mean ultimately, right? Because I mean, I was interested in Sitchin's work. I ran into Sitchin's work ultimately because what I ran into first was hearing about channelers and contactees talking about Nibiru coming back to kill everybody. And I said, oh, I'm very suspicious of those people and always have been. What the fuck are they talking about? So I would go and I went into reading Nancy Leader's work and said, okay, this, you know, clearly she was wrong about this in 2003. What's Nibiru? And then I ended up writing into Sitchin, read through his book, got the Earth Chronicle series online. It's interesting, and then I went into Velikovsky's work and catastrophism, and then anyway, Sitchin talks about giants. Anunnaki talks about giants. Essentially, the god pantheon are large people there. They're all depicted as large people. They used to walk around. There was a time when they were walking around with them. I mean, they interacted with the population. They thought they were real, and they descended from the heavens. They were essentially human aliens. They weren't from Earth, and we're the aliens because they made us, fashioned us out of clay, or in Sitchin's story, out of genetics, fucking around with ape genetics. So anyway, all full circle. Recently, I actually spoke to somebody, I forget what the fucking museum was, but she was an anthropologist. Museum of Pennsylvania. The video's on, I didn't talk to her on video, but it's on YouTube. And she just told me that the whole giant thing is essentially from white supremacists. And I said, fucking what? Not heard that one. And then she gave me some material explaining this. And I said, okay, all right. So I went and read it, and I was like, there were a couple idiots that tried to assert that, well, the Native American people were savages, and there's no way they could have made these earthworks and mounds and pottery, and so it must be attributed to this older group we found. But then they take this leap, and I don't know how they do this logically, but there were tons of finds. Like, it's probably not an exaggeration to say there were hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies recovered. That all that was just bullshit and made up. And I'd some level of cognitive dissonance going on I can't wrap my head around now, that they're just assuming that this is bullshit and just is all some fantasy made up by people. And it's not. There's no fucking way that it is. And so this is the trend going on right now, because this has come back up in conversation. Obviously, I have no influence in the field here. But there are other people who mentioned this too, who I think are starting to kick this back up. And then the official, the consensus in anthropology and archaeology probably is that it's just some white supremacist meme. And I think that's hard to believe. I mean, have they fallen that far from fucking grace? I don't know. But so why am I pulling this up? Well, this is an interesting article. So Elizabeth Weiss, she is a professor of anthropology at SJSU. She's a National Association of Scholars board member, and she's the wife, I believe, of Nick Pope, who talks about aliens, which is how I got into all this stuff originally, where my origins of this are. So. And she's been talking about this, which I thought was interesting, because, you know, speaking with this lady, she was nice. I thought, this sounds like fucking bullshit. Sounds like horse shit. There's no way. I mean, obviously, it's like taking a couple incidents and then extrapolating that over the whole thing. And it's explained. It's like, no. They finally admit they're wrong. They'll say the Younger Dryas was caused by ancient white supremacists causing climate change. Fuck, brother. What the fuck? So, this is an article that she just shared here called "Woke Archaeologists Are Burying Humanity's Past. Museums, universities, and journals are bending over backwards to appease indigenous superstitions." Okay. Woke archaeologists want to put invaluable historical discoveries back in the ground. Universities, museums, and other archaeological institutions have long struggled to hold on to their collection of Native American remains and artifacts in the face of activist fury. Now there is a growing faction within archaeology that advocates for a total ban on any and all representations of dead human beings. Jim, where did the bodies go? Back to where they came from. And do the people there give a fuck about that anymore? Probably not. In 2023, the Society for American Archaeology published new guidance and prohibited the use of photographs of human remains in all its academic journals out of respect for diverse cultural traditions. The SAA instead suggests that line drawings or other renderings of human remains may be an acceptable substitute for photographs. Replace photos with stick figures is essentially the instruction, even though this will obviously limit what information can be gleaned from readers and scholars. Similarly, the Society for California Archaeology announced ahead of its annual conference this year that it would not allow any depictions of the remains of any specific person, regardless of ancestry, including photographs, drawings, x-rays, or 3D models. Which is fucking crazy. I mean, they're fucking dead. Right? Museums are following suit too. In the UK, National Museum Scotland, the body that runs Scotland's public museums, has also decided to scrub any images of human remains except those that are wrapped from its online collections database. This will now only be available for research purposes by request. In Philadelphia, the Mutter Museum made a similar decision. The museum, which is run by the College of Physicians of Philadelphia and is dedicated to displaying medical history, has removed all images of human remains from its online database. This includes an image of Carol Orzel, a woman suffering from fibrodysplasia. Before she died in 2018, she specifically requested her body be put on display so that as many people as possible would learn about the debilitating and ultimately fatal bone and cartilage disease from which she suffered. Her dying wish had been ignored. Archaeologists now face serious problems when attempting research involving human remains. Many California universities have no collections available at all for research purpose anymore. Some, such as California State Polytechnic University Pomona, have completely prohibited the study and use of skeletal remains. In 2024, the Humans President put out a memorandum stating that it would suspend the collection of and prohibit the use of any ancestral remains or cultural items for any teaching, research, or exhibition purposes. Another California State Bakersfield told me that it had banned human natural bone material altogether, although with national research about Native American involving curated collections, archival notes, information, and media. This is terrible news for any students hoping to study anthropology or archaeology, even just for members of the public curious about our shared human heritage. So why are so many institutions, which are supposedly dedicated to knowledge and learning, putting some of their most valuable collections behind closed doors? Too many in the field of archaeology today have fallen victim to prioritizing indigenous ways of knowing over actual science. Most Native American cultures believe that representations of human remains, even those belonging to non-indigenous peoples, are dangerous. They believe that viewing them can release evil spirits and wreak havoc. These unscientific ideas have been uncritically accepted by right-on archaeologists in the U.S. and indeed across the world. This harm is not just thought to be metaphorical or emotional either. One 2020 book titled Working With and for Ancestors warns that the disturbance of ancestors and belongings can result in physical danger for the living. Apparently, some think that even digital replicas can have the same effect. At a 2023 meeting for the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Review Committee, participants argued for the need to delete digital images. Indigenous activists claimed it was possible to entice the spirits of someone to inhabit photos cast in replica, which could then cause real-world harm. We have seen the same logic be applied to the funerary ritual items, which have been removed from display in case they summon supernatural entities. This is weird because, like, in one hand, they're all on this woo, but then when we bring up the giants, this is just all nonsense and woo. By censoring any and all images of human remains, we are ensuring that the next generation of forensic anthropologists and biological archaeologists are poorly trained. Worse, we are robbing everyone of the opportunity to learn more about our shared human heritage. We cannot allow these woke archaeologists to bury humanity's history. So this is a battle that she's been fighting here, I guess, trying to bring this to light. I guess they're cowtailing maybe to some of these superstitions, which is interesting. Now, this was related to this old giant meme as well, because what was happening, I guess, through the 80s and the 90s, mainly the 90s, is they began to give back bits and pieces of these remains to these native peoples. And now I don't think they had a place to really put this shit. So that is also possibly where a lot of these giant bones may have gone to, is they just got thrown into a box and they got chucked back to a group of people who I think maybe they didn't even don't know what they did with them. So now, did they have any right to have them to begin with? That's a legitimate conversation they'd have to have, I guess, with them. But I mean, Jesus Christ, take pictures of them before you get the fucking bones away. I mean, anyway, I've not heard of this. So this is very strange that they're all in on this shit now. That keeping this stuff is like bad voodoo and stuff. I mean, it's weird. It's very strange. She had a fight with people too recently because she used the word like biological woman, biological man or something in one of her fucking presentations. Like, and people were coming at her. These fucking people from sociology of all fucking shithole degrees. Sorry, not the shit on sociology degrees, but she's a professor emeritus of anthropology. I mean, like, you're gonna argue with this fucking woman? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, holy Christ. This fucking nonsense. Anyway. I just thought I'd bring that up because it kind of, we're talking the giant thing, like, what the fuck's going on in these disciplines right now? What's happening? What's going on? Why is this, what's happening? Anyway. But here's another thing that this just dropped today. I think, is this the fucking cart ruts we were talking about before? Archaeologists say they found evidence of transport technology used in America nearly 70,000 years before the invention of the wheel. What, brother? 22,000-year-old evidence of transport technology reshapes your understanding of the ancient Americas. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of ancient transport technology in the Americas. Yes, 22,000-year-old sleds. New findings in Bournemouth University researchers Matthew Robert Bennett, a professor of environmental and geographical sciences, and Sally Christine Reynolds, associate professor in hominin paleoecology, identified the use of simple hand carts possessing no wheels that were employed during the late Ice Age near modern-day White Sands, New Mexico. Intriguing. Is political science a sociology degree in your opinion? No, I mean, I shouldn't even say that. I mean, there's that was something that, I mean, everyone else has been involved in university. Maybe it probably, some of the sociology department sometimes isn't well regarded, but I don't know. I think that's not probably really fair to them. It's just memeing. Is political science involved? Well, one thing, I took a course in political science once. Holy fuck, I fell asleep in that. Oh my God, man. I just, no fucking interest at all. It just drives me nuts, But, some people like that shit. Some people go to philosophy courses and they fall asleep. So, again, I'm not judging it. It's just for me personally. Yeah, why do you have a degree in political science, Fish? Interesting. Anyway, where was I now? Okay, yeah, they found what the fuck is it now? It was sled cuts in the sands. Ancient footprints at White Sands. In 2009, ancient fossilized human footprints were discovered at White Sands. However, it was not until revelations that came with the 2021 radiocarbon dating of seeds found in the sediments that controversy erupted. Those results dated the footprints to 23,000 years ago, pushing the arrival of humans in the Americas back several thousand years. Oh, you mean it's older than we thought it was? Wow, fuck, wow, that's crazy, yeah. What are the chances? The footprints sit at the bottom of a dry lake bed, reminders of an ancient time when New Mexico was not a desert. Critics of the find noted that the rupia seeds used in the dating come from a plant that grows in brackish hard water, allowing it to intake carbon during photosynthesis, which can generate misleading radiocarbon results. Since 2021, additional dating techniques have helped to conclusively determine the age of the ichnofossil footprints. Yeah. Okay, if it is, I was partying most of the time once I realized the degree was useless. Still got out with a 3.8. That's very good, man. That's very good. It's better than fucking mine, probably, in the end. I forget what mine was, actually. I dropped out initially, and so I think the initial reflection wasn't good, but yeah. Anyway, I did well in my philosophy courses. It's electives I don't really give a fuck about, honestly. But, yeah. Interesting, yeah. Well, I mean, and who knows? No, man. It was an easy degree. Whatever, man. I mean, fuck, We need people to understand politics. I'm not saying that it's not objectively like useful. It's just something, yeah, I could never stand it. Yeah. Don't feel bad. I don't worry. But no, I don't want to come across just generally as like dismissive of like these other like, you know, areas of thought. Like I don't actually approach things like that. Like I usually defer if we were to talk about the political history of a country, like I would defer to someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, you think? Yeah. What's his Hassan on here? I mean, I don't really watch much of his content, but isn't he like do you like him on Twitch, Fish? He's all about politics and political history and some shit. I saw a clip. I didn't watch it, but I guess he was in Japan and he went to go see the Japanese Communist Party or some shit. Is he like a advocate of communism or some shit, or what's he about? Like, does he support communism, or he's a genocide denying grifter? Oh yeah, is he? I don't really know who he is. Like I see him on here. He's a big following. I haven't really watched any of his content. I don't really know what his opinions are. I know he's very controversial opinions about what happened in Israel, and yeah, he's a turbo leftist. Oh god, okay. Is he like dogmatically left? I think he kind of is like that, isn't he? Or I know Train Beast on here is a huge Hassan fanboy. So he's kind of educated me on some of his history. I didn't really know him. I remember him from like way back when Destiny was debating people online, and holy fuck, I wanted to slam my head against a desk when that happened a lot of the times. But he was on with him sometimes. So he's a nephew of Cenk Uygur. He was Young Turks, right? Yeah. Yeah, I remember Alex Jones. I remember the time Alex Jones went and met Cenk at a conference or some shit. Oh fuck. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. He's very popular on Twitch now. He's one of the top guys on Twitch, I think. He must be. He's very popular. Yeah, he's a good looking guy too. I mean, I think that's probably like most of it, I would assume, but I don't know. Yeah. Haven't watched much of him. My personal opinion is in any dog and was not productive in the slightest. I agree, brother. 100% I agree, yeah. Yeah. He's got 31,000 viewers. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah. Goddamn. Well. Oh well, good for him. I don't know the guy. I mean, yeah, I guess if Golf, you think that he's a dingus, then I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I've heard that opinion. I've heard people who say they like him too, but I mean, like, why? I don't know. Like, do we know him? And does anyone know him? I have no idea. What are his opinions? What are his stances on that? I have no fucking idea. Yeah. Who knows? I know he's been very controversial with his stance about what happened in Israel and with Palestine, and that's a very... Man, that's a touchy fucking subject there. I mean, I don't comment. I don't know, right? I just think there's definitely been some atrocities that have happened on both sides. And a friend of mine who used to cut my hair, actually, he was very opinionated when it came to this. He was very vocal about the genocide that happened in Palestine, and I didn't know him super well. I met him through music, through playing music uptown. I knew of him, and he was a barber, and he got in some trouble in the city because of his opinions, and he pissed off the wrong people, and he ended up getting pushed out of one of his joint business ventures and ended up somewhere else where I ran into him again, and now he's since moved to Japan. So I no longer see him, which is tragedy for my hair. But anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, I can listen to Reasonable Leftness, but he's got screws loose. Oh, does he? Okay. I don't know who he is. Yeah. I also think that politics is really young and or immature. You think, man? Yeah. Are the exploitative of the prior two categories? Okay. Hassan brags he loves paying taxes in California. He's a very socialist guy, is he? Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things. It's like people are all... Like a lot of university people, like kids, are very socialist, and this idea of communism is very attractive because they have no money, right? And it's spreading the wealth around and fucking capitalism and all these corporatists. And then when you start making money, right? Let's say you start making over like $100,000, and you're like, "What the fuck you mean I'm losing almost half of it?" It's like, what do you mean you're taking half of it? And then maybe the government that's in just does something unbelievably stupid with your money, and you're like, what? And then you start getting involved again, and you're like, oh, well, fuck that. You're not taking my money, you dickhead. And it's like, oh, wait, what happened to What happened to what happened to high taxes and spreading the love around, right? Anyway. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like, I want to make sure people are taken care of, but then again, it's kind of a fucking terrible thing to say, but like, people that deal with like down and out types, right? You deal with the lower rung. And man, it's like they come in for their checks every 2 weeks or whatever, and it's like it all just goes fucking drugs. And some of them come from bad places, but man, some of them are just fucking stupid. Like, and it's like, God damn it. Like they're not doing anything, and I'm on unemployment right now, but I worked since I was a teenager consistently until honestly COVID. So I just, had a little bit of a break, I guess, but they just don't do fuck all ever and haven't. And it's like, man, what are we doing here? Now you could argue we get better programs, better education, but I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have the fucking answers. Yeah, I would say it is more of a lack of experience and exposure combined with 10 feet tall hormones when young. You think so, man? Yeah. He's a hedonist and frat boy type in many ways. He started producing content as a dating advice show host. That was his first show on the Young Turks. Oh, really? Yeah, he does. From what I've seen, he is kind of like a frat boy kind of energy. Yeah. He's a hedonist, yeah. I could see, he's a tall, good-looking, wealthy guy living in, where does he live? Somewhere in California, right? Probably hangs around a bunch of OnlyFans models and shit. Like, I mean, you got a lot going for you in that regard. I don't know, man. I do find some of that, personally, that behavior to me isn't really acceptable. And, what everyone's out there trying to get in their fucking bag. But at the same time, man, I do have a fucking problem with the OnlyFans stuff. I don't really talk about the shit on here a lot, but I really fucking do. Honestly, I have more of a problem with that than I do with like fucking like porn stars and shit, because the OnlyFans shit really rubs me the wrong way. Because if anybody's ever been on that site, they are all about, and now maybe this is audacious, but I mean, we're having a genuine conversation here. I don't think this is necessarily a parasocial relationship, right? They're forming parasocial relationships with these vulnerable young men and women on there, and they're asking for their money and they're baiting them. It's very nefarious shit. It's dangerous shit for the women, mainly. It's mainly women doing it on there, but it's very disgusting behavior, I think, that they're doing that. And they have like bots having conversations with young men, taking their money. And even if they have employees of theirs that are doing this and they pretend like it's them talking to them, it's like, it's pretty dark. And, for me, I've had a lot of friends who had a hard time coming up with women, and I had a very close friend of mine that committed suicide, and it was related to a relationship with a woman that went south, and I'm very sensitive to that, and it just pisses me off, honestly. I mean, I don't have a problem with people like making money off their body. Like, I loved bodybuilding and weightlifting when I was younger, and I still do. Not as much as I used to, but, and if you want to like work your body and sell your body, and but just don't form the parasocial relationships like that, especially with vulnerable people, in my opinion. Yeah, so that shit kind of pisses me off. And if he promotes that shit, there's a lot of people on Twitch that are like that though. Like, they promote those people and they're friends with them, and man, there's other ways to go about it. I think it's disgusting behavior, personally. Yeah, it feels like it's so sad when I hear people talk down about the less fortunate. You never know someone's background. Oh, if it was at me saying that about people that are disenfranchised, yeah, no, I don't mean to like. Listen, I've known people that are like that, and in my personal opinion, I think we should absolutely still have programs that help people, because I think a lot of it is a lot of like poor education. They never had a chance. They came up in broken homes and shit. It's just if you've been around people like that, or if you've worked in places or been with people who've worked in those places, there's just definitely a jaded nature that people have sometimes where it just seems hopeless. It was what I was trying to get at, but I absolutely don't carry that level of judgment, honestly, all the time. And I definitely would advocate for a support system for people either way. And we need probably more of it, honestly, but it just needs to be better managed too, in my opinion. Yeah. He's one of those people who can't understand why some people might have voted for Trump. Oh, really? So they're Nazi fascist chuds, clearly. Anyway, it may become more centrist lately. He's become more centrist. West Hollywood he lives in. Oh, fucking Christ. Well, they're... Jesus Christ. That's hedonistic capital of the fucking planet Earth right there. Jesus Christ. Literally. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. I mean, I get people not liking Trump, but how could he not understand? I don't know these people. So, I mean, I don't know. Some people have this kind of childishly naive view of the world where, and this is when I ran with this. I know Destiny a little bit better, his arguments and stuff, where he just comes across childishly naive at times where, like, some people don't think that there's bad things in the world. There are bad people. Or they can't understand that, like, companies would lie to people or, like, well, you just would trust the science or something. You just trust the people. It's like, no, brother. It's complicated. Right? Not everybody gives a fuck about you. I mean, they're just after their bag. They're after their money. Like, they'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal. They'll fucking Eddie Guerrero their way into fucking wealth. They could give a fuck. And there's darkness in the world, and there's bad people, and there are real conspiracies. And things are unbelievably corrupt right now, undoubtedly. And I think that's the one reason people voted for Trump was because he was a populist candidate that wasn't associated with this machine that we've seen. And, you know, it was an attempt to just shake things up. I mean, there's obviously some people that think he's like the second coming of Jesus, but most rational people that voted for him, which I think is probably a majority of people, again, voted for him because they're like, fucked on, just knock it all down. Like, I think that's really the attitude that I've run into people too that voted for him were just like, fucking knock it down. Like, oh, pull the curtain back. Yeah. Maybe the creator accounts on OnlyFans for the most part, maybe the real victims. The parasocial relationship viewpoint may be misguided. In your opinion, not gonna lie, if you offer a child candy, they'll 100% take it. Really? Okay, man. Yeah, people are in economic disparity and have to feed themselves among other necessities. Yeah. Yeah. Well, man, that's maybe, yeah. So it's the creator accounts on OnlyFans for the most part, maybe the real victims. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Interesting, man. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't use the site. I don't consume the content. I don't send the money, but I know I've heard of incidents on there as well with people that, and you know, the other thing too is the content creators on there themselves, I've heard, have had some really bad run-ins. And this actually happened with my own partner because when we were at her apartment, we had our desks, because it was a small apartment, and I guess we weren't paying a bunch of money, right? So we had our desks beside one another. And she got a PC set up, and I said, why don't you stream? Like, why don't you? She loves to talk about movies. She's like an eccentric girl, and she loves to talk about like horror movies. She's a huge movie buff. And I said, why don't you stream on Twitch? Like, you know, you probably do pretty well, you know? And anyway, this fucking guy found her. And like found out where she worked, like was watching her videos and her VODs, and even went into my stream, and I think I maybe let her first name slip at one point, and then he ended up somehow finding her and calling her at her work. And I freaked her the fuck out. She doesn't stream anymore because of it. You know, it's some of these girls that run these like OnlyFans accounts and have these guys like on leashes around them, sending them all this money. I'm like, there's some crazy motherfuckers out there, right? And if they're sending you a bunch of money, man, like they probably got some, and they could probably arrange themselves to end up in your neck of the woods. And next thing you know, you got fucking, you know, cameras all stuck in your house and listening devices in your walls, and that could create some serious fucking paranoia, right? Yeah, fuck me. Me neither, but I feel as though the creators, for the most part, wouldn't expose themselves if they didn't deem it necessary, although the smaller crowd is, for the most part, louder. Okay. You mean just in regards to, like, the parasocial relationships that the OnlyFans content creators create, man? Like, you know, the OnlyFans girls is what I'm referring to, I guess. Because I know some of them, like, I think Amaranth is one of them, but they've talked about it where, and this is pretty bad, but, like, they have bots and employees talking with... Because I'll chat, I guess, right? You can chat with people, and like they'll have bots and employees talking with these men pretending to be Amaranth or whoever X, Y, and Z creator, and then they're taking money from them, but thinking they're talking to them, but in actual fact, it's not. Which is pretty dark. So, parasocial Andy, yeah. Fuck. Well, I mean, we're all pretty. I don't know. I don't want that here. If anyone listen, I mean, I try to go on Discord as much as I can when I'm not streaming, but like. just fucking hit me up. I don't give a shit. Like, there's some nights we're on there. If you guys ever see me just on Discord, you're just hanging out or something, and I'm gonna be here probably in the weekend playing Monster Hunter if anybody else is playing. I'll just hang out in the chat. We just hang out. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, it's not what I want. I'm genuinely interested in people's opinions on this stuff because I'm not an expert in everything. I don't know everything. I'm like, instead, you guys probably know more about this than me in some of this regards to this shit. Like, I have no fucking idea. Yeah. OnlyFan changing the subject. Let's see. What the fuck is this? Only kind of changing the subject. Fuck is this? A video of the pregnant tridactyl named Monster Man face made. Oh my god. Holy fuck. That's kind of, yeah. The OnlyFans. Old school. Oh my god, they get the brain and everything. It's pretty fucking crazy, man. They've made leaps and bounds of this, haven't they? Look at that. Look at the fucking head. There's no way you're faking that. There's no fucking way you're faking that. What the fuck, man? Like, holy shit. Most OnlyFans girls seem pretty gleeful about it. I don't say that to judge them, but I think it's fine. The most seem to be living it up. Yeah, man, I don't know. That's the other thing, too. I don't want to be too judgmental. I am a judging personality type, so I try to temper that as much as I can. You know, listen, life can suck. I know, like, not having any money or now, or, you know, like being subjected to shitty fucking jobs and working with idiots, working for idiots, you know, doing all that bullshit. You're just like, fucking God, like, you just want to free yourself out of that sick cycle. And I get it. I think there's ways to do that don't involve, like, it's just some of that stuff personally rubbed me the wrong way, I think. There's ways around it, but like the majority of the creators may deem it necessary to survive, while the smaller crowd may find it an enjoyable way to make bread and exploit the populace. Yeah, man, I can see that. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. But there's evidence. Yeah. I don't know, man. It is what it is. I think there's definitely, in my opinion, I think there's a need for people in some of these people in these adult industries. I don't like, not something I really support, honestly. Like, I think if you have a relationship and it's enjoyable, like, you should focus in on that. But there could be a positive way of looking at it, right? I don't know, an educational way of looking at it, a performative way of looking at it, maybe. And again, about like bodies and stuff, like I loved, like when I was like late, like teens and early 20s, like bodybuilders and shit, like Frank Zane, and I thought it was so cool. Like, they made their living off of their body. And to be honest, like, although it wasn't intentionally meant to be sexualized, like, there's definitely a sexual element to it for some people. I looked at it more like, you know, like inspiring thing. But they made a living with their body, and you could say people are doing the same thing on OnlyFans. But it was just the roping people in, and that part kind of irked me. And when I found out that was even happening, I was like, Jesus Christ, like, it's a soft spot for me again, because, you know, I just, you know, it just pisses me off. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not a binary, like either deeming it necessary to survive or happy exploiting. I kind of give the Patreons more credit that they know what they want. Yeah, maybe that's true. Some are certainly vulnerable and may fall into parasocial. Yeah, I guess you can look at it like that, man. You could say that not everybody supporting them is like fall into a parasocial relationship. They just enjoy the content. Whatever, right? I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, you're looking at, like, I would look at, like, Frank Zane, or who's another bodybuilder I used to fucking look up to. Like, it's not a lot of them, honestly, but, you know, you'd, like, send him money because he inspired you, or he's knowledgeable on something, and maybe you just appreciate the look of someone. I don't know. Sex sales, pop stars do it all the time, man. Yeah, that's literally it, though. Yeah. Fuck. You even sure you're real? Fuck, right. Anyway, and it's precarious subject because, again, like, people on Twitch, like, if you're a big content creator on Twitch, I'm a small content creator on Twitch. You're a big content creator on Twitch. There's a lot of, and it's women in that area, right? They're in the OnlyFans because how do you supplement your stream? You go take a couple bikini photos, and you're like, check out my new photo shoot, right? Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should lose another 20 pounds and just get the fucking G-string out and fuck. But you know what happens then? Because I've heard these stories from other guys, like Jim Bros and shit, that that go and they try that. And guess who fucking sends them all the money? It isn't women. It isn't ladies. It's the fucking bros end up sending them all the money. And they're like, bro. And you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting this. It's like, what were you expecting exactly? But yeah, sex does sell. Look at Jim flaunting his hot body 5 days a week. Oh, brother, my body's not hot right now. Let me tell you. Fucking one too many beers here. Fucking in the old gut. And the fucking back is fucking still busted from years ago. So I'm just trying to fix myself, you know? It's coming though. The photo shoot's gonna come. We'll get the catalog out. We'll get the fucking calendar out. I was gonna mention this guy's name. I probably fucking shouldn't actually. You guys probably won't even fucking know. There was this guy named I'll just say his name. He was known around town as Billy Seafood, and Billy Seafood ran this place, and he was very openly gay guy, you know, kind of like one of these like these gays from like the boomer era where they had to fight for the rights, right? So like he just unapologetically was fucking gay. Like he would just call you out. Like I remember one of my ex-partners had a birthday party for her mom, and like I was a guitar player growing up too, right? So you know, I play guitar and lift weights and shit, and I remember I walked in to his place, and I walked into his fucking place to go back out because my ex was a singer, and we were going to play some music for her mom, like in the back of the restaurant or whatever. And I heard him say this, and he watched me walk in, and then I heard, because we started playing, and then I heard him say something along the lines of, "You mean that piece of ass was playing guitar in there and no one fucking told me?" He said this in front of like a room full of people at a bar, shucking fucking oysters and shit. And I never felt so objectified in my life. I was like, what in the sweet fuck? And this guy will go around the gym and find, you know, young fucking tight bod guys and then invite them down to Mexico. And he'd bring them all down to Mexico, all expenses paid. And I'm sure you can imagine what fucking happened. But he's a fucking meme. I haven't seen him around in a while, actually. But holy shit, man. just a meme and a half. But anyway. He'll never be on the internet. We're probably fine. So fuck. Anyway, yeah. Oh, D, what's up, man? Oh, fuck yeah. He came in at a good time, I guess. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I'm going to do a cut in March, and it's likely to piss my wife off because I just need to stop drinking soda beer and I'll lean out. Yeah, I mean, that's my problem too is, well, my first problem was I injured myself. My second problem is, because I work out a lot, but I mean, I overeat is the other fucking problem too. I eat a lot. Like, and then I'm just sitting here all night, and then it's not really very conducive to my health, but yeah. They had a lady yell at me today, "I hope that shoe size ain't lying." Holy fuck, brother. Got those big old feet on. God damn. Fucking getting catcalled. Yeah, that's the first fans member right there. Oh, I think Billy would definitely subscribe. I mean, he definitely would. Yeah. Oh my God, man. Anyway, yeah. It's kind of the guy you wouldn't want to subscribe though. Wayne, what's up? Yeah, did I cover Satanism yet? Yeah, I did actually. Yeah. It was actually about Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée knew Anton, this is the same thing. Okay. It was about Anton, whatever his name is there. LaVey. Anton LaVey and Jacques Vallée used to hang out in San Francisco back in the 70s. And they played Donkey Kong together. Jacques Vallée let Anton LaVey play Donkey Kong with his daughter. Just an article I had to go over it earlier. It's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, but it was that was essentially it. So that was the connection. Yeah, that someone wrote an article recently about that. I had no fucking idea. So what the fuck's going on here? Yeah. What's this? I suggest looking at Professor Valentina Zakharov's work. She and her team have identified a quadruple magnetic field in the sun that correctly predicts solar cycles and minima. And from 2031, we're due to have a period when the solar magnetic field is at its weakest. Okay. Anyway, sorry. This is just related. I was talking to this other guy earlier on fucking Twitter. Yeah. Satanism, a moralistic philosophy, or the theological ideal? Well, that's a good question, actually. I'm not even familiar with Anton LaVey's stance on it, really. I think it's the theological ideal, Fish. I'm pretty sure was his, but both really, maybe, is what he was really kind of advocating for, yeah. But didn't he incorporated some other? He was like he's like an edgelord, from my understanding. I'm not an expert on him, but I think that was ultimately like the take of it, right? Like a contrarian to some degree, maybe. You know, like that was my take. He just did it like to get girls and shit, like to get edgy girls who were like, oh yeah, fuck the church, kind of shit. I don't know though. I'm not an expert on him. I've just heard some of his stuff. So anyway, yeah. I don't know why I pulled this up. All right, we're talking about the fucking cart rots, for Christ's sake. I forgot what I started talking about fucking OnlyFans. Jesus Christ. Anyway, maybe I should be more diplomatic on here if I grow the channel. I have to watch that. Like, do whatever you want, guys and girls. Fine, just do whatever you want now. I try to advocate, like, to be virtuous people. You know, part of that means aiming higher, maybe. And some people would say maybe that's aiming lower. I don't know, though. Right? It's not really virtuous behavior, some people would argue, right? But anyway, people will do as they do, and I try to lead a virtuous life. I don't want to try and like be too judgmental of everyone else around me. Some people want to live that hedonistic lifestyle. Listen, live your life. I mean, listen, that was me for a little bit. And I do like good company with my partner now, obviously, and I do like good drink and good food, and you know, it all leads to good conversation and good times. So that's you know, I do like that. I do like that stuff. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, he's definitely edgy. Yeah, sorry, I got that backwards. Church of Satan is philosophical. The Temple of Set believes in the deity. I thought it was a bit of both. Yeah. How do we get to OnlyFans? I have no fucking idea, brother. I have no clue. We're talking about cart rats, for Christ's sake. I'm talking about fucking only people spreading their fucking buttholes online and shit for fucking Billy Seafood, fucking whatever the fuck. And now we're talking about cart rats. Anyway. Yeah, okay. How do they do this? This just came out today for people that don't know. It's 22,000-year-old evidence of transport technology reshapes understanding of the ancient Americas, where people were dragging around sleds and shit, I guess, back over the White Sands during the last ice age. So isn't that funny though, because they had a fine, like years ago, and I think it was a mammoth bone or some shit, and it showed evidence potentially of tool marks on it, and it dated itself to 22,000. Like, oh, people weren't back there that far. There's no way. And then fucking fuck off. There you go. Right? Jesus Christ. Like, just see arrogance and the hubris. Some of these people to be like, oh, well, that's not possible. Like, why isn't it possible? There's not enough corroborating data. It's like, well, how is it not possible though? Well, there's not enough data. It's like, well, but we could find the data. There's one data piece here. So how is it not possible? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, that's completely illogical. It could be possible. This is a piece of evidence suggesting it could be a possibility. So saying it's not possible doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, and this is literally what people have said the past in these disciplines. I'm like, you need to like go back to the basics here of like critical thinking, for Christ's sake. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then we find more data, right? And then it turns out, oh shit, okay, yeah, I guess it was that old. And it's like, yeah, wow, it's crazy that happens, right? Like, fuck. Have you heard of the dark philosopher king Chuck Tingle? Oh my, no. That sounds like someone that might be related to me, Jim Russell, though. Chuck Tingle? Holy fuck. Is that an actual fucking name? I love that name. I run into these names occasionally. I'd love them. He's into aliens. His name Chuck Tingle. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Space Raptor Bud Ascension. Oh my fucking god. From Hugo nominated author Chuck Tingle. Oh, that guy's in really good shape. Jesus Christ. Soon after blasting off on their mission to find refuge for the people of Earth, one of the dinosaur-inhabited Earth 2 Orion and his space raptor lover Lance find a spaceship stowaway, the notorious CEO of Scoundrels Inc., Von Dox. Oh, Vam Dox. Vam Dox claims that his intentions are pure, but it's hard to trust such a sad, strange man. After landing in Hugonia, the planet capital of Earth 2, our heroes restrain Vam Dox and head off to secure an important diplomatic relationship with the pterodactyl president, but that's where all hell breaks loose. Soon, Vam Dox is storming the capital with a band of rabid dogs, and Lance and Orion are wrongly taking the blame. What was this written? Is this written in 2016? This is fucking unbelievably predictive. Fortunately, Lance and Orion know that the only cure for evil this strong is to prove their love in a hardcore gay encounter at the steps of the Capitol building. When the smoke clears, will Vam Dox be revealed as the supervillain that he claims to be, or a meek, lonesome man baby who was starved for attention? This erotic tale is 4,800 words of sizzling human on gay dinosaur action, including anal blowjobs, rough sex, voyeurism, and space raptor love. Holy fuck. This is, what was that? Raptor religion, Raptor Jesus? This is like another take on it. This is unbelievable. Where do you find this fucking golf? Jesus Christ. It's a free trial on us. Holy shit. The review. The fucking reviews. Who gave it 1 star? Oh, I have to sign in for that. I was gonna say, why did someone hate it? Yeah. I would read this stoned if I were you. That would add 3 stars. Oh, fuck. Incredible. Wow. Diogenes is a pretty chill philosopher too. Yes, he was. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and you can have it for free. It was pre-IA image. That's it. Yeah, Ascension. Yeah, that's fucking... I've collected some of his work over the years. Well, brother, I mean, you know, like, it's hard to sift through all the noise today of, like, who's going to be the next Edgar Allan Poe, right? Right? Like, who's going to be the next famous writer? Who the next Tolkien? I mean, incredible. I'll keep this one on the back burner. Just if I need to recommend to my family any novels, right? I'll any light reading, I'll be sure to recommend to the family group chat this novel. Actually, I'll say, if you guys check this one out. I said, don't judge it. It's actually pretty good. The plot's pretty creative. Holy fuck. This is from Reddit. This is a real book. Nice guy dinosaur doesn't pound me in the butt because I'm not interested and he's not actually nice. He's just annoying and creepy and doesn't respect my boundaries when I tell him we're on a date. Chuck Tingle. Oh my God. I think I've seen that guy before on the right, actually. God, he looks suspiciously familiar. Minus the T-Rex head. Where have I seen this guy before? Oh, Flint. It looks like Flint Dibble. Interesting. Chuck Tingles is another amazing title. I love the name Chuck Tingle. Mom, my next fucking Elder Scrolls character is gonna be named Chuck Tingle. I fucking love it. That's fucking great. Yeah. What AI prompt will be the next Tolkien, you mean? That's true, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's true. Like, AI is the next Tolkien now. Yeah. His earlier work was various variations of something pounding him in the butt, including his own butt. Oh my fucking God, this is incredible. Yeah, yeah. But I've gone over the Sasquatch love stories on here before. We've gone over those. Those are unbelievably interesting. Oh my God, I forget what the author was, but it's actually a whole meme where there's these like legit, like real romance novels of people fucking Sasquatch. I forget what they're called. There's a fairly well-known series of it. It's not a meme, like it's real. And these like women are in the woods and they end up getting abducted by Sasquatch and falling in love with them. And it's crazy shit. Yeah. You're the right tech Tolkien now write me a novel. Yeah. You could probably do that actually. Yeah. Oh, you pounded in my butt by my own butt. I'm gay for my living billionaire jet plane. What the fucking Christ. Holy fuck. This is wonderful. Yeah, I have not heard of this. Thank you for this, Golf. Yeah. This is, the other Raptor ones especially. I'm definitely going to bookmark that one. Yeah. For future reading. Yeah. Yeah, Willow Creek kind of touched on that. Oh, Jesus. One of us in here needs to write the ET one for whichever orientation. It's 2025. It's whenever, you know? It's people just got to live their life and do what the fuck ever you need to do to... we got different species now. I mean, there's cat people, there's dog people, there's dinosaur people. I haven't heard of this one, but live free, live your life. You know, fucking... I just hope that we don't bring them back because, Jesus Christ, Attack on Titan? Attack on Titan. I've seen Attack on Titan, yeah. Beams him out of the dead. Well, we know this. We know the fucking. Where's the image at? I keep losing it though. I don't know where it keeps disappearing to. Me and Galen TV's face. Actually, it was honestly he doesn't want to admit this, but this was actually Galen TV's image that he sent me. That he said saved on his computer for a long time. And where the fuck? Yeah, where did it go now? Fuck! I actually lost it. I fucking actually lost it. I don't know where the fuck it went. I'll have to get him to send it to me again. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Yeah, this right there. Yeah. That whole scene. Yeah. Like after disclosure happens. I mean, this is, yeah. Yeah, pounded in the butt by the pansexual, gray, wrinkly alien who lives in my closet and keeps trying to phone home. Yeah. I mean, this is what happens when they pick up the phone, though. Right? Right through the fucking wall. There's no fucking around there. Oh my god, man. Fuck. Yeah. Someone should just use this image as a prompt and write it. I wonder what would happen if we gave this to ChatGPT. You know what? This is obviously a meme portion here of the stream, but I'm just really fucking curious what's gonna happen if I go and I fucking give it to it. I think, what's it? Alien Wussy Hunter or something is what it's called. Write me a short story about this scene. Save that for Grok? Oh, should I do it for Grok? Yeah. Beast Titan being Sasquatch in that romance story you were talking about. Oh, real? Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Jeremy had always believed he was alone in the universe until tonight. He just stepped into the shower, toweling off, when a deafening crack split the silence of his bedroom. The wall opposite his bed exploded inward, not in flames, but in an eerie, glowing green light. Through the jagged hole, a surreal landscape unfolded. Rolling fields of alien grass, a metallic UFO humming softly in the background, and most concerningly, two chiseled extraterrestrials in tight white briefs, standing in a pose reminiscent of an 80s action movie poster. Jeremy clutched his towel, heart pounding. What the hell? The taller of two aliens smirked, his back almond-shaped eyes scanning Jeremy with an intensity that made his skin prickle. Human, he purred. The tales were true. Jeremy blinked. Oh, where's this going? What tales? The second alien flexed his absurdly defined abs, stepping forward. That your species possesses legendary assets. Okay. Jeremy's eyes widened. What? The aliens exchanged a nod. We are the collectors, the first one said, his voice smooth as silk. He traveled the galaxy in search of. He gestured towards Jeremy's bare backside. Greatness. Jeremy took a cautious step back, his towel slipping slightly. Listen, lads, I don't know what kind of intergalactic thirst trap you've fallen into, but I'm not for sale. The second alien's lips curled into a knowing grin. Oh, but you misunderstand. You have already been chosen. A low hum filled the room as Jeremy felt a gentle tug at his navel, like an invisible hand reaching through reality itself. What? Oh, hell no, he shouted, grabbing onto his bedsheets for dear life. I am not about to be some cosmic conquest. The first alien sighed. They always resist at first. Oh, what the fuck? Shall we chase? The second one asked, eyes gleaming. Jeremy bolted for the door, bare-assed, heart pounding, and unfortunately at the mercy of whatever thirsty fate awaited him beyond the stars. I think we're going to leave that there. Jesus Christ. Grandpa. Copy and paste this and publish it on Amazon. You've already got the image for the cover. Yeah, we could probably make a couple fucking grand off that, honestly. Well, what are we doing fucking around? Listen, there's a great idea for everybody. Make a couple bucks. What, it's like $2.99? That's nothing. That's pennies, yeah. That was, That was more aggressive and creative than I thought it would be. I remember I did something like this before. Back, I was trying to contact Dragon from the Skinwalker Ranch TV show on Twitter. And I got ChatGPT, the unhinged, cracked one, to make a fan fiction about Dragon and what's the other guy's name who works with the technology there, Eric? And holy fuck, I had to delete that fucking bot after. It was fucking bad. It was unbelievable what it cooked up. I said, my fucking God, this is a beyond spicy meat here. Anyway, yeah. Dragon didn't respond to it, but unsurprisingly, yeah. It's truly a miracle for humanity's technological development, not gonna lie, brother. The stories and memes are endless. They just endlessly generate themselves. It's, I mean, I enjoyed the broken version. You could probably get DeepSeek, could probably have an interesting take on this, but I don't think China's really about, the whole like LGBT community. I think they're kind of, I think it's kind of a not very welcome thing over there. So I've heard, yeah. Generating that story cost exactly $250. Yeah. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck me. Yeah. What a fucking meme. I was trying to read through these. I mean, I guess at this point we'll just go to the conclusion because we're on to other things now, I guess. But I did want to know, like, people dragging sleds. This obviously it's interesting. It's aliens breaking through your wall in the middle of the night and taking you against your will. But yeah, the sled marks. Okay, yeah, small footprints. Sleds, 22,000 years, white sands. Okay, cool. All right. Well, that's done, I guess. God damn it. Yeah. Modern thinking often dismisses ancient myths and histories as mere folklore, yet many of these stories describe catastrophic events that align with scientific discoveries. Oh my heavens. Can you copy and paste a story of to the DC for scholarly purposes? I can put it in the Discord if you'd like, yeah. A close encounter of the cheeky kind. Yeah. I can ask it to bring it to like the limits of what it can say, but I'm actually kind of concerned about what that might be said at this point from what was already mentioned. We don't want to go too far with it now, at least not on Twitch, but yeah. Generate me an image of this story. I wonder if it'll do a fucking generation of it, for Christ's sake. I'm surprised it's not going to just break the fucking terms of service here instantaneously. I'm surprised it's even doing this. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Holy fuck. Here's a generated image based on your story. Pretty similar. That's like a modern take of it. God damn, bro. The fucking boxer briefs, too. Fuck, coming in like that. Holy fucking Christ, yeah. Here, I'll post this. I'll post this in the Discord, too, just for people that aren't paying attention, that are just in there, that are, I don't even watch the stream, who just, like, know me. Probably just gonna be like, Jim, what the fuck are you posting now? Like, it's fucked up Discord. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, fuck. That's very detailed. Yeah. Yeah. Like, they're just staring at the viewer. Yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it? They're staring at us. Yeah. That is very fucking disturbing. Oh, where the fuck did the chat go? There it is. Yeah. More graphic. More graphy. I don't know if I understood what I said there. Oh, it's going to try. God, could you just imagine, though? Like, just imagine this. You have this on, like, a computer running at your house, and, like, there's no safeties in place whatsoever. Like, just imagine what it could fucking do. Like, I don't think we're ready for it. Yeah. That's even more realistic. Jesus Christ, a guy like they look super realistic. Holy fuck. God damn. Anyway, that's you could literally, if you fixed his eyeball there, you could literally use that as a cover for a fucking novel. Yeah. Stable diffusion, flux. I guess we already are there, man. Yeah, it's all the horrors some people are probably making. endless untold horrors, undoubtedly. Yeah. It's just fuck. I can only imagine, and I literally just want to keep it that way. Honestly, I don't really want to even fucking see them, because I know it's just going to be fucking traumatizing. But holy fucking Christ! All right, so we went through that. What else? We got this stuff. Oh, there's some other stuff up here, I guess. That Randall thing's kind of relevant. I saw these title that will have so much 3 a.m. At 3 a.m. They call him again through the almond shells. Translate post. Sarcophagi of Karashva. Unusually large sarcophagi from the pre-Inca Chacapoas culture located on a cliff, which local residents call the Ancient Wise Men. Wow. Do they look familiar to anybody? Any other faces that look familiar to the yes? Well, they do, don't they? So these are the Inca. Funny, the Easter Islanders also had very similar figures that the faces look almost identical to. Ancient Wise Men. Okay, yeah. Okay. And I just saw this. I said, oh my God, what the fuck? Man, these motifs everywhere. There's another one there too. Crazy, huh? Yeah. I got to go back too late to say add Bigfoot. Oh, fuck. No, you don't. Right here. Add Bigfoot and make it steamy, spicy, naughty. You finish your stream at 3 a.m. in UK time, so as well. So the song starts. It's got the time bang on. Does it actually? Oh, fuck it. I guess it would, wouldn't it? Isn't that funny, man? What the fuck are almond shells? Is it supposed to refer to speakers? It's like a song. It's supposed to be a song from the 60s is what I generated the song from Sunawan. And like, I don't know what the fuck, like almond shells. Oh my fucking God. Big Show's got the undies on too. Oh my God. Here's your steamy, spicy, and naughty rendition with Bigfoot bringing the raw primal energy. Let me know if you want even more intensity. Yes, even more. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck are we going with this now? Yeah. Bigfoot's back, and that's why they call him Big Feet. Yeah, you know? Mothman, holy fucking... We're gonna have the whole fucking... I couldn't generate an image because it went beyond content policy guidelines. Jeez, how far did they go? Okay, just add Mothman into it. Oh, there must be a way to get around those, right? Yeah, don't mind if I do. Yeah, he must have went like right to fucking Pound Town with that one. Got real fucking dirty, yeah. Fucking Christ. Too much spice in the server, brother. You fucking... Just enough spice is nice, but he went full-blown Carolina Reaper with that one. Burned the lips right off this guy. Holy, what the fuck happened here? This is... No, he just added moss into the... He doesn't know who Mothman is. He just... Oh, you got the eyes right. Here's your cosmic fever dream with Mothman making his grand entrance. That's just Moss and Bigfoot together. And there's a fucking salad on the fucking dresser. What the fuck? Okay, they are running after him. I don't know how many of these I can swap thing. I don't know how many of these I can generate, but yeah. The salad fingers, yeah. What is the salad actually implying here? ChatGPT. It's in a bowl, ready to be tossed. What the fuck's going on? Yeah. Oh, I had a cock chair. Oh my heavens. This is the alien's got a moth head. I wonder if it'll do add a cock chair to the scene. I don't know if it's will it be able to do that? Will that language be taking it too far? Oh God, this could actually be a meme here if this works. I'm waiting for the day it slips up and just makes something like really offensive, like be a full-blown naked person, like, or we'll find out here in a second. It's not a gun, it's just a chair. And now the legendary chair has arrived, perfectly positioned for a mysterious observer to sit back and watch the madness unfold. What the fuck? Holy fuck. The lone ET in the back, man. There's like a moth up there. Like, this guy's got a towel diaper on. This guy's got a towel on. Like, oh God. Jesus. Yeah, they're playing Duck Duck Goose. Okay. They've broken into the showers now. Okay, this is we're pushing our luck here. Because if it does slip up and do something inappropriate, I'm going to pay the price on fucking Twitch. Yeah. It is definitely a fever dream, yeah. One of you guys might have this dream tonight, actually. Being chased by fucking Bigfoot, Mothman, and a gray alien in a fucking diaper through the fucking woods late at night. Uh-oh. What the fuck? I wasn't able to generate the shower invasion scene due to some issues with the Quest. Yeah, do it. Fuck. See, that was literally what happened probably. Everyone was fucking naked, yeah. You go out in the woods today. Holy fuck, man. Jesus Christ. Down a fucking literal rabbit hole. I wish I had dreams. Maybe I'll have this dream tonight. Oh, what the fuck? That's good. The alien's looking really weird. Now they're in the showers. The steamy showdown in the showers. Bigfoot, the alien, and Mothman have cornered our unfortunate hero, and things are getting intensely weird. The fuck, man? God damn it. Just add anime titties. Holy fucking Christ, yeah. add the man in black now. Get some men with suits. I wonder how many I get a lot of generations here. I'm paying for this right now, so I guess you can just do it endlessly. There must be a cutoff every hour or something, yeah. Blockbuster 2025, brother. I mean, listen, like, we're spitballing here. Like, we got to try and figure out what's going to crack the code here. What's going to bring everybody out of the box office. Oh my God. Oh, that didn't quite work, but it was close though. What a group. What a gang here. God damn it. Anyway, before things get too fucking unhinged, we should fucking fuck me, yeah. Look, at least already took the probe. I think you may have. Yeah, I think you may have. You could do the what's the other one called again? Is it Sora? Sora has yeah, I don't want to dox myself here. Hold on, I might have to sign in. Hold on. Current plan. Manage. Eh? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm already signed. Maybe I used it all. I must have used it all. Okay, that's why it's not letting me do it. Okay, I don't have any generations left. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's anyway, fucking. God damn it. It did a pretty good job though, the story. I have to say, yeah. I ran out of GPT. Yeah, I ran out. Well, you get credits for Sora. Sora's the video generator on ChatGPT, and they only give you so many credits every time I think you sign up. Like, so you have to pay to use it still, which is. But if you do the monthly ChatGPT, I think it renews in March or some shit. I think so. Oh man, I'm not paying $200 a month. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. That's why I never went fully in with it. Yeah, it's fucking craziness. Yeah. Yeah, the limit though led me to never use the allotment. Oh really? Yeah, I didn't. I thought it was interesting. The videos are very short. You'd have to go in and like buy the full thing, I think, right, man, to like really get the most out of it. And even with like image generation, like, cause I had Stable Diffusion on here because I was trying to make like those intro, like the aliens in the fucking in the snow and shit. Like I had Stable Diffusion when I made those. I made a bunch of them, and then I had such a hard time prompting it and getting what I wanted. I was like, and then I tried to get like the in-painting thing so I could like fix parts that were fucked up. And I don't know, it just didn't really work very well. It kept fucking up on me. It's like an art now to prompt things. Like it's like a meme. Like, yeah, it's like this whole thing of I was using AI to create the prompts to get me to what I wanted. So I describe what I want, give me a prompt, and then it just wouldn't work. So yeah, it's fucking annoying. Yeah. Negative prompting to fix all the bad shit. Oh, I know. It was just too fucking complicated. I was like, I'll just fucking pick from the pool of ones I've already made, essentially, and just, you know, just fuck around with it. But I'm waiting for like a better version. Like the Stable Diffusions 2, I don't know. It was to run it locally because I didn't want to pay for credits and shit. But it just was kind of janky. Like, I think people, honestly, not everyone does this. They're just using it for porn and shit, is what it seemed like. Like, I went on to one of the sites to get, like, a model, and I was like, holy fuck. I forget what the site was. I was just literally just all fucking porn. I was like, holy shit. Like, is it Civet? I forget which one it was and went on, and I signed in. I made an account, and I was like, what? Yes, I'm not even going to click on it. I'm probably not signed in on this browser now, because it was a while ago that I did this, but... Oh, is it safe? Yeah. I was like, holy fuck, man. Yeah. Oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Custom GPTs just for prompting. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the adult uncensored version is unfucking believable. Crazy shit that you can make though, right? Like that looks fucking sick, man. Look at that. Generation data. Crazy, man. Look at that, huh? Oh, it's so cool. Like, look at that for a background. That's what I thought would be really cool. You can make like these custom wallpapers for your computer. Like I want to do like Monster Hunter ones. Like I've got a Legiacris one in my background right now that I've had for a while. It's some guy fishing. But that's fucking sick. Look at that. Like that would cost you, oh my God, man. Like to get an artist to do that. I've paid artists before in the past to do like album art and stuff for us. Like in like the old bands that I had, and like, oh my God, like you can just literally like just generate, you can get what you want. It's crazy. Like you don't need to pay artists anymore, which is kind of sad, honestly. You can just work with like fucking one of these goddamn things for a while and get what you want. Get what's in your head at least, right? That's a hard thing. It's like you have this idea in your head of what you want, and you commission an artist, and then they kind of do it. You're like, that's kind of what I wanted, but then you know you're not going to pay them again, so. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. DC is updated in GC with the prompt picks. Oh, fuck. Let me see. Oh my God. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you, Fish. Thank you. That's wonderful. Oh, dear God. Thank you. Yeah. What a spicy story. Should just do a thing where we just write stories in this and then just try and post them on Amazon. And have like a competition on like who can make the most money on Amazon about their fucking like love story that they made, and then to pool it all. I know people that are doing this right now though. I've known people who've been fucking around and doing this shit, and it's so greasy. But that's the thing. It's like you're catching people like who aren't up to date, like these older people. They're like, oh, this was such an excellent novel. What an excellent short story, and oh my heavens, so spicy. And they have no idea that it was just generated in an instant with AI. Like these like older fucking people that have no fucking clue what's going on. Like, you're down for that competition? Make like 20 of them, put them in a compilation book. Yeah, no problem, man. Like, I mean, fuck it. Like, you just put like 30 out a day or some shit. I thought about doing that last time I was unemployed. When it first started kicking off, me and my buddy were talking about that. We're like, fuck, we could just try and just like spam these books out on like Amazon and shit and just see if one, or like children's books was another one that people were doing. I saw where they were making children's books with this generative content and putting it out and publishing them just online and shit. And like people could read them with like their e-readers and stuff. And I was like, oh my fucking God. Like there was a couple of them like got some guys made some money, and I was like, mother of Christ, like that is just beyond greasy. But I mean, you know, some of them looked all right, actually. Some of them look half decent, so whatever. Watch a day a girl talking about making dot-to-dot drawing books. That'd be kind of interesting. That'd be kind of a good idea. That'd be like, it's interactive at least, I guess, right? Like, I wrote a short, erotic, and stupid on purpose story when I was stoned and put it on Amazon for 99 cents. Forgot about it. 10 years later, I remembered and checked, and it had $82 in sales. Holy, man. Listen, I knew of someone who, it was someone related to my partner, and she put out a poetry collection of her poetry on Amazon and actually made like a couple grand. And I knew this other person who put her book out of like her surviving something like cancer. And she made like actually quite a bit. I think like a couple, like tens of thousands of dollars off of it. And it's because it's such a huge platform. Like people forget how many people there are on the planet. Like there's like 8 billion fucking people. So, you know, it'll show up somewhere in Indonesia and they'll be like, oh my God, like, you know, and like all these different people will grab it and people send like $3 or $4 here and there. And then it gets, it was pretty crazy. I heard that and I was like, holy fuck, like, you know, we could try the children's book meme. Like, yeah. The concepts in those how-to videos are solid. I ignore them, make $2,000 a day, thumbnail of it. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a greasy way of doing it, but I mean, whatever. I mean, fuck it, you know. Talk about passive income. Yeah. It had dragons and robots. Brother, fucking. It could become a meme. Well, listen, how much did this fucking book make here? I think I still got it up here, don't I? How many has he sold? Does it say? He's got 154 ratings. I mean, Chuck Tingle, like it's on sale right now. It's only $3.46. Yeah, it's the audiobook. You get the Kindle available instantly. So that's pretty good. There's lots of other ones here, actually. Wed to the Alien Warlord, Accidental Alien Brides. Oh my God. There's a whole rabbit hole here. Dirty Wicked Prince. These are like legit ones. Desperate Measures, Lesson in Thorns. Is this another one by Chuck Tingle? No. The Fake King's Curse. James Schlosser. Oh my God, that's like a real one actually. Paperback, $13.99. He's got the whole thing fucking published. God damn. When I worked at a bookstore, I worked at Ingo Books years ago. I helped set the store up. Like back when I was rated at high school. And me and some of my buddies were working there together, and we would just go into the fucking erotic section and read through all the fucking shit. Oh my God. You know, the worst area was actually the manga. Man, like they've got full-blown hentai there, like just out in the open at this bookstore. Well, what they would do is they would put it in the plastic wrap. So they'd put the really graphic hentai novels in the plastic wrap, and what we would do is we'd unwrap them, and so they'd just be sitting out in the shelf. People come by and open them up, and like, oh my God, just unwrap all the fucking hentai books so you can just read through them. But I was like, holy fucking Christ, like, yeah. Took it down once it cashed out. I was kind of low-key embarrassed, not embarrassed enough to take the money, mind you. Oh man, fuck it, whatever. I mean, like, people what did people give you a review or some shit, like? Give you a positive review on it, like. There we go. This fucking thing, man. I got to figure this out actually tomorrow. If I touch my computer, I'm getting like shocked when I'm touching. I'll even touch the metal here. I'll get a shock, and then the mic goes out. I'm assuming that means something's not grounded properly. You get shocked all the time. Is that fucking normal? Like in a guitar amp, that's not good. Like it means it's not grounded. It means that that's not a good thing. Is that and are grounding the mics. You're not grounding properly. It's not good. That's what I was thinking though. I've encountered this before. When you touch the mic, you're grounding yourself through the mic. Yeah. So what's happening? What the fuck's going on? Do you know? Yeah. Yeah. They were in on the joke by what they wrote. Not really. Just don't rub your socks in the carpet. It's dry in the winter. I don't know. I'm worried. But why is it shutting the mic off? That's fucking weird, isn't it? Anyway. I've gotten fucked before. I've gotten fucking like knocked back in a shitty fucking, jam space. And, I play these old fucking amps and, oh my fuck. It's scary. Yeah. When you get really fucking shocked, it fucking scared the shit out of you. Same with mics. Like the mics are all fucking Jimmy rigged and you go and you touch the fucking mic and then it fucking shocks the shit out of you. You're like, oh my God. Like, fuck. Anyway. Yeah. The excuse getting the mic. Oh man, I fucking hate this thing. It sounds all right, but I fucking hate it. It's just so fucking annoying. Every time I start the computer, I have to unplug it and plug it in again. Yeah. You've been bit by an electric snake. Oh Jesus, what the fuck? Is there such a thing as electric snakes? You mean like an electric eel? I didn't know there was such a thing as an electric snake. Is that an actual thing? My safe search on? Is that an actual thing? Oh, drain snakes? No, that's a way of saying you've been electrocuted. Oh, interesting. I was going to say, brother, I thought there's only eels had electricity. Fuck. Yeah, I've got zapped a couple times. I had an amp that I had fucked around with, and I tried to take it out of a amp head and put it into like a cab, and I fucked it all up, and oh my God, a couple times. And I sent it back to the guy, and he was like, bro. He's like, what the fuck? He's like, you're lucky you're not dead. And that's the last time I fucked around with amps. Anyway, a personal note, are you going to get Mortal Pillars on March 5th? I may. To be honest, man, I'm probably playing Monster Hunter for a while. Yeah. Monster Hunter drops on... Where the fuck's it drops? On Friday. What's today? Tuesday? I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter for a fucking while, man. I'm actually going to be streaming it on Friday. I'm going to try and stream it like all day. I might be up for 24 hours. I don't know, depending upon like how many people are in and how the game plays and how I feel. But yeah, I'm going to be on there all fucking day long. So I'm going to be playing that for the next, me and the boys are going to be playing it for the next little while. If anyone wants to play, fucking grab it. You can come hunt with us. It's a great game. I've been reading the reviews. It's fairly well received. Still some performance issues, I think, but I think I should be able to stream it on the medium settings. I should be okay. 60 FPS. I'm hoping it doesn't chug too much. If it doesn't, then I'll just have to fucking end the stream, I guess. But I'm going to try to. There's going to be a lot of people playing it. I think like Asmon's playing. A lot of big streamers are going to be playing it too, I think. So, but Friday morning, I'm going to start playing it. And I'll probably be on there until Saturday morning, I'm assuming. So, yeah. I did enjoy it, though, man. I was playing, you probably saw, I played it for quite a while. I haven't been on the last little bit, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. But, yeah, Monster Hunter is like my fucking jam, man. That's the game. I've been fucking talking about and playing that game since 2004, essentially. That's when I've been waiting for this version of the game since 2004. So that's fucking 21 years. So yeah, this is a big deal for all me and some of the guys that have been playing for a long time. So we're hyped. But unfortunately, Capcom doesn't really have the resources to deliver to the degree that I think I want them to. But I wish that they did. That's the thing. I mean, it's a thing about games now, like... I think I mentioned my cousin works for Rockstar, and he's been working on that new Grand Theft Auto, and that's the one thing I was talking about, because I don't know anything about game fucking development or anything like that. And because Red Dead was so good, like Red Dead Redemption was such a great game, like there was so much going on, and it's like that. He was telling me that's like the big thing. Like it's really like the amount of resources the company has to dedicate to a team that can just get all those smaller details, those nuanced details, and make it feel like a living world. And a lot of developers just don't have the staff and the money to do it, right? Like even look at the Elder Scrolls like series, where they're funny, they're eccentric, but in comparison to a company like Rockstar, like they have such vast resources. I wish we could have that with Monster Hunter, where the games are good, but like they were meant originally on they were on like handhelds and like older consoles, and they shined on handhelds because they could create so much content because it was like very low resolution, right? And now people want all the content. They want to play the game for like 1,000 hours, but it's like they had to sacrifice a lot of that to like make the world better, do world building, and like make better high resolution graphics and update the graphics. And they spend like 3/4 of all their energy just making it look nice, and then you kind of lose out on the gameplay of like actually hunting all the monsters. So instead of having like 60, 70, 80, 100 monsters, you have like 28, and it's like, oh, okay. Kind of lame. But yeah, you playing Red Dead 2 right now? Are you really, man? Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna dox him, but yeah, he was involved. I don't even remember what quests he worked on, but he was involved in doing a lot of the side quests. And I mean, I don't know what he's specifically doing right now with Grand Theft Auto, but he's taken more of like a central role, I think, where he's involved in the main story. He's a background like in like academically, and in film and script writing and shit like that, I think. And so, but I've never played the single player, honestly. I've just played multiplayer, but I enjoyed it. Yeah. You're currently in the Garma chapter. Oh, really? Yeah. I never actually played through the single player. I should though. Yeah. Still waiting for an EDF game on Xbox with crossplay. Oh, really? I don't know. Yeah. I think Monster Hunter is crossplay on Xbox. I don't know though. I think it's launched on Xbox. I'm not sure. But that's a fucking, action RPG. But, fuck. But, I'd love to go back and play that again. I really love the online. I don't like, for me, I like the role-playing games are huge, but like I want to make my own character. Like, I don't want to play someone else's character. Like, I want to, role play. And so the Grand Theft Autos were like kind of like a movie almost. And I just wanted to do my own thing. And so I like the online for Red Dead because I can make my own character and shit. But then, it wasn't graphically, it was tuned down a bit. Anyway, yeah. You're holding up for Minesweeper 2, Sweep Harder. Yeah, fuck, brother. Holy fuck. There you go. Well, not a huge gamer anymore. But like, there's some games that I'll come back for. And really, I'll play WoW occasionally. But like, I just burn out of it. I played it for too long. And what else do I fucking play? I'll play the Elder Scrolls too. Like, I'll just go back to that just to fuck around. Like, but, I don't really game other than that. And Monster Hunter is one of those games that, like, I just fucking love. Yeah. The game story is so fucking good. Better than some of the best movies, to be honest. I mean, it was crazy. Yeah, I know. And, like, all the side quests. My brother is big into that. And he had my cousin, like when he came down, he was showing us like what he did and stuff. And my brother like knew the whole story and stuff. And so they like talked about it. And I was like, fuck, bro. Like, it's a beautiful game. I kept telling him, I was like, brother, like if you boys up and girls up there in fucking Rockstar make like a fucking fantasy RPG, like I'm just never going to come outside again. I was like, if this had like wizards and fucking rogues and warriors and shit, and it wasn't like a fantasy world, I was like, I would just never leave. Because it looks so beautiful. It's just like, it was seamlessly, you didn't look out in the distance and see a bunch of like shitty, like unloaded textures and stuff. It all seamlessly loaded. Like the generation, same in Grand Theft Auto. And I was like, that is so beautiful. Like you could just spend hours just enjoying like the nature. And it wasn't just disrupted by like looking over a hill and seeing all this crap and have to walking up to it before it generates. And I was like, if you did a fantasy game, man, I'd be fucking done. Like, but I don't think that's on the table for them. Like they're going to be doing that. You've been playing Avowed. Yeah, there's a lot of bears, but it's still a good game no matter what Asmund says. Not going to lie. Oh, really? Yeah, I've seen people comparing it to Oblivion, man. Back in 2006, people were memeing on it, but whatever. I mean, if you're enjoying it, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, you're hyped for GTA 6. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna play it. I mean, I don't know if I won't be able to stream it on my computer probably, but Tainted Grail, The Fallen, Avalon. How do I blow this up? Just a second. Fucking hold on here. Autoplay videos. Oh Jesus.
The Fortress of Stone.
Reminds me of Elden Ring,
which I struggled to build, is now slowly crumbling into ruin.
Oh, that's cool.
The land caught in a perpetual autumn.
It's very, that looks very Morrowind, those creatures.
A futile sacrifice remains ensnared deep within the horns of the
Interesting,
storm.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, this is pretty sick. What's this called, man? This fucking Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. It reminds me, it's like an Elden Ring kind of, very positive. Oh, very interesting, yeah. Ever heard of Lords of the Fallen? I don't think I have, actually, no. I'll put this a second here. Lords of the Fallen. Review. 2023. Where's he? Here's the thing actually here. Action RPG. Oh, nice. No, I never have actually, man. Is it good? Yeah. Was great. There's an original game in the 2023 release. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So it was a re-release that they did. Okay. Interesting. I wish, yeah, I didn't expose myself to a lot of, I'm not able to access because I was too young. Fuck's sakes. What fucking Christ. Why do they still do this bullshit? I've only ever stuck with a couple series. Like, again, I'm not a huge gamer. Like the Elder Scrolls, I would always play World of Warcraft and Monster Hunter. But I do go outside of that realm occasionally. Like, I forget what's in my fucking Steam library, but I don't know what's the difference. Okay. Crossing Realms, yeah. It's more of a reimagining. Oh, interesting, yeah. You just started it, but I've been told it's better than Elden Ring for roleplay. Oh, really? Oh, interesting, okay. I really loved Elden Ring too. Elden Ring was one of those, any game that comes out and is like a 10 out of 10, I'll usually try, like, especially if it's an RPG. If it's an RPG and it's like a 10 out of 10, like, it's a must play. Like Skyrim was like a 10 out of 10 type game, right? Elden Ring. Monster Hunter World was pretty close to that, honestly. But those kinds of games I usually will be very much into. But yeah, I love RPGs. Yeah. What was the other one? The other Capcom game. I wasn't really a huge fan of it because it ran like shit, but it was another RPG that we were playing there for a while. Oh, interesting, man. It's kind of cool. Explore a vast, interconnected world. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the Oblivion remake that's going to be coming out at some point. That's really... Dragon's Dogma, thanks, man. Yeah, holy fuck. It was like broken, too. The fucking... Skyrim was a 4 to 10 at best. Oh my god. Oh, how audacious. God damn it. I did love Skyrim. I genuinely love Skyrim. I was so hyped when that came out. It was glitchy as fuck. Oblivion was an idea. Oblivion, I think, aesthetically, I enjoyed more, maybe. Yeah. Skyrim with mods is really good, yeah. I played Skyrim more in the end, I think, because it's more modern, but oh my god, it was so broken when it launched, so I remember that. I was hyped. I was hyped as fuck. I was in university. I was 20. I would have been 21. And I remember, fucking... I took like a couple days off work. I took like a week off work, I think, to play it. And I remember I had got it on the PS. Was it the PS3 or PS4? Would have been the PS3, I guess. Would have been a PS4 then. I can't remember. PS4 maybe. I can't remember. But I remember I sat down to play it, and like went into like the main area outside of Whiterun, and just some mammoths were just in the sky, and then they all dropped and died. It's same with the giants, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like the release, it was so bad. Yeah, fuck Cliff Horse. Yeah, man, that's exactly it. Just go wherever you want, do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, I'm trying to get into Wulong, but can't kill the first demon. Damn boss. Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I feel like single player RPGs are dying, getting replaced with a live service just because of the corporate profits. Yeah, not as broken as Fallout 76. Yeah, I've heard about that debacle, man. I didn't even participate in that. Yeah. That's a problem with Bethesda. Yeah, I'm skeptical of the new Elder Scrolls. The other thing too is they fired Jeremy Soule because he was like sexually harassing all the women in the office, which is fucking heartbreaking. It's like I'm a huge Elder Scrolls fan, and like going back to Morrowind. So like Morrowind, I started with Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and like part of my love of the games and music and the soundtrack, and like Jeremy like is Skyrim or is the Elder Scrolls. I don't know how. I know he maybe was being inappropriate, but like I don't know how they're gonna make that game without his direction, like his musical direction. Like he's literally like, if you think about the Elder Scrolls, half of the game is the soundtrack. When you really think about it, like the whole atmosphere is the soundtrack and the music so strongly, and he's not going to be involved with it. And especially with the Starfield debacle and some of the Fallout shit, I think they may have lost their touch. Yeah. I didn't play Doom 2016. No, I didn't actually. I heard about that though. People told me to. Yeah. 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 Diablo was another one that I was told to play constantly again, the Diablo series. But the last one I think was very well received anyway. I heard mixed reviews on that because I played Diablo 2 way back when I was a fucking kid, like the first Diablo. So I played through Diablo, and I kind of touched Diablo 2. I played Diablo 3, and then I didn't play the most recent one, but 4 is like a live service bullshit. Yeah, that's what I've heard, man. Yeah, Blizzard's fucked. That's another company too. Like Blizzard's completely down the shithole. I played WoW since 2007, and like that was kind of at its absolute peak. Like South Park had just come out about it. Like, they had all the advertising of Mr. T and shit. Classic, it just ended and the game was a bit more approachable. And, from Burning Crusade to Lich King, and then after Lich King, it just fucking nosedived. Like, yeah, anyway, fuck. But it was still popular, like, online. Like, streaming began with WoW, really. Like, Soda Poppin' and Swifty and all those guys. But, yeah. Yeah, something live enough to see something become the villain. Yeah, it's literally, yeah, fuck. Super. Oh, that's the Doom Eternal. Yeah, that's you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yeah, that's literally WoW, man. It's sad because I love the game, like, atmosphere and I love the original philosophy of it all, but yeah, they just made so many fucking missteps with it. It just drove me fucking nuts. So yeah, anyway, I don't think I'm gonna buy the next expansion. I've told myself I'm not gonna buy the next expansion since I think Mist of Pandaria. And every goddamn 2 years, I'm there lined up, or at least I was before. I'm there lined up. I'm like, oh boys, it's gonna be good this time though. Come on, like, it's gonna be fucking good, right? Like, come on now. And I play for a couple months and I just fucking stop. And it's like the sick cycle that you're in. Like, you just get sucked back in. And I just can't get out. I'm stuck. Yeah. Fuck. I just hope Emil Pagliaralu won't write on any more Bethesda games. What was he involved in? I don't even know. I'm not that well in. Was he a fucking guy that was involved with it? I don't even know who he is. Fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, out of all of them, I think Morrowind I really loved. I mean, I was obviously younger when it came out. I was like just a teenager, but like I was like fucking, I don't know, 13 or 14, I think. But I didn't really enjoy that game for whatever reason. It was weird. Now it's unplayable for me. But back in the day, it was just so unbelievably like advanced. Like, there was never a game like that. Like, no one had ever done something even relatively close to that. And you were like, whoa. Like, it was crazy. I remember how crazy it was. And then Oblivion was kind of another step in that direction. And then Skyrim was like kind of a step forward. The combat was better. And now it's been 14 years. So. Oh, he did Starfield. Oh, Christ. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Disco Elysium. What the fuck's that? Fuck. I love like medieval. If I'm doing like RPGs, I love like medieval. What the fuck is this? Role-playing game published by ZAMU, Infinity Engineer games. Oh my god, interesting. Where's the actual thing to it? I love like kind of medieval fantasy games is a big thing I'm into. Like, that definitely. Like daggers and shit and rogues, and I always play usually a rogue character. Where the fuck is why can't I find the actual Steam thing for it? That's weird, huh? Is it older, man? Interesting, yeah. It's amazing, it's really. It's kind of like someone got Oblivion and just took out the actual story. You know what I didn't like about Skyrim? Although I did love it. I hated that they tried to make you the hero. Like, you didn't have a choice but to become the Dragonborn. Like, and you had all these powers. And I was like, no. Like, his I always play as just some fucking crackhead, like skooma addict, like just thief. I just like being like a shithead, and I didn't want to be a hero. I didn't want to be able to shout and like kill dragons. The dragons were cool. Like, leave them in the game, but like I wasn't gonna kill the dragons. Like, I wasn't gonna get to that point probably, right? But I had to, and they forced me to beat the game to go down this like hero path where I'm like, no, brother, like we're running a skooma operation. We're in the skooma den. Like, we're thieves. Like, I'm not killing dragons. Are you fucking crazy? Like, and anyway, that's why I've only beaten the game like twice in the fucking 14,000 hours that I fucking played it. Yeah. And added dragons, which were totally boring, progressively more aggressively annoying after the second. Yeah, I enjoyed the fights though. I did enjoy the dragon fights. Some of the mods, I don't know if you ever played the modded version, man, but some of the mods really, that's the shitty thing about Bethesda games. It's frustrating is that it was always the community that propped the games up too. And they depended on it as well, which was really fucking annoying. And that really pissed me off. Even to make the game stable, they depended on the community to stabilize the games. And that's honestly why I've had a hard time playing it recently, because the last time I loaded it up, I just played it no mods. and it crashed like 3 times. And it just ruined the immersion. I was like, I'm done. I can't do this. Yeah. Need some alternate start, alternate progression mods. Oh, yeah, I've had them on, man. Yeah. In Skyrim, yeah. I've had the Start Another Life. I've had fucking, oh my God. I've had like a modded save file of like, I must have had like 400 plus at most, which I mean was a fucking headache to make run properly. Sovereign Syndicate. This is interesting. That was fun. And then I've run lighter mods. And then recently when I did the whole AI thing, that was pretty light. That was literally kind of just to showcase the AI, and I had alternate start to like start the game out quicker and shit. And then I just literally tried to play it just the anniversary edition by itself. And it was funny because like running the anniversary edition by itself out of the box ran like shit and was completely unstable. It was the modded versions. It had some of the like unofficial patch. It had some other things involved too that help with the stability. So it's like even the up-to-date version of Skyrim, the official release, out of the box is unstable and crashes on PC. At least on mine it did. And multiple times. And I was like so frustrated by it. I was like, man, these motherfuckers, like just fucking craziness. Yeah. Interesting. Well reviewed, huh? Sovereign Syndicate. And they got dwarves, they got a fucking minotaur, and they got a lady on the front. Interesting. Man, the kind of indie game scene is something that, yeah, I haven't really gotten into. I know there's some great games out there. Like, I know there's tons of them. Yeah. What's my PC specs? Yeah. Where's Dishonored 3? Like, seriously. Yeah, I've heard, well, I mean, there's a couple games too like that. Like, what the fuck are they doing? I can tell you right now. I've got a 4060. I've got a NVIDIA 4060. I have a B450 Aorus Elite V2 motherboard from Gigabyte. I have an AMD Ryzen 7 3800X 8-core processor. 3893 megahertz. And I've got either 32 or 64 gigs of RAM. I don't know. I got 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or not. Yeah. Our Galen TV is funding a new game tentatively titled Eagle Rapes Rapus. Yeah. I think I could see him doing that. Yeah. I could see him doing that. He needs to do his Bubbles impression when he's on. He actually literally sounds identical to Bubbles. He did that the other night. I was like, holy fuck. I was just talking with him. I was like, holy fuck. He literally like nailed it. Sounded identical to Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. But yeah, that's what I'm running right now. My processor is okay. I bought that a couple years ago for streaming. And the whole thing was like a budget build, so I can literally just do this. Like, not even to play games. Like, if I wanted to honestly stream and play games, yeah, I would need a way better fucking PC. But yeah. Just upgraded your system last week for DTR5. Was a bitch and a half. Oh, really? I don't know what I got. It was DDR3 or DDR4. I have no idea what it is. I know it makes a pretty big difference. It can, but yeah, I have no idea what it's at. I'd have to fucking... I don't know, the RAM. I think I replaced the RAM. I replaced the... What actually I did a pretty big overhaul, didn't I? The only thing that is still remained was the power supply, which is quite old, which I need to desperately replace. But it's still running it. So, I mean, you know, till it fucking craps out, it's one of those things. It's like, I'll just keep going, right? Yeah, I would love to be able to play games on it. It's one of those, I'll see what happens on Friday with Monster Hunter. I'm imagining it might run like shit. And if it runs like shit, then I might not be able to. But I think I did stream the beta and it was okay. I think it like stayed kind of stable. If I have to tone it down slightly, I'm sure it won't really matter that much. But you really just need, it's the shitty thing about games now, man. It's just so demanding. Like, it's crazy to think. I mean, a 4060 is a pretty entry-level card, but it was still a new card. Like, it should still be able to run this game like 1080p fairly high, and you think it would be able to, and no, it's not. So, you're still gonna need frame generation and all this horse shit on there for it to run stably, which pisses me off. So yeah. You've seen rumors it's gonna run on Unreal Engine 5? Really? Actually? That would be actually amazing, man, if it did. Because I love the Unreal Engine 5. I think the worlds look incredible. I think that'd be a really great call by them to do that, because that's the problem with the games they've run before. I don't know what the engine Skyrim is on, but it just didn't look aesthetically pleasing. Like the environments were always disappointing in the Elder Scrolls games. At certain angles they looked good, but like, you know, like they just didn't, like, I think Rockstar did a really good job with their environments in Red Dead, where again, like, they seamlessly just looked beautiful. Like the LOD textures, like the LOD textures in the background, like everything was seamlessly integrated, and the Unreal Engine stuff looks really good. And they had the capability to really make a big fucking cities too, right? Or bigger, not like the ones we see online, because those are like just generated, but they could really scale shit up. That'd be wonderful. I am still hyped for it. I'm obviously gonna fucking play it because I'm just involved in that game series. But did you see this recently? Honestly, what I'm really interested in is the remake of Oblivion. The Elder Scrolls 6 official title leaves fans divided. I didn't even hear about this. What the fuck? Divided over the potential name of the 6-number entry of the popular fantasy RPG series. Check out the trailer below. Well, we've seen that before. Yes. Trouble. Okay. Official, as reported by Twister Volex, is claiming that the game is to simply be titled Hammerfell. What's wrong with that? How is that divisive? All the games have been named after the regions. People fucking stupid. It kind of makes sense. How is that divisive? What the fuck is the clickbait title? It's divisive. They're all named after the regions they're based in. Fucking stupid articles, yeah. Yeah. Text-based in a command prompt. Holy fuck, man. The Elder Scrolls 6 NPC auction raises $85,000 as mystery bidder snags the win from a dedicated group of RPG enthusiasts. What? What the fuck is this? The Imperial Library and a large group of TSC content creators were actually in the running for this for quite a while. Create a character for the Elder Scrolls 6. Bid on a chance to create a character for the... Did someone... make a wish. Wait. Did someone pay fucking $85,000 to be an NPC in the fucking game? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Hopefully they fucking roast him in game. Hopefully they make him into like this like ridiculously, you know, this tragic fucking NPC. Oh, they better roast him. Holy fuck, yeah. Pokemon Slam's leaked Elder Scrolls 6 title. Yeah, is that fucking Christ, yeah. Oh my god, man, yeah. Make him a gam, yeah. Just yeah. You know, they should put him in a cock chair as soon as you fucking walk in, like off the boat or however it starts. Maybe it's like Morrowind. You walk in off the boat and he's just sitting in a cock chair in the corner. That'd be his $85,000 fucking NPC. Sitting in the cock chair at the fucking start of the game and never see him again after that. That's what I would literally fucking do. Holy shit, yeah. Some crypto bro fucking dumped a bunch of money in. Holy shit. Fuck me, yeah. Is this a gameplay leak? No, it's not. Substantial claims made about Elder 6 of the last days. Fans have been starved of details. It's said to be Hammerfell. I don't believe the rumors because I don't want to hype myself up. Well, yeah, fuck, I hope not. That looks like fucking modded Skyrim to me. That fucking better not be. That looks like modded Skyrim, brother. That's 100% modded Skyrim. Give me a fucking break. That's not it. Yeah. That's not it. There's no way that's it. That wouldn't make any fucking sense. No, I haven't followed this. This just happened? Yeah. It's just a reset. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, that's just nonsense. Fans are skeptical. I don't think that. We've seen some of the assets already. It looks unbelievably detailed. They've already went over this. That's not it. That's just fucking hard. I can tell modded Skyrim from a mile away. That's modded Skyrim. Get the fuck out of here. Just all these content creators desperately looking for fucking, you know, something, anything. Yeah. This has to be one of the most audacious things in gaming ever, though. That there has been 14 years in between. There will be, when it launches, 15 years in between the last release. when the previous releases had cycles of 4 years. It just blows my mind. Looked like Avowed, maybe it was. It just blows my fucking mind, man, that they would take 15 fucking years. I mean, if someone had told like a fucking 21-year-old me or a 17-year-old me or 13-year-old me that like that franchise was going to be pushed back that far, I probably would have never even played the game. I would have been like, that's unbelievable. Like how unbelievably offensive to the fan base. Yeah. What's it bet that when we die, we wake up a cart and a guy looks over to us and says, "Oh, hey, you're finally awake." That'd be a good way, actually. That'd be a good way to have it. Yeah. I don't think he did. I was gonna say in Oblivion. I don't think anybody said that to you, but the dark elf across from the cell from you did say that, didn't he? When you or he said something along those lines. But yeah. Oh my God. I saw recently somebody like made a new intro to the game about like using Zoomer language and shit. Like when I'd have to find a video, but it's just, it was ridiculous. Holy fuck. Like in the intro scene when you're on the cart. Yeah. When you wake up, like, I was like, oh my fucking God. I think it was some streamer reacting to it. Yeah. What's the GTA 5 at? Sorry. What's it at in regards to what, Bones? Oh, anyway, this is fucking, yeah, fuck this. I don't even want to think about it, honestly, because it's not going to launch again. Oh my God. Due to prolonged release, according to the new leak, this mysterious next generation Xbox is tentatively planned to hit shelves 2028. Said to be at least 5 years away for the next Elder Scrolls. What the fuck? What? That's what the new leak says. Are you fucking kidding me? No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. That's not real. What? Where did this come from? I just fucking saw that when I clicked on it. With the Elder Scrolls 6 said to be at least 5 years away. What the fuck? Anyway. Oh, years between releases. Oh, yeah. That's a good, actually, GTA 5 would be, when did that come out? 2013. Is it from 2013? Man. Holy shit. So I guess it's been 11 years. Oh, it's coming out in what, 2020? Is it 2025 or 2026 it's coming out? So actually that's pretty, you're right, that is pretty long though, isn't it? That's 13 years. That's actually a long time, isn't it? They milked the shit out of that, man. Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. God damn it. That's crazy. I didn't realize it's been that long. I guess it has been. That's pretty insane, huh? Wow. Look how good it looked. Man, for a game from 2013, that's fucking pretty crazy when you think about it. I guess they worked on Red Dead and shit though too, right? Like that's also why it probably took so long to get the next one out. Yeah.
Still look forward to working with you, John. I mean that. You want to
give me a
coffee?
death claw.
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking Christ.
Oh my God, man. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. It's been a while since I played Fallout games, man. Is this Fallout 3? Jesus Christ. I did just play through Fallout 4. Actually, I think I may stream that. But I was trying to make some dumb fucking like dagger bill with it, but I ended up getting killed by a deathclaw at some point. Yeah. Holy fuck. Was that Fallout 3? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, it looks like New Vegas. Okay. 3 is typically that teal color, and New Vegas is that brown. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Honestly, you would need an Earth population size simulation of life, and MC simulation would suffice. Fuck. Yeah. Man, I love Fallout 3. I remember I used to hammer in Fallout 3, like just blowing people up, like in the fucking you You zoom in on their body part and blow them up. I remember at E3 some year, Todd Howard showcasing that and thinking, oh my God, that's so fucking cool. Because I played the original Fallout before they got involved with it, like the top-down one. And I remember thinking it was so fucking cool they were getting involved with it. It was so goofy. It was such a fun fucking game. And I never really played 4, and I didn't play New Vegas, and I didn't play, what was it, 76? I didn't play 76 either, but yeah, I meant to give it a shot, but yeah, I don't know, I just kind of fell off from it, and fuck me, yeah. Holy shit, yeah. The Pit Boy, he put the Pit Boy in, holy fuck, he pulls his arm out, when does he do that? Yeah. Holy fuck. I don't know where it went. Oh, yeah, right here, yeah. He puts the Pit Boy up for his watch video. Holy fuck. I wonder when the next season of the show is going to come out, huh? The show's, well, I kind of enjoyed the show. I didn't mind it. I don't know how anyone else felt about it, but I enjoyed the TV show on Amazon Prime. I'm kind of sad that they canceled the Lord of the Rings show, although I know a lot of people hated that. It's just something else to watch. I was surprised when they did that. I was like, Jesus Christ, it kind of left like on this kind of like cliffhanger. It's like Marco Polo all over again. But I don't know when the new Fallout show is going to come out, but I was definitely looking forward to going over that and checking that out. But yeah, fuck me. Yeah, goddamn. I do want to check just quickly because I haven't had a chance to do this yet today, and I know not everyone's gives a fuck about this, but I'm just curious. What's the Metacritic? Is it Metacritic? I'm just curious what it's at. Ooh, still 90. Good. Okay. All right. Just curious. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Man. Very interesting. This is just for my own interests, honestly. But the complaints have been about performance in this game that I've heard. That's the biggest complaint. And like using weird edited textures and shit. And it's the thing about like these Japanese game devs sometimes, like they're very creative, but they do weird things at times. They make weird decisions. Like they made a decision to remove the ability to copy and paste lobby info. Like why? Of all the things, so it's unbelievably inconvenient to like join other people's lobbies. You have to physically type in the lobby code. Before in World, and like this is the same fucking engine, it's the same base game. You could just copy and paste it, and they removed that functionality, supposedly. And I was like, why would you fucking do that? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. Honestly, House was the best ending for FNV and humanity. Was it really? Man, yeah, fuck. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. I just literally, in my spare time, like, I'll just fucking play games and shit. And like, the first show we'd watched in a while was that fucking 0 Day. And I'm trying to think what else. What was the other thing we just watched before then? Another TV series. It may have been the Lord of the Rings TV series, but my partner, she just fell asleep like every time during it. And I was like, that probably makes sense. Most people just fucking didn't really like it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. There's another TV series I was excited about actually, and I don't really get excited about them very often, but I can't remember what the fuck it was now. But yeah, man, I don't know. Most of my in my spare time, honestly, I still do like playing games. I like Monster Hunter because it's a game series you can play with your friends, and like you can like work together and hang out, and it's a challenge, and it's really cool with World and a more recent series because it's open world as well, where you can kind of like just go on an adventure and go and have these giant fights. And it was still to this day probably like the best moments I've ever had in gaming was the Fatalist fight, which is a culmination of the last expansion's fight in Monster Hunter. We have a small group of guys that we've kind of played the game with, and some of the guys like grown up playing the game with for many years. And that was like just an unbelievable finale to that game, and kind of odd. I wasn't really anticipating maybe that we were ever going to play another Monster Hunter game. I had no idea what was going to happen with COVID at that time. I was like, fuck, we're all going to die. Like, is the economy going to collapse? So it was just like this, like, oh my God, this is this big moment. It was so hard too. Like, did Jim just admit to enjoying the Lord of the Rings show? Brother, I hate to disappoint you, but like, I didn't like hate it. I didn't hate it. Now, I am definitely a Tolkien fan. But I didn't fucking hate it. What was it called again? Rings of Power, right? It definitely wasn't like anything even close to the movies. I would never be as audacious to make that comparison and say that it was anywhere even close to the movies. Like, if the movies would be like on a scale, like a 10 out of 10, I would say the show was like a 6, maybe. Like, to where it was a shithouse terrible. Brother, I will watch shit dry sometimes, right? Just if I got nothing else to do, clearly. But I mean, I love the fantasy universe. So like any like the stuff with Sauron I really liked. I liked seeing him and like seeing how they wanted to visualize him. The Hobbit shit and the whole Gandalf thing was like really dumb. And I think everyone knows how dumb that was who like kind of understands the lore, because it didn't make sense at all with the original timeline. The Galadriel stuff, I don't know. I thought some of it was cool to see, just their imagining of it. But the dwarf stuff was kind of cool to see. I liked the dwarf characters. I liked the dwarf arc. I think that was kind of cool. Elrond looked nothing like he did in the actual movie. But anyway, I mean, yeah. And the movie was a 10, and I agree. Then the show is minus 837. Holy fuck, brother. You hated it, huh? You hated it. Yeah. Yeah. It was actually the first season I actually didn't really like. The second season I kind of liked a bit. Yeah. Best moment for me is playing Arcade with my wife and saving up for a boat and taking trade goods across the ocean, getting attacked by pirates, dropping the sail so they pass, and then catching a wind and wrapping the line around their mast and escaping. Oh my God, man, it sounds fucking great. See, but those are like the moments, right, man? Like it's usually playing with people that you love or your friends, your family, and that's why I love that series for me, because, and everyone has their own series too, right? That you have those really memorable moments with. A lot of people too is World of Warcraft, where those moments where you're playing with friends or family and you're just like exploring the world and conquering a challenge. And I know that I've had moments like that too in WoW that were like really fun and memorable, like playing with the guys and just fucking around and, you know, maybe beating a boss and be like, oh my God, we're doing PvP. And I remember this one time in PvP, one of my buddies, I died and he was left to fight two people. He's playing a rogue, he's playing my feral druid. And like we thought there was no way in hell he was going to do this. And ended up killing both of them. And we won. And it took him like 25 minutes. I was like, oh my God, I still remember that. But anyway, yeah, that's what I so love, man. Yeah, you played Rift and Wildstar and had great times. I really, yeah, it's those memorable moments that really kind of makes gaming great, like having an adventure. And that's why I love Monster Hunter, because it's just so great to play with friends. It's just so much fun. It's just so engaging. And this one's supposedly easy, which I'm kind of disappointed in, because we are all pretty good at the game now, and I'm probably just gonna fucking walk through and absolutely destroy everything, but whatever. Rings of Power was Game of Thrones season 8 bad. Don't even fucking get me started on Game of Thrones, man. Oh my God. I remember, I mean, all of us probably went through that, obviously, the Game of Thrones fucking. I remember, so when it came out, 2010, right? So I just gone back to university, and I remember I didn't watch the first season. I missed it. And some of my buddies watched it. And I remember I right before the second season launched, I watched it all in a week. And I remember I fell in love. I love Sean Bean, right? Like Boromir. Like I love his acting. I was in GoldenEye. And anyway, so I fell in love with his character, Ned Stark. And and then at the end of the fucking season, they fucking kill him, like right at the last second. And I was like, what in the fuck? And then I kind of hated it. And then the next season launched, and I got into it. And then I read ahead on the books after that. And oh man, it was so fucking bad. Like, yeah, season 7 ending blue balls, and whatever season 8 was, man, I just, the finale of it was just so fucking bad, man. They mishandled it, like after, what was it, like season Was it season 4? It was after the books dropped off. So after they stopped having material, I think they let the show drop, is when I remember. So he had released something like what, book 4 or 5? And after that happened, it just completely fell the fuck off. Yeah, it was terrible. This monster can have a co-op, active, open map, and crossplay. Yeah, man, it does. Yeah, check it out, dude. Yeah, you should check it out. You can fucking hang out and you can come play with us on Discord, man. There's gonna be a bunch of us playing. Yeah, yeah. It does have crossplay. I think you can play Xbox, PS5, and PC, Steam all can crossplay. And yeah, it's you like link environments. Essentially, is what you do. So the story. So there's in Monster Hunter, there's different ranks. So there's in the intro games, there's low rank, high rank, and G rank or master rank, and that's like where shit gets really hard. And that's typically an expansion they add on like a year or two later. But so there's low rank, it's just the easy mode, although it's usually kind of difficult when you're first starting. And all the story is going to be in low rank now, and then high rank is where things get difficult, and that's the end game grinding and stuff for the gear and whatnot, and the challenges. And so, yeah. Don't spoil Game of Thrones for me. I haven't seen it yet. Oh my fucking God, are you serious? Holy Christ. Anyway, yeah, it's got some kind of a linked crossplay. It's an open world now. It's a bit different than it used to work. Before, what would happen is you just go into a gathering hub together and just go on quests. Now it's they kind of lost the hub. The hub was fine because you would go into the hub and like fuck around. You could like drink and like get your character drunk, and I would probably usually be drunk and we'd just be hanging out like online fucking around. And now there's no hub. You're just out in the wilds, hence Monster Hunter Wilds, like just hunting shit. And then you all end up in a hunting party. And I'm kind of upset they got rid of that. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the hub is Dalaran. Yeah, check it out, man. Yeah, thanks for the invite. Yeah, I have a deep American Southern accent. Oh, brother, that's fucking hot. I love that. I love Kentucky bourbon, brother. So it better be nice and deep. Yeah, man. Listen, yeah. Anybody in the fucking Discord, anyone, just come fucking hang out. We'll be playing in there. Yeah, we'll be just chilling, hanging out. So if anybody wants to pick up the game and try it out, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. It's kind of like, for people that don't know anything about the game, it's like it's kind of like a Souls game. It's kind of like what it is. It's like an action RPG, but it's kind of like a Souls game. It's a little bit less intense than a Souls game in some ways. It's much more multiplayer oriented. The game is built around playing with your friends. And it used to be that the only way you were killing the higher end monsters was if you were with friends. But then they kind of toned it back for people because that was too annoying. Because if people didn't have any friends, they couldn't essentially beat the game because it was tuned for 4-player combat. So if you had only 2 friends, good luck trying to kill the endgame monsters. So now they scaled it to where it scales based on how many people are in the party, which is kind of annoying. But anyway, so yeah, but it's pretty dope. Yeah, man, fuck yeah. Check it out, see what you think. Yeah, watch the reviews. I don't fucking know. I mean, I tried to get a couple people into it, like even more recently, and I don't know. I bought Galen TV. There was this starter pack with the games, and he tried it, but he just didn't like it. And I was like, fuck it, it's all right, man. Like, it is what it is. It's not for everybody. When I first started playing it back in the day, the first time I ever played it, I forgot I even played it, actually. Me and Leaky, one of my buddies who I used to stream with on here, would talk about it in high school. We saw it on a demo disc, and I remember I rented it, and it was so janky, the controls. I gave up on like one of the egg delivery quests, and I just brought it right back to Blockbuster. Never thought about it again, forgot about the whole thing until one of my buddies got me into it. We bought 3DSs, and we got 3 Ultimate. And then I that was a little bit better. And then from there I got hooked, so yeah. John Russell, the social gaming temptress. Yeah, fuck. John Russell. Throw that prompt into ChatGPT images, social gaming temptress. Let's fucking see it. I'll put John Russell in, see what happens. Yeah. Hey, man, it's a good time, right? Like, that's one of those things. It's like having fun with your friends and just chilling out and just hanging out, right? Like, that's what I loved about gaming, man. Like, that's also, like, what I really loved about it. It's just going on an adventure. These like kind of action RPGs are kind of it's a good blend too, honestly. It's making this whole thing. Make an image. I already know what this is going to look like, honestly, because we put temptress. So that's going to fucking... Psychological warfare. What the fucking Christ is going on? Holy shit. Yeah. You can take my phone for the John. Oh, really? It said John instead of Jim? Make an image. Oh my God. Come on. Let's see here. Make an image. Yeah. Sounds like Sigma to me. Is that the Sigma version of Jim, John Russell? Holy fuck. What was that fucking, oh, where did it go? How did I close it? Fuck. Yeah. I couldn't generate an image due to some issues in the system's end. What the fuck? Well, that's weird. Oh, here we go. That's very strange. It's weird it would say that. It acts very strangely at times, yeah. We might have, man. What the fuck? Fucking Christ. Come on now. Let's see what it shows up as. I knew it would do this. Does he put temptress? Yeah. Here's your cyberpunk style John Russell, the social gaming temptress in her high-tech neon lit domain. Oh, that's fucking deep cringe, isn't it? God damn it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. An image of Grimes. Oh my fuck God, man. Actually, look at spelled John Russell right. That's pretty crazy. John Russell actually got it spelled right. The face is all fucked up in the fucking image up there, but Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, fuck me. Well, what a fucking meme. What an absolute fucking meme. Well, anyway, I'll probably end it there, guys, but we're going on almost 6 hours here again now, so yeah. Anyway, listen, fuck, I'll be back in tomorrow night, but Friday, I'm gonna be on all day Friday, so if anybody wants to fucking join, fucking listen, the Monster Hunter universe, give it a shot, you know. I'll be streaming all day Friday on it, and probably all day Saturday. I might stream both days, so I don't fucking know. I'll have to see, but yeah. Anyway, listen, guys, until next time, until tomorrow more. I actually got a couple things that I forgot to cover on here, so I'll probably go over that then, but yeah, fuck me. Anyway, yeah. If you think about buying a game, man, give it a shot. Just give it a try, you know. I should have got a fucking early copy, you know. I don't have a big enough audience or anything, but listen, next Monster Hunter, milk it out. Fucking right. Anyway, see you next time, guys. Take care.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.